Hello and welcome back to Detective and Mystery Fiction. In this video, we feature a collection of Raymond Chandler's first 3 short stories. I've included a timestamp for each story in the video description. Born in Chicago in 1888 and raised partly in England, Raymond Chandler began his working life in the oil industry, a job he lost before turning to fiction. Influenced by Dashiell Hammett and Ernest Hemingway, he introduced private detective Philip Marlowe. Chandler is considered one of the founders of the hard-boiled detective fiction. Hope you enjoy this one. Blackmailers Don't Shoot by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. The man in the powder blue suit, which wasn't powder blue under the lights of the Club Bolivar, was tall, with wide-set gray eyes, a thin nose, a jaw of stone. He had a rather sensitive mouth. His hair was crisp and black, ever so faintly touched with gray, as by an almost diffident hand. His clothes fitted him as though they had a soul of their own, not just a doubtful past. His name happened to be Mallory. He held a cigarette between the strong, precise fingers of one hand. He put the other hand flat on the white tablecloth and said, "The letters will cost you 10 grand, Miss Farr. That's not too much." He looked at the girl opposite him very briefly. Then he looked across empty tables towards the heart-shaped space of floor where the dancers prowled under shifting colored light. They crowded the customers around the dance floor so closely that the perspiring waiters had to balance themselves like tightrope walkers to get between the tables. But near where Mallory sat were only 4 people. A slim, dark woman was drinking a highball across the table from a man whose fat red neck glistened with damp bristles. The woman stared into her glass morosely and fiddled with a big silver flask in her lap. Farther along, 2 bored, frowning men smoked long, thin cigars, without speaking to each other. Mallory said thoughtfully, "10 grand does it nicely, Miss Farr." Rhonda Farr was very beautiful. She was wearing, for this occasion, all black except a collar of white fur, light as thistledown on her evening wrap, except also a white wig which, meant to disguise her, made her look very girlish. Her eyes were cornflower blue, and she had the sort of skin an old rake dreams of. She said nastily, without raising her head, "That's ridiculous." "Why is it ridiculous?" Mallory asked, looking mildly surprised and rather annoyed. Rhonda Farr lifted her face and gave him a look as hard as marble. Then she picked a cigarette out of a silver case that lay open on the table and fitted it into a long, slim holder, also black. She went on, "The love letters of a screen star? Not so much anymore. The public has stopped being a sweet old lady in long lace panties." A light danced contemptuously in her purplish blue eyes. Mallory gave her a hard look. "But you came here to talk about them quick enough," he said, "with a man you never heard of." She waved the cigarette holder and said, "I must have been nuts." Mallory smiled with his eyes without moving his lips. "No, Miss Farr, you had a damn good reason. Want me to tell you what it is?" Rhonda Farr looked at him angrily. Then she looked away, almost appeared to forget him. She held up her hand, the one with the cigarette holder, looked at it, posing. It was a beautiful hand, without a ring. Beautiful hands are as rare as jacaranda trees in bloom, in a city where pretty faces are as common as runs in dollar stockings. She turned her head and glanced at the stiff-eyed woman, beyond her towards the mob around the dance floor. The orchestra went on being saccharine and monotonous. "I loathe these dives," she said thinly. "They look as if they only existed after dark, like ghouls. The people are dissipated without grace, sinful without irony." She lowered her hand to the white cloth. "Oh yes, the letters. What makes them so dangerous, Blackmailer?" Mallory laughed. He had a ringing laugh with a hard quality in it, a grating sound. "You're good," he said. "The letters are not so much, perhaps, just sexy tripe. The memoirs of a schoolgirl who's been seduced and can't stop talking about it. That's lousy," Rhonda Farr said in a voice like iced velvet. It's the man they're written to that makes them important, Mallory said coldly. A racketeer, a gambler, a fast money boy. And all that goes with it. A guy you couldn't be seen talking to, and stay in the cream. I don't talk to him, Blackmailer. I haven't talked to him in years. Landry was a pretty nice boy when I knew him. Most of us have something behind us we'd rather not go into. In my case, it is behind. Oh yes? Make mine strawberry, Mallory said with a sudden sneer. You just got through asking him to help you get your letters back. Her head jerked. Her face seemed to come apart, to become merely a set of features without control. Her eyes looked like the prelude to a scream, but only for a second. Almost instantly she got her self-control back. Her eyes were drained of color, almost as gray as his own. She put the black cigarette holder down with exaggerated care, laced her fingers together. The knuckles looked white. You know Landry that well, she said bitterly. Maybe I just get around, find things out. Do we deal or do we just go on snarling at each other? Where did you get the letters? Her voice was still rough and bitter. Mallory shrugged. We don't tell things like that in our business. I had a reason for asking. Some other people have been trying to sell me these same damned letters. That's why I'm here. It made me curious. But I guess you're just one of them trying to scare me into action by stepping the price. Mallory said, No, I'm on my own. She nodded. Her voice was scarcely more than a whisper. That makes it nice. Perhaps some bright mind thought of having a private edition of my letters made, or photostats. Well, I'm not paying. It wouldn't get me anywhere. I don't deal, Blackmailer. So far as I'm concerned, you can go out some dark night and jump off the dock with your lousy letters. Mallory wrinkled his nose, squinted down it with an air of deep concentration. Nicely put, Miss Farr. But it doesn't get us anywhere. She said deliberately, It wasn't meant to. I could put it better. And if I'd thought to bring my little pearl-handled gun, I could say it with slugs and get away with it. But I'm not looking for that kind of publicity. Mallory held up 2 lean fingers and examined them critically. He looked amused, almost pleased. Rhonda Farr put her slim hand up to her white wig, held it there a moment, and dropped it. A man sitting at a table some way off got up at once and came towards them. He came quickly, walking with a light, lithe step and swinging a soft black hat against his thigh. He was sleek in dinner clothes. While he was coming, Rhonda Farr said, You didn't expect me to walk in here alone, did you? Me, I don't go to nightclubs alone. Mallory grinned. You shouldn't ought to have to, baby, he said dryly. The man came up to the table. He was small, neatly put together, dark. He had a little black mustache, shiny like satin, and the clear pallor that Latins prize above rubies. With a smooth gesture, a hint of drama, he leaned across the table and took one of Mallory's cigarettes out of the silver case. He lit it with a flourish. Rhonda Farr put her hand to her lips and yawned. She said, This is Ernest, my bodyguard. He takes care of me. Nice, isn't it? She stood up slowly. Ernest helped her with her wrap. Then he spread his lips in a mirthless smile, looked at Mallory, said, Hello, baby. He had dark, almost opaque eyes with hot lights in them. Rhonda Farr gathered her wrap about her, nodded slightly, sketched a brief, sarcastic smile with her delicate lips, and turned off along the aisle between the tables. She went with her head up and proud, her face a little tense and wary, like a queen in jeopardy. Not fearless, but disdaining to show fear. It was nicely done. The 2 bored men gave her an interested eye. The dark woman brooded glumly over the task of mixing herself a highball that would have floored a horse. The man with the fat, sweaty neck seemed to have gone to sleep. Rhonda Farr went up the 5 crimson-carpeted steps to the lobby, past a bowing head waiter. She went through looped-back gold curtains and disappeared. Mallory watched her out of sight, then he looked at Ernest. He said, "Well, punk, what's on your mind?" He said it insultingly, with a cold smile. Ernest stiffened. His gloved left hand jerked the cigarette that was in it so that some ash fell off. "Kidding yourself, baby?" he inquired swiftly. "About what, punk?" Red spots came into Ernest's pale cheeks. His eyes narrowed to black slits. He moved his ungloved right hand a little, curled the fingers so that the small pink nails glittered. He said thinly, "About some letters, baby. Forget it. It's out, baby, out." Mallory looked at him with elaborate, cynical interest, ran his fingers through his crisp black hair. He said slowly, "Perhaps I don't know what you mean, little one." Ernest laughed, a metallic sound, a strained, deadly sound. Mallory knew that kind of laugh, the prelude to gun music in some places. He watched Ernest's quick little right hand. He spoke raspingly. "On your way, Red Hot. I might take a notion to slap that fuzz off your lip." Ernest's face twisted. The red patches showed startlingly in his cheeks. He lifted the hand that held his cigarette, lifted it slowly, and snapped the burning cigarette straight at Mallory's face. Mallory moved his head a little, and the white tube arched over his shoulder. There was no expression on his lean, cold face. Distantly, dimly, as though another voice spoke, he said, "Careful, punk. People get hurt for things like that." Ernest laughed the same metallic, strained laugh. "Blackmailers don't shoot, baby," he snarled. "Do they? Beat it, you dirty little wop." The words, the cold, sneering tone stung Ernest to fury. His right hand shot up like a striking snake. A gun whisked into it from a shoulder holster. Then he stood motionless, glaring. Mallory bent forward a little, his hands on the edge of the table, his fingers curled below the edge. The corners of his mouth sketched a dim smile. There was a dull screech, not loud, from the dark woman. The color drained from Ernest's cheeks, leaving them pallid, sunk in. In a voice that whistled with fury, he said, "Okay, baby, we'll go outside. March you." One of the board men 3 tables away made a sudden movement of no significance. Slight as it was, it caught Ernest's eye. His glance flickered. Then the table rose into his stomach, knocked him sprawling. It was a light table, and Mallory was not a lightweight. There was a complicated thudding sound. A few dishes clattered, some silver. Ernest was spread on the floor with the table across his thighs. His gun settled a foot from his clawing hand. His face was convulsed. For a poised instant of time, it was as though the scene were imprisoned in glass and would never change. Then the dark woman screeched again, louder. Everything became a swirl of movement. People on all sides came to their feet. 2 waiters put their arms straight up in the air and began to spout violent Neapolitan. A moist, overdriven busboy charged up, more afraid of the head waiter than of sudden death. A plump, reddish man with corn-colored hair hurried down steps, waving a bunch of menus. Ernest jerked his legs clear, weaved to his knees, snatched up his gun. He swiveled, spitting curses. Mallory, alone, indifferent in the center of the babel, leaned down and cracked a hard fist against Ernest's flimsy jaw. Consciousness evaporated from Ernest's eyes. He collapsed like a half-filled sack of sand. Mallory observed him carefully for a couple of seconds. Then he picked his cigarette case up off the floor. There were still 2 cigarettes in it. He put one of them between his lips, put the case away. He took some bills out of his trouser pocket, folded one lengthwise, and poked it at a waiter. He walked away without haste, towards the 5 crimson-carpeted steps in the entrance. The man with the fat neck opened a cautious and fishy eye. The drunken woman staggered to her feet with a cackle of inspiration, picked up a bowl of ice cubes in her thin, jeweled hands and dumped it on Ernest's stomach, with fair accuracy. Chapter 2. Mallory came out from under the canopy with his soft hat under his arm. The doorman looked at him inquiringly. He shook his head, and walked a little way down the curving sidewalk that bordered the semicircular private driveway. He stood at the edge of the curbing, in the darkness, thinking hard. After a little while, an Isotta Fraschini went by him slowly. It was an open phaeton, huge even for the calculated swank of Hollywood. It glittered like a Ziegfeld chorus as it passed the entrance lights. Then it was dull gray and silver. A liveried chauffeur sat behind the wheel as stiff as a poker, with a peaked cap cocked rakishly over one eye. Rhonda Farr sat in the back seat, under the half-deck, with the rigid stillness of a wax figure. The car slid soundlessly down the driveway, passed between a couple of squat stone pillars, and was lost among the lights of the boulevard. Mallory put on his hat absently. Something stirred in the darkness behind him, between tall Italian cypresses. He swung around, looked at faint light on a gun barrel. The man who held the gun was very big and broad. He had a shapeless felt hat on the back of his head, and an indistinct overcoat hung away from his stomach. Dim light from a high-up narrow window outlined bushy eyebrows, a hooked nose. There was another man behind him. He said, "This is a gun, buddy. It goes boom boom and guys fall down. Want to try it?" Mallory looked at him emptily and said, "Grow up, Flatty. What's the act?" The big man laughed. His laughter had a dull sound, like the sea breaking on rocks in a fog. He said with heavy sarcasm, "Bright boy has us spotted, Jim. One of us must look like a cop." He eyed Mallory and added, "Saw you pull a rod on a little guy inside. Was that nice?" Mallory tossed his cigarette away, watched it arc through the darkness. He said carefully, "Would $20 make you see it some other way?" "Not tonight, mister. Most any other night, but not tonight." "A C-note?" "Not even that, mister. That," Mallory said gravely. "Must be damn tough." The big man laughed again, came a little closer. The man behind him lurched out of the shadows and planted a soft, fattish hand on Mallory's shoulder. Mallory slid sideways without moving his feet. The hand fell off. He said, "Keep your paws off me, gumshoe." The other man made a snarling sound. Something swished through the air. Something hit Mallory very hard behind his left ear. He went to his knees. He kneeled swaying for a moment, shaking his head violently. His eyes cleared. He could see the lozenge design in the sidewalk. He got to his feet again rather slowly. He looked at the man who had blackjacked him and cursed him in a thick, dull voice, with a concentration of ferocity that set the man back on his heels with his slack mouth working like melting rubber. The big man said, "Damn your soul, Jim, what in hell'd you do that for?" The man called Jim put his soft fat hand to his mouth and gnawed at it. He shuffled the blackjack into the side pocket of his coat. "Forget it," he said. "Let's take the and get on with it. I need a drink." He plunged down the walk. Mallory turned slowly, followed him with his eyes, rubbing the side of his head. The big man moved his gun in a businesslike way and said, "Walk, buddy. We're taking a little ride in the moonlight." Mallory walked. The big man fell in beside him. The man called Jim fell in on the other side. He hit himself hard in the pit of the stomach, said, "I need a drink, Mac. I've got the jumps." The big man said peacefully, "Who don't, you poor egg?" They came to a touring car that was double parked near the squat pillars at the edge of the boulevard. The man who had hit Mallory got in behind the wheel. The big man prodded Mallory into the back seat and got in beside him. He held his gun across his big thigh, tilted his hat a little further back, and got out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. He lit one carefully, with his left hand. The car went out into the sea of lights, rolled east a short way, then turned south down the long slope. The lights of the city were an endless glittering sheet. Neon signs glowed and flashed. The languid ray of a searchlight prodded about among high, faint clouds. "It's like this," the big man said, blowing smoke from his wide nostrils. "We got you spotted. You were trying to peddle some phony letters to this far twist. Mallory laughed shortly, mirthlessly. He said, "You flatties give me an ache." The big man appeared to think it over, staring in front of him. Passing electroliers threw quick waves of light across his broad face. After a while he said, "You're the guy, all right. We got to know these things in our business." Mallory's eyes narrowed in the darkness. His lips smiled. He said, "What business, copper?" The big man opened his mouth wide, shut it with a click. He said, "Maybe you better talk, bright boy. Now would be a hell of a good time. Jim and me ain't tough to get on with, but we got friends who ain't so dainty." Mallory said, "What would I talk about, Lieutenant?" The big man shook with silent laughter, made no answer. The car went past the oil well that stands in the middle of La Cienega Boulevard, then turned off onto a quiet street fringed with palm trees. It stopped halfway down the block, in front of an empty lot. Jim cut the motor and the lights. Then he got a flat bottle out of the door pocket and held it to his mouth, sighed deeply, passed the bottle over his shoulder. The big man took a drink, waved the bottle, said, "We got to wait here for a friend. Let's talk. My name's McDonald, Detective Bureau." You was trying to shake the Farr girl down. Then her protection stepped in front of her. You bopped him. That was nice routine and we liked it. But we didn't like the other part. Jim reached back for the whiskey bottle, took another drink, sniffed at the neck, said, "We was stashed out for you. But we don't figure your play out in the open like that. It don't listen." Mallory leaned an arm on the side of the car and looked out and up at the calm blue star-spattered sky. He said, "You know too much, copper, and you didn't get your dope from Miss Farr. No screen star would go to the police on a matter of blackmail." McDonald jerked his big head around. His eyes gleamed faintly in the dark interior of the car. "We didn't say how we got our dope, bright boy. So you wastrine to shake her down, huh?" Mallory said gravely, "Miss Farr is an old friend of mine. Somebody is trying to blackmail her, but not me. I just have a hunch." McDonald said swiftly, "What the wop pull a gun on you for?" "He didn't like me," Mallory said in a bored voice. "I was mean to him." McDonald said, "Horse feathers." He rumbled angrily. The man in the front seat said, "Smack him in the kisser, Mac. Make the like it." Mallory stretched his arms downward, twisting his shoulders like a man cramped from sitting. He felt the bulge of his Luger under his left arm. He said slowly, "You said I was trying to peddle some phony letters. What makes you think the letters would be phony?" McDonald said softly, "Maybe we know where the right ones are." Mallory drawled, "That's what I thought, copper," and laughed. McDonald moved suddenly, jerked his bald fist up, hit him in the face but not very hard. Mallory laughed again. Then he touched the bruised place behind his ear with careful fingers. "That went home, didn't it?" he said. McDonald swore dully. "Maybe you're just a bit too damn smart, bright boy. I guess we'll find out after a while." He fell silent. The man in the front seat took off his hat and scratched at a mat of gray hair. Staccato horn blasts came from the boulevard a half-block away. Headlights streamed past the end of the street. After a time, a pair of them swung around in a wide curve, speared white beams along below the palm trees. A dark bulk drifted down the half-block, slid to the curb in front of the touring car. The lights went off, a man got out and walked back. McDonald said, "Hi, Slippy, how'd it go?" The man was a tall, thin figure with a shadowy face under a pulled-down cap. He lisped a little when he spoke. He said nothing to it. Nobody got mad. "Okay," McDonald grunted. "Ditch the hot one and drive this heap." Jim got into the back of the touring car and sat on Mallory's left, digging a hard elbow into him. The lanky man slid under the wheel, started the motor, and drove back to La Cienega, then south to Wilshire, then west again. He drove fast and roughly. They went casually through a red light, past a big movie palace with most of its lights out and its glass cashier's cage empty, then through Beverly Hills over interurban tracks. The exhaust got louder on a hill with high banks paralleling the road. MacDonald spoke suddenly. "Hell, Jim, I forgot to frisk this baby. Hold the gun a minute." He leaned in front of Mallory, close to him, blowing whiskey breath in his face. A big hand went over his pockets, down inside his coat around the hips, up under his left arm. It stopped there a moment, against the Luger in the shoulder holster. It went on to the other side, went away altogether. "Okay, Jim, no gun on Bright Boy." A sharp light of wonder winked into being deep in Mallory's brain. His eyebrows drew together. His mouth felt dry. "Mind if I light up a cigarette?" he asked after a pause. MacDonald said with mock politeness, "Now why would we mind a little thing like that, sweetheart?" Chapter 3. The apartment house stood on a hill above Westward Village, and was new and rather cheap-looking. MacDonald and Mallory and Jim got out in front of it, and the touring car went on around the corner, disappeared. The three men went through a quiet lobby past a switchboard where no one sat at the moment, up to the 7th floor in the automatic elevator. They went along a corridor, stopped before a door. MacDonald took a loose key out of his pocket, unlocked the door. They went in. It was a very new room, very bright, very foul with cigarette smoke. The furniture was upholstered in loud colors. The carpet was a mess of fat green and yellow lozenges. There was a mantel with bottles on it. Two men sat at an octagonal table with tall glasses at their elbows. One had red hair, very dark eyebrows, and a dead white face with deep-set dark eyes. The other one had a ludicrous big bulbous nose, no eyebrows at all, hair the color of the inside of a sardine can. This one put some cards down slowly and came across the room with a wide smile. He had a loose, good-natured mouth, an amiable expression. "Have any trouble, Mac?" he said. MacDonald rubbed his chin, shook his head sourly. He looked at the man with the nose as if he hated him. The man with the nose went on smiling. He said, "Frisk him?" MacDonald twisted his mouth to a thick sneer and stalked across the room to the mantel and the bottles. He said in a nasty tone, "Bright Boy don't pack a gun. He works with his head. He's smart." He recrossed the room suddenly and smacked the back of his rough hand across Mallory's mouth. Mallory smiled thinly, did not stir. He stood in front of a big bile-colored Davenport spotted with angry-looking red squares. His hands hung down at his sides, and cigarette smoke drifted up from between his fingers to join the haze that already blanketed the rough, arched ceiling. "Keep your pants on, Mac," the man with the nose said. "You've done your act. You and Jim check out now. Oil the wheels and check out." MacDonald snarled, "Who you givin' orders to, big shot? I'm sticking around till this chiseler gets what's coming to him, Costello." The man called Costello shrugged his shoulders briefly. The red-haired man at the table turned a little in his chair and looked at Mallory with the impersonal air of a collector studying an impaled beetle. Then he took a cigarette out of a neat black case and lit it carefully with a gold lighter. MacDonald went back to the mantel, poured some whiskey out of a square bottle into a glass, and drank it raw. He leaned, scowling, with his back to the mantel. Costello stood in front of Mallory, cracking the joints of long, bony fingers. He said, "Where do you come from?" Mallory looked at him dreamily and put his cigarette in his mouth. "McNeil's Island," he said with vague amusement. "How long since?" 10 days. "What were you in for?" "Forgery?" Mallory gave the information in a soft, pleased voice. "Been here before?" Mallory said, "I was born here. Didn't you know?" Costello's voice was gentle, almost soothing. "No, I didn't know that," he said. "What did you come for 10 days ago?" MacDonald heaved across the room again, swinging his thick arms. He slapped Mallory across the mouth a second time, leaning past Costello's shoulder to do it. A red mark showed on Mallory's face. He shook his head back and forth. Dull fire was in his eyes. "Geez, Costello, this crumb ain't from McNeil. He's ribbing you." His voice blared. "Bright boy's just a cheap chiseler from Brooklyn or KC, one of those hot towns where the cops are all cripples." Costello put a hand up and pushed gently at MacDonald's shoulder. He said, "You're not needed in this, Mac," in a flat, toneless voice. MacDonald balled his fist angrily, then he laughed, lunged forward, and ground his heel on Mallory's foot. Mallory said, "Damn," and sat down hard on the davenport. The air in the room was drained of oxygen. Windows were in one wall only, and heavy net curtains hung straight and still across them. Mallory got out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead, patted his lips. Costello said, "You and Jim check out, Mac," in the same flat voice. MacDonald lowered his head, stared at him steadily through a fringe of eyebrow. His face was shiny with sweat. He had not taken his shabby, crumpled overcoat off. Costello didn't even turn his head. After a moment, MacDonald barged back to the mantel, elbowed the gray-haired cop out of the way, and grabbed at the square bottle of scotch. "Call the boss, Costello," he blared over his shoulder. "You ain't got the brains for this deal. For sake, do something besides talk." He turned a little towards Jim, thumped him on the back, said sneeringly, "Did you want just one more drink, copper?" "What did you come here for?" Costello asked Mallory again, looking for a connection. Mallory stared up at him lazily. The fire had died out of his eyes. "Funny way you went about it, boy." Mallory shrugged. "I thought if I made a play I might get in touch with the right people." "Maybe you made the wrong kind of play," Costello said quietly. He closed his eyes and rubbed his nose with a thumbnail. "These things are hard to figure sometimes." MacDonald's harsh voice boomed across the close room. "Bright boy don't make mistakes, mister. Not with his brains." Costello opened his eyes and glanced back over his shoulder at the red-haired man. The red-haired man swiveled loosely in his chair. His right hand lay along his leg, slack, half-closed. Costello turned the other way, looked straight at MacDonald. "Move out," he snapped coldly. "Move out now. You're drunk, and I'm not arguing with you." MacDonald ground his shoulders against the mantel and put his hands in the side pockets of his suit coat. His hat hung formless and crumpled on the back of his big, square head. Jim, the gray-haired cop, moved a little away from him, stared at him strainedly, his mouth working. "Call the boss, Costello," MacDonald shouted. "You ain't giving me orders. I don't like you well enough to take 'em." Costello hesitated, then moved across to the telephone. His eyes stared at a spot high up on the wall. He lifted the instrument off the prongs and dialed with his back to MacDonald. Then he leaned against the wall, smiling thinly at Mallory over the cup, waiting. "Hello, yes, Costello. Everything's oak except Mac's loaded. He's pretty hostile. Won't move out, don't know yet. Some out-of-town boy. Okay." MacDonald made a motion, said, "Hold it." Costello smiled and put the phone aside without haste. MacDonald's eyes gleamed at him with a greenish fire. He spit on the carpet in the corner between a chair and the wall. He said, "That's lousy. Lousy. You can't dial Montrose from here." Costello moved his hands vaguely. The red-haired man got to his feet. He moved away from the table and stood laxly, tilting his head back so that the smoke from his cigarette rose clear of his eyes. MacDonald rocked angrily on his heels. His jawbone was a hard white line against his flushed face. His eyes had a deep, hard glitter. "I guess we'll play it this way," he stated. He took his hands out of his pockets in a casual manner, and his blued service revolver moved in a tight, businesslike arc. Costello looked at the red-haired man and said, "Take him, Andy." The red-haired man stiffened, spit his cigarette straight out from between his pale lips, flashed a hand up like lightning. Mallory said, "Not fast enough. Look at this one." He had moved so quickly and so little that he had not seemed to move at all. He leaned forward a little on the davenport. The long black Luger lined itself evenly on the red-haired man's belly. The red-haired man's hand came down slowly from his lapel, empty. The room was very quiet. Costello looked once at MacDonald with infinite disgust. Then he put his hands out in front of him, palms up, and looked down at them with a blank smile. MacDonald spoke slowly, bitterly. "The kidnapping is one too many for me, Costello. I don't want any part of it. I'm taking a powder from this toy mob. I took a chance that Bright Boy might side me." Mallory stood up and moved sideways towards the red-haired man. When he had gone about half the distance, the gray-haired cop, Jim, let out a strangled sort of yell and jumped for MacDonald, clawing at his pocket. MacDonald looked at him with quick surprise. He put his big left hand out and grabbed both lapels of Jim's overcoat tight together, high up. Jim flailed at him with both fists, hit him in the face twice. MacDonald drew his lips back over his teeth. Calling to Mallory, "Watch those birds," he very calmly laid his gun down on the mantel, reached down into the pocket of Jim's coat and took out the woven leather blackjack. He said, "You're a louse, Jim. You always were a louse." He said it rather thoughtfully, without rancor. Then he swung the blackjack and hit the gray-haired man on the side of the head. The gray-haired man sagged slowly to his knees. He clawed freely at the skirts of MacDonald's coat. MacDonald stooped over and hit him again with the blackjack, in the same place, very hard. Jim crumpled down sideways and lay on the floor with his hat off and his mouth open. MacDonald swung the blackjack slowly from side to side. A drop of sweat ran down the side of his nose. Costello said, "Rough boy, ain't you, Mac?" He said it dully, absently, as though he had very little interest in what went on. Mallory went on towards the red-haired man. When he was behind him, he said, "Put the hands way up, wiper." When the red-haired man had done this, Mallory put his free hand over his shoulder, down inside his coat. He jerked a gun loose from a shoulder holster and dropped it on the floor behind him. He felt the other side, padded pockets. He stepped back and circled to Costello. Costello had no gun. Mallory went to the other side of MacDonald, stood where everyone in the room was in front of him. He said, "Who's kidnapped?" MacDonald picked up his gun and glass of whiskey. "The Farr girl," he said. "They got her on her way home, I guess. It was planned when they knew from the WAP bodyguard about the date at the Boulevard. I don't know where they took her." Mallory planted his feet wide apart and wrinkled his nose. He held his Luger easily with a slack wrist. He said, "What does your little act mean?" MacDonald said grimly, "Tell me about yours. I gave you a break." Mallory nodded, said, "Sure, for your own reasons. I was hired to look for some letters that belonged to Rhonda Farr." He looked at Costello. Costello showed no emotion. MacDonald said, "Okay by me. I thought it was some kind of a plant. That's why I took the chance. I want an out from this connection, that's all." He waved his hand around to take in the room and everything in it. Mallory picked up a glass, looked into it to see if it was clean, then poured a little scotch into it and drank it in sips, rolling his tongue around in his mouth. "Let's talk about kidnapping," he said. "Who was Costello phoning to?" "Atkinson, big Hollywood lawyer. Front for the boys. He's the Farr girl's lawyer, too. Nice guy, Atkinson. A louse. He in on the kidnapping?" MacDonald laughed and said, "Sure." Mallory shrugged, said, "It seems like a dumb trick for him." He went past MacDonald along the wall to where Costello stood. He stuck the muzzle of the Luger against Costello's chin, pushed his head back against the rough plaster. "Costello's a nice old boy," he said thoughtfully. "He wouldn't kidnap a girl, would you, Costello? A little quiet extortion, maybe, but nothing rough. That right, Costello?" Costello's eyes went blank. He swallowed. He said between his teeth, "Can it? You're not funny." Mallory said, "It gets funnier as it goes on. but perhaps you don't know it all." He lifted the Luger and drew the muzzle down the side of Costello's big nose, hard. It left a white mark that turned to a red wheal. Costello looked a little worried. MacDonald finished pushing a nearly full bottle of scotch into his overcoat pocket and said, "Let me work on the—" Mallory shook his head gravely from side to side, looking at Costello. "Too noisy. You know how these places are built. Atkinson is the boy to see. Always see the head man if you can get to him." Jim opened his eyes, flapped his hands on the floor, tried to get up. MacDonald lifted a large foot and planted it carelessly in the gray-haired man's face. Jim lay down again. His face was a muddy gray color. Mallory glanced at the red-haired man and went over to the telephone stand. He lifted the instrument down and dialed a number awkwardly with his left hand. He said, "I'm calling the man who hired me. He has a big, fast car. We'll put these boys in soak for a while." Chapter 4. Landry's big black Cadillac rolled soundlessly up the long grade to Montrose. Lights shone low on the left, in the lap of the valley. The air was cool and clear, and the stars were very bright. Landry looked back from the front seat, draped an arm over the back of the seat, a long black arm that ended in a white glove. He said for the third or fourth time, so it's her own mouthpiece shaking her down, "Well, well, well." He smiled smoothly, deliberately. All his movements were smooth and deliberate. Landry was a tall, pale man with white teeth and jet-black eyes that sparkled under the dome light. Mallory and MacDonald sat in the back seat. Mallory said nothing. He stared out of the car window. MacDonald took a pull at his square bottle of scotch, lost the cork on the floor of the car, and swore as he bent over to grope for it. When he found it, he leaned back and looked morosely at Landry's clear, pale face above the white silk scarf. He said, "You still got that place on Highland Drive?" Landry said, "Yes, copper, I have, and it's not doing so well." MacDonald growled. He said, "That's a damn shame, Mr. Landry." Then he put his head back against the upholstery and closed his eyes. The Cadillac turned off the highway. The driver seemed to know just where he was going. He circled around into a landscaped subdivision of rambling, elaborate homes. Tree frogs sounded in the darkness, and there was a smell of orange blossoms. MacDonald opened his eyes and leaned forward. "The house on the corner," he told the driver. The house stood well back from a wide curve. It had a lot of tiled roof, an entrance like a Norman arch, and wrought iron lanterns lit on either side of the door. By the sidewalk there was a pergola covered with climbing roses. The driver cut his lights and drifted expertly up to the pergola. Mallory yawned and opened the car door. Cars were parked along the street around the corner. The cigarette tips of a couple of lounging chauffeurs spotted the soft bluish dark. "Party," he said. "That makes it nice." He got out, stood a moment looking across the lawn. Then he walked over soft grass to a pathway of dull bricks spaced so that the grass grew between them. He stood between the wrought iron lanterns and rang the bell. A maid in cap and apron opened the door. Mallory said, "Sorry to disturb Mr. Atkinson, but it's important. MacDonald is the name." The maid hesitated, then went back into the house, leaving the front door open a crack. Mallory pushed it open carelessly, looked into a roomy hallway with Indian rugs on the floor and walls. He went in. A few yards down the hallway, a doorway gave on a dim room lined with books, smelling of good cigars. Hats and coats were spread around on the chairs. From the back of the house, a radio droned dance music. Mallory took his Luger out and leaned against the jamb of the door, inside. A man in evening dress came along the hall. He was a plump man with thick white hair above a shrewd, pink, irritable face. Beautifully tailored shoulders failed to divert attention from rather too much stomach. His heavy eyebrows were drawn together in a frown. He walked fast and looked mad. Mallory stepped out of the doorway and put his gun in Atkinson's stomach. "You're looking for me," he said. Atkinson stopped, heaved a little, made a choked sound in his throat. His eyes were wide and startled. Mallory moved the Luger up, put the cold muzzle into the flesh at Atkinson's throat, just above the V of his wing collar. The lawyer partly lifted one arm, as though to make a sweep of the gun. Then he stood quite still, holding the arm up in the air. Mallory said, "Don't talk, just think. You're sold out. MacDonald has ratted on you. Costello and 2 other boys are taped up at Westwood. We want Rhonda Farr." Atkinson's eyes were dull blue, opaque, without interior light. The mention of Rhonda Farr's name did not seem to make much impression on him. He squirmed against the gun and said, "Why do you come to me?" "We think you know where she is," Mallory said tonelessly, "but we won't talk about it here. Let's go outside." Atkinson jerked, sputtered. No, I have guests," Mallory said coldly. "The guest we want isn't here." He pressed on the gun. A sudden wave of emotion went over Atkinson's face. He took a short step back and snatched at the gun. Mallory's lips tightened. He twisted his wrist in a tight circle, and the gun sight flicked across Atkinson's mouth. Blood came out on his lips. His mouth began to puff. He got very pale. Mallory said, "Keep your head, fat boy, and you may live through the night." Atkinson turned and walked straight out of the open door, swiftly, blindly. Mallory took his arm and jerked him to the left onto the grass. "Make it slow," he said softly. They rounded the pergola. Atkinson put his hands out in front of him and floundered at the car. A long arm came out of the open door and grabbed him. He went in, fell against the seat. MacDonald clapped a hand over his face and forced him back against the upholstery. Mallory got in and slammed the car door. Tires squealed as the car circled rapidly and shot away. The driver drove a block before he switched the lights on again. Then he turned his head a little, said, "Where to, boss?" Mallory said, "Anywhere, back to town, take it easy." The Cadillac turned onto the highway again and began to drop down the long grade. Lights showed in the valley once more, little white lights that moved ever so slowly along the floor of the valley. Headlights. Atkinson heaved up in the seat, got a handkerchief out and dabbed at his mouth. He peered at MacDonald and said in a composed voice, "What's the frame, Mac? Shakedown?" MacDonald laughed gruffly. Then he hiccuped. He was a little drunk. He said thickly, "Hell no, the boys hung a snatch on the Farr girl tonight. Her friends here don't like it. But you wouldn't know anything about it, would you, big shot?" He laughed again, jeeringly. Atkinson said slowly, "It's funny, but I wouldn't." He lifted his white head higher, went on, "Who are these men?" MacDonald didn't answer him. Mallory lit a cigarette, guarding the match flame with cupped hands. He said slowly, "That's not important, is it? Either you know where Rhonda Farr was taken, or you can give us a lead. Think it out, there's lots of time." Landry turned his head and looked back. His face was a pale blur in the dark. "It's not much to ask, Mr. Atkinson," he said gravely. His voice was cool, suave, pleasant. He tapped on the seat back with his gloved fingers. Atkinson stared towards him for a while, then put his head back against the upholstery. "Suppose I don't know anything about it," he said wearily. MacDonald lifted his hand and hit him in the face. The lawyer's head jerked against the cushions. Mallory said in a cold, unpleasant voice, "A little less of your crap, copper." MacDonald swore at him, turned his head away. The car went on. They were down in the valley now. A 3-colored airport beacon swung through the sky not far away. There began to be wooded slopes and little beginnings of valley between dark hills. A train roared down from the Newhall tunnel, gathered speed and went by with a long shattering crash. Landry said something to his driver. The Cadillac turned off onto a dirt road. The driver switched the lights off and picked his way by moonlight. The dirt road ended in a spot of dead brown grass with low bushes around it. There were old cans and torn, discolored newspapers faintly visible on the ground. MacDonald got his bottle out, hefted it, and gurgled a drink. Atkinson said thickly, "I'm a bit faint. Give me one." MacDonald turned, held the bottle out, then growled, "Oh, go to hell," and put it away in his coat. Mallory took a flash out of the door pocket, clicked it on, and put the beam on Atkinson's face. He said, "Talk." Atkinson put his hands on his knees and stared straight at the beacon of the flashlight. His eyes were glassy and there was blood on his chin. He spoke. "This is a frame by Costello. I don't know what it's all about, but if it's Costello, a man named Slippy Morgan will be in on it. He has a shack on the mesa by Baldwin Hills. They might have taken Rhonda Farr there." He closed his eyes, and a tear showed in the glare of the flash. Mallory said slowly, "MacDonald should know that." Atkinson kept his eyes shut, said, "I guess so." His voice was dull and without any feeling. MacDonald bawled his first, lurched sideways and hit him in the face again. The lawyer groaned, sagged to one side. Mallory's hand jerked the flash. His voice shook with fury. He said, "Do that again and I'll put a slug in your guts, copper. So help me, I will." MacDonald rolled away with a foolish laugh. Mallory snapped off the light. He said more quietly, "I think you're telling the truth, Atkinson. We'll case this shack of Slippy Morgan's." The driver swung and backed the car, picked his way back to the highway again. Chapter 5. A white picket fence showed up for a moment before the headlights went off. Behind it on a rise, the gaunt shapes of a couple of derricks groped towards the sky. The darkened car went forward slowly, stopped across the street from a small frame house. There were no houses on that side of the street, nothing between the car and the oil field. The house showed no light. Mallory got to the ground and went across. A gravel driveway led along to a shed without a door. There was a touring car parked under the shed. There was thin, worn grass along the driveway and a dull patch of something that had once been a lawn at the back. There was a wire clothesline and a small stoop with a rusted screen door. The moon showed all this. Beyond the stoop there was a single window with the blind drawn. Two thin cracks of light showed along the edges of the blind. Mallory went back to the car, walking on the dry grass and the dirt road surface without sound. He said, "Let's go, Atkinson." Atkinson got out heavily, stumbled across the street like a man half asleep. Mallory grabbed his arm. The two men went up the wooden steps, crossed the porch quietly. Atkinson fumbled and found the bell. He pressed it. There was a dull buzz inside the house. Mallory flattened himself against the wall, on the side where he would not be blocked by the opening screen door. Then the house door came open without sound, and a figure loomed behind the screen. There was no light behind the figure. The lawyer said mumblingly, "It's Atkinson." The screen hook was undone. The screen door came outward. "What's the big idea?" said a lisping voice that Mallory had heard before. Mallory moved, holding his Luger waist high. The man in the doorway whirled at him. Mallory stepped in on him swiftly, making a clucking sound with tongue and teeth, shaking his head reprovingly. "You wouldn't have a gun, would you, Slippy?" he said, nudging the Luger forward. "Turn slow and easy, Slippy. When you feel something against your spine, go on in, Slippy. We'll be right with you." The lanky man put his hands up and turned. He walked back into the darkness, Mallory's gun in his back. A small living room smelled of dust and casual cooking. A door had light under it. The lanky man put one hand down slowly and opened the door. An unshaded light bulb hung from the middle of the ceiling. A thin woman in a dirty white smock stood under it, limp arms at her sides. Dull, colorless eyes brooded under a mop of rusty hair. Her fingers fluttered and twitched in involuntary contractions of the muscles. She made a thin, plaintive sound, like a starved cat. The lanky man went and stood against the wall on the opposite side of the room, pressing the palms of his hands against wallpaper. There was a fixed, meaningless smile on his face. Landry's voice said from behind, "I'll take care of Atkinson's pals." He came into the room with a big automatic in his gloved hand. "Nice little home," he added pleasantly. There was a metal bed in a corner of the room. Rhonda Farr was lying on it, wrapped to the chin in a brown army blanket. Her white wig was partly off her head and damp golden curls showed. Her face was bluish white, a mask in which the rouge and lip paint glared. She was snoring. Mallory put his hand under the blanket, felt for her pulse. Then he lifted an eyelid and looked closely at the upturned pupil. He said, "Doped." The woman in the smock wetted her lips. "A shot of M," she said in a slack voice. "No harm done, mister." Atkinson sat down on a hard chair that had a dirty towel on the back of it. His dress shirt was dazzling under the unshaded light. The lower part of his face was smeared with dry blood. The lanky man looked at him contemptuously and patted the stained wallpaper with the flat of his hands. Then MacDonald came into the room. His face was flushed and sweaty. He staggered a little and put a hand up along the door frame. "Hi-ho, boys," he said vacantly. "I ought to rate a promotion for this." The lanky man stopped smiling. He ducked sideways very fast, and a gun jumped into his hand. Roar filled the room, a great crashing roar, and again a roar. The lanky man's duck became a slide, and the slide degenerated into a fall. He spread himself out on the bare carpet in a leisurely sort of way. He lay quite still, one half-open eye apparently looking at MacDonald. The thin woman opened her mouth wide, but no sound came out of it. MacDonald put his other hand up to the door frame, leaned forward and began to cough. Bright red blood came out on his chin. His hands came down the door frame slowly. Then his shoulder twitched forward. He rolled like a swimmer in a breaking wave and crashed. He crashed on his face, his hat still on his head, the mouse-colored hair at the nape of his neck showing below it in an untidy curl. Mallory said, "Two down," and looked at Landry with a disgusted expression. Landry looked down at his big automatic and put it away out of sight in the side pocket of his thin dark overcoat. Mallory stooped over MacDonald, put a finger to his temple. There was no heartbeat. He tried the jugular vein with the same result. MacDonald was dead, and he still smelled violently of whiskey. There was a faint trace of smoke under the light bulb, an acrid fume of powder. The thin woman bent forward at the waist and scrambled towards the door. Mallory jerked a hard hand against her chest and threw her back. "You're fine where you are." Atkinson took his hands off his knees and rubbed them together, as if all the feeling had gone out of them. Landry went over to the bed, put his gloved hand down and touched Rhonda Farr's hair. "Hello, baby," he said lightly. "Long time no see." He went out of the room saying, "I'll get the car over on this side of the street." Mallory looked at Atkinson. He said casually, "Who has the letters, Atkinson? The letters belonging to Rhonda Farr?" Atkinson lifted his blank face slowly, squinted as though the light hurt his eyes. He spoke in a vague, far-off sort of voice. I don't know. Costello, maybe. I never saw them." Mallory let out a short, harsh laugh which made no change in the hard, cold lines of his face. "Wouldn't it be funny as hell if that's true?" He stooped over the bed in the corner and wrapped the brown blanket closely around Rhonda Farr. When he lifted her, she stopped snoring, but she did not wake. Chapter 6. A window or two in the front of the apartment house showed light. Mallory held his wrist up and looked at the curved watch on the inside of it. The faintly glowing hands were at 3:30. He spoke back into the car. "Give me 10 minutes or so. Then come on up. I'll fix the doors." The street entrance to the apartment house was locked. Mallory unlocked it with a loose key, put it on the latch. There was a little light in the lobby. from one bulb in a floor lamp, and from a hooded light above the switchboard. A wizened, white-haired little man was asleep in a chair by the switchboard, with his mouth open and his breath coming in long, wailing snores, like the sounds of an animal in pain. Mallory walked up one flight of carpeted steps. On the second floor, he pushed the button for the automatic elevator. When it came rumbling down from above, he got in and pushed the button marked 7. He yawned. His eyes were dull with fatigue. The elevator lurched to a stop, and Mallory went down the bright, silent corridor. He stopped at a gray olive wood door and put his ear to the panel. Then he fitted the loose key slowly into the lock, turned it slowly, moved the door back an inch or two. He listened again, went in. There was light from a lamp with a red shade that stood beside an easy chair. A man was sprawled in the chair, and the light splashed on his face. He was bound at the wrists and ankles with strips of wide adhesive tape. There was a strip of adhesive across his mouth. Mallory fixed the door latch and shut the door. He went across the room with quick, silent steps. The man in the chair was Costello. His face was a purplish color above the white adhesive that plastered his lips together. His chest moved in jerks and his breath made a snorting noise in his big nose. Mallory yanked the tape off Costello's mouth, put the heel of one hand on the man's chin, forced his mouth wide open. The cadence of the breathing changed a bit. Costello's chest stopped jerking, and the purplish color of his face faded to pallor. He stirred, made a groaning sound. Mallory took an unopened pint bottle of rye off the mantel and tore the metal strip from the cap with his teeth. He pushed Costello's head far back, poured some whiskey into his open mouth, slapped his face hard. Costello choked, swallowed convulsively. Some of the whiskey ran out of his nostrils. He opened his eyes, focused them slowly. He mumbled something confused. Mallory went through velour curtains that hung across a doorway at the inner end of the room into a short hall. The first door led into a bedroom with twin beds. A light burned, and a man was lying bound on each of the beds. Jim, the gray-haired cop, was asleep or still unconscious. The side of his head was stiff with congealed blood. The skin of his face was a dirty gray. The eyes of the red-haired man were wide open, diamond bright, angry. His mouth worked under the tape, trying to chew it. He had rolled over on his side and almost off the bed. Mallory pushed him back towards the middle and said, "It's all in the game." He went back to the living room and switched on more light. Costello had struggled up in the easy chair. Mallory took out a pocket knife and reached behind him, sawed the tape that bound his wrists. Costello jerked his hands apart, grunted, and rubbed the backs of his wrists together where the tape had pulled hairs out. Then he bent over and tore tape off his ankles. He said, "That didn't do me any good. I'm a mouth breather." His voice was loose, flat, and without cadence. He got to his feet and poured 2 inches of rye into a glass, drank it at a gulp, sat down again and leaned his head against the high back of the chair. Life came into his face, glitter came into his washed-out eyes. He said, "What's new?" Mallory spooned at a bowl of water that had been ice, frowned and drank some whiskey straight. He rubbed the left side of his head gently with his fingertips and winced. Then he sat down and lit a cigarette. He said, "Several things. Rhonda Farr is home. MacDonald and Slippy Morgan got gunned, but that's not important. I'm after some letters you were trying to peddle to Rhonda Farr. Dig 'em up." Costello lifted his head and grunted. He said, "I don't have the letters." Mallory said, "Get the letters, Costello, now." He sprinkled cigarette ash carefully in the middle of a green and yellow diamond in the carpet design. Costello made an impatient movement. "I don't have them," he insisted. "I never saw them." Mallory's eyes were slate gray, very cold, and his voice was brittle. He said, "What you heels don't know about your racket is just pitiful. I'm tired, Costello. I don't feel like an argument. You'd look lousy with that big beezer smashed over on one side of your face with a gun barrel." Costello put his bony hand up and rubbed the reddened skin around his mouth where the tape had chafed it. He glanced down the room. There was a slight movement of the velour curtains across the end door as though a breeze had stirred them. But there was no breeze. Mallory was staring down at the carpet. Costello stood up from the chair slowly. He said, "I've got a wall safe. I'll open it up." He went across the room to the wall in which the outside door was, lifted down a picture and worked the dial of a small inset circular safe. He swung the little round door open and thrust his arm into the safe. Mallory said, "Stay just like that, Costello." He stepped lazily across the room and passed his left hand down Costello's arm into the safe. It came out again, holding a small pearl-handled automatic. He made a sibilant sound with his lips and put the little gun into his pocket. "Just can't learn, can you, Costello?" he said in a tired voice. Costello shrugged, went back across the room. Mallory plunged his hands into the safe and tumbled the contents out onto the floor. He dropped on one knee. There were some long white envelopes, a bunch of clippings fastened with a paper clip, a narrow, thick checkbook, a small photograph album, an address book, some loose papers, some yellow bank statements with check inside. Mallory spread one of the long envelopes carelessly, without much interest. The curtains over the end door moved again. Costello stood rigid in front of the mantel. A gun came through the curtains in a small hand that was very steady. A slim body followed the hand, a white face with blazing eyes. Ernest. Mallory came to his feet, his hands breast high, empty. "Higher, baby," Ernest croaked. "Much higher, baby." Mallory raised his hands a little more. His forehead was wrinkled in a hard frown. Ernest came forward into the room. His face glistened. A lock of oily black hair drooped over one eyebrow. His teeth showed in a stiff grin. He said, "I think we'll give it to you right here, two-timer." His voice had a questioning inflection, as if he waited Costello's confirmation. Costello didn't say anything. Mallory moved his head a little. His mouth felt very dry. He watched Ernest's eyes, saw them tense. He said rather quickly, "You've been crossed, Mug, but not by me." Ernest's grin widened to a snarl, and his head went back. His trigger finger whitened at the first joint. Then there was a noise outside the door, and it came open. Landry came in. He shut the door with a jerk of his shoulder and leaned against it dramatically. Both his hands were in the side pockets of his thin, dark overcoat. His eyes, under the soft black hat, were bright and devilish. He looked pleased. He moved his chin in the white silk evening scarf that was tucked carelessly about his neck. His handsome, pale face was like something carved out of old ivory. Ernest moved his gun slightly and waited. Landry said cheerfully, "Bet you $1,000 you hit the floor first." Ernest's lips twitched under his shiny little mustache. 2 guns went off at the same time. Landry swayed like a tree hit by a gust of wind. The heavy roar of his .45 sounded again, muffled a little by cloth and the nearness to his body. Mallory went down behind the davenport, rolled and came up with the Luger straight out in front of him. But Ernest's face had already gone blank. He went down slowly. His light body seemed to be drawn down by the weight of the gun in his right hand. He bent at the knees as he fell and slid forward on the floor. His back arched once and then went loose. Landry took his left hand out of his coat pocket and spread the fingers away from him as though pushing at something. Slowly and with difficulty he got the big automatic out of the other pocket and raised it inch by inch, turning on the balls of his feet. He swiveled his body towards Costello's rigid figure and squeezed the trigger again. Plaster jumped from the wall at Costello's shoulder. Landry smiled vaguely, said, "Damn," in a soft voice. Then his eyes went up in his head and the gun plunged down from his nerveless fingers, bounded on the carpet. Landry went down joint by joint, smoothly and gracefully, kneeled, swaying a moment before he melted over sideways, spread himself on the floor almost without sound. Mallory looked at Costello and said in a strained, angry voice, "Boy, are you lucky." The buzzer droned insistently. 3 little lights glowed red on the panel of the switchboard. The wizened, white-haired little man shut his mouth with a snap and struggled sleepily upright. Mallory jerked past him with his head turned the other way, shot across the lobby, out of the front door of the apartment house, down the 3 marble-faced steps, across the sidewalk and the street. The driver of Landry's car had already stepped on the starter. Mallory swung in beside him, breathing hard, and slammed the car door. "Get going fast," he rasped. "Stay off the boulevard. Cops here in 5 minutes." The driver looked at him and said, "Where's Landry?" "I heard shootin'." Mallory held the Luger up, said swiftly and coldly, "Move, baby." The gears went in, the Cadillac jumped forward. The driver took a corner recklessly, the tail of his eye on the gun. Mallory said, "Landry stopped lead, he's cold." He held the Luger up, put the muzzle under the driver's nose. "But not from my gun. Smell that, friend, it hasn't been fired." The driver said, "Geez," in a shattered voice, swung the big car wildly. Missing the curb by inches, it was getting to be daylight. Chapter 7. Rhonda Farr said, "Publicity, darling, just publicity. Any kind is better than none at all. I'm not so sure my contract is going to be renewed, and I'll probably need it." She was sitting in a deep chair, in a large, long room. She looked at Mallory with lazy, indifferent, purplish-blue eyes and moved her hand to a tall, misted glass. She took a drink. The room was enormous. Mandarin rugs in soft colors swathed the floor. There was a lot of teak wood and red lacquer. Gold frames glinted high up on the walls, and the ceiling was remote and vague, like the dusk of a hot day. A huge carved radio gave forth muted and unreal strains. Mallory wrinkled his nose and looked amused in a grim sort of way. He said, "You're a nasty little rat. I don't like you." Rhonda Farr said, "Oh, yes you do, darling. You're crazy about me." She smiled and fitted a cigarette into a jade green holder that matched her jade green lounging pajamas. Then she reached out her beautifully shaped hand and pushed the button of a bell that was set into the top of a low nacre and teakwood table at her side. A silent, white-coated Japanese butler drifted into the room and mixed more highballs. "You're a pretty wise lad, aren't you, darling?" Rhonda Farr said when he had gone out again. "And you have some letters in your pocket you think are body and soul to me." "Nothing like it, mister, nothing like it." She took a sip of the fresh highball. "The letters you have are phony. They were written about a month ago. Landry never had them. He gave his letters back a long time ago. What you have are just props." She put a hand to her beautifully waved hair. The experience of the previous night seemed to have left no trace on her. Mallory looked at her carefully. He said, "How do you prove that?" "The notepaper, if I have to prove it. There's a little man down at 4th and Spring who makes a study of that kind of thing." Mallory said, "The writing?" Rhonda Farr smiled dimly. "Writing's easy to fake if you have plenty of time. Or so I'm told. That's my story anyhow." Mallory nodded, sipped at his own highball. He put his hand into his inside breast pocket and took out a flat manila envelope, legal size. He laid it on his knee. "4 men got gunned out last night on account of these phony letters," he said carelessly. Rhonda Farr looked at him mildly. 2 crooks, a double-crossing policeman make 3 of them. I should lose my sleep over that trash. Of course, I'm sorry about Landry." Mallory said politely, "It's nice of you to be sorry about Landry," she said peacefully. "Landry, as I told you once, was a pretty nice boy a few years ago, when he was trying to get into pictures, but he chose another business. and in that business he was bound to stop a bullet sometime. Mallory rubbed his chin. It's funny he didn't remember he'd given you back your letters. Very funny. He wouldn't care, darling. He was that kind of actor, and he'd like the show. It gave him a chance for a swell pose. He'd like that terribly. Mallory let his face get hard and disgusted. He said, "The job looked on the level to me. I didn't know much about Landry, but he knew a good friend of mine in Chicago. He figured a way to the boys who were working on you, and I played his hunch. Things happened that made it easier but a lot noisier." Rhonda Farr tapped little bright nails against her little bright teeth. She said, "What are you back where you live, darling? One of those hoods they call private dicks?" Mallory laughed harshly, made a vague movement, and ran his fingers through his crisp dark hair. "Let it go, baby," he said softly. "Let it go." Rhonda Farr looked at him with a surprised glance, then laughed rather shrilly. "It gets mad, doesn't it?" she cooed. She went on in a dry voice. "Atkinson has been bleeding me for years, one way and another. I fixed the letters up and put them where he could get hold of them. They disappeared. A few days afterwards, a man with one of those tough voices called up and began to apply the pressure. I let it ride. I figured I'd hang a pinch on Atkinson somehow, and our two reputations put together would be good for a write-up that wouldn't hurt me too much. But the thing seemed to be spreading out, and I got scared. I thought of asking Landry to help me out. I was sure he would like it." Mallory said roughly, "Simple, straightforward kid, ain't you? Like hell." "You don't know much about this Hollywood racket, do you, darling?" Rhonda Farr said. She put her head on one side and hummed softly. The strains of a dance band floated idly through the quiet air. "That's a gorgeous melody. It's swiped from a Weber sonata. Publicity has to hurt a bit out here. Otherwise nobody believes it." Mallory stood up, lifting the manila envelope off his knee. He dropped it in her lap. $5,000 these are costing you," he said. Rhonda Farr leaned back and crossed her jade-green legs. One little green slipper fell off her bare foot to the rug, and the manila envelope fell down beside it. She didn't stir towards either one. She said, "Why?" "I'm a businessman, baby. I get paid for my work. Landry didn't pay me. $5,000 was the price to him, and now the price to you." She looked at him almost casually out of placid cornflower blue eyes and said, "No deal. Blackmailer. Just like I told you at the Bolivar. You have all my thanks, but I'm spending my money myself." Mallory said curtly, "This might be a damn good way to spend some of it." He leaned over and picked up her highball, drank a little of it. When he put the glass down, he tapped the nails of 2 fingers against the side for a moment. A small, tight smile wrinkled the corners of his mouth. He lit a cigarette and tossed the match into a bowl of hyacinths. He said slowly, "Landry's driver talked, of course. Landry's friends want to see me. They want to know how come Landry got rubbed out in Westwood. The cops will get around to me after a while. Someone is sure to tip them off. I was right beside 4 killings last night, and naturally I'm not going to run out on them. I'll probably have to spill the whole story. The cops will give you plenty of publicity, baby. Landry's friends, I don't know what they'll do. Something that will hurt a lot, I should say." Rhonda Farr jerked to her feet, fumbling with her toe for the green slipper. Her eyes had gone wide and startled. "You'd sell me out?" she breathed. Mallory laughed. His eyes were bright and hard. He stared along the floor at a splash of light from one of the standing lamps. He said in a bored voice, "Why the hell should I protect you? I don't owe you anything, and you're too damn tight with your dough to hire me. I haven't a record, but you know how the law boys love my sort, and Landry's friends will just see a dirty plant that got a good lad killed. Sake, why should I front for a chiseler like you?" He snorted angrily. Red spots showed in his tanned cheeks. Rhonda Farr stood quite still and shook her head slowly from side to side. she said. "No deal, Blackmailer, no deal." Her voice was small and tired, but her chin stuck out hard and brave. Mallory reached out and picked up his hat. "You're a hell of a guy," he said, grinning. "Christ, but you Hollywood frails must be hard to get on with." He leaned forward suddenly, put his left hand behind her head and kissed her on the mouth hard. Then he flipped the tips of his fingers across her cheek. "You're a nice kid in some ways," he said, "and a fair liar. Just fair. You didn't fake any letters, baby. Atkinson wouldn't fall for a trick like that." Rhonda Farr stooped over, snatched the manila envelope off the rug and tumbled out what was in it. A number of closely written gray pages, decal-edged with thin gold monograms. She stared down at them with quivering nostrils. She said slowly, "I'll send you the money." Mallory put his hand against her chin and pushed her head back. He said rather gently, "I was kidding you, baby. I have that bad habit. But there are two funny things about these letters. They haven't any envelopes, and there's nothing to show who they were written to, nothing at all. The second thing is, Landry had them in his pocket when he was killed." He nodded and turned away. Rhonda Farr said sharply, "Wait!" Her voice was suddenly terrified. Mallory said, "It gets you when it's over. Take a drink." He went a little way down the room, turned his head. He said, "I have to go. Got a date with a big black spot. Send me some flowers, wild blue flowers, like your eyes." He went out under an arch. A door opened and shut heavily. Rhonda Farr sat without moving for a long time. Chapter 8. Cigarette smoke laced the air. A group of people in evening clothes stood sipping cocktails at one side of a curtained opening that led to the gambling rooms. Beyond the curtains, light blazed down on one end of a roulette table. Mallory put his elbows on the bar, and the bartender left two young girls in party gowns and slid a white towel along the polished wood towards him. He said, "What'll it be, Chief?" Mallory said, "A small beer." The bartender gave it to him, smiled, went back to the two girls. Mallory sipped the beer, made a face, and looked into the long mirror that ran all the way behind the bar and slanted forward a little, so that it showed the floor all the way over to the far wall. A door opened in the wall and a man in dinner clothes came through. He had a wrinkled brown face and hair the color of steel wool. He met Mallory's glance in the mirror and came across the room nodding. He said, "I'm Mardon. Nice of you to come." He had a soft, husky voice, the voice of a fat man, but he was not fat. Mallory said, "It's not a social call." Mardon said, "Let's go up to my office." Mallory drank a little more of the beer, made another face, and pushed the glass away from him across the bar top. They went through the door, up a carpeted staircase that met another staircase halfway up. An open door shone light on the landing. They went in where the light was. The room had been a bedroom, and no particular trouble had been taken to make it over into an office. It had gray walls, 2 or 3 prints in narrow frames. There was a big filing cabinet, a good safe, chairs. A parchment-shaded lamp stood on a walnut desk. A very blond young man sat on a corner of the desk, swinging one leg over the other. He was wearing a soft hat with a gay band. Mardon said, "All right, Henry, I'll be busy." The blond young man got off the desk, yawned, put his hand to his mouth with an affected flirt of the wrist. There was a large diamond on one of his fingers. He looked at Mallory, smiled, and went slowly out of the room, closing the door. Mardon sat down in a blue leather swivel chair. He lit a thin cigar and pushed a humidor across the grained top of the desk. Mallory took a chair at the end of the desk, between the door and a pair of open windows. There was another door, but the safe stood in front of it. He lit a cigarette, said, "Landry owed me some money, $5,000. Anybody here interested in paying it?" Mardon put his brown hands on the arms of his chair and rocked back and forth. "We haven't come to that," he said. Mallory said, "Right. What have we come to?" Mardon narrowed his dull eyes. His voice was flat and without tone. "To how Landry got killed." Mallory put his cigarette in his mouth and clasped his hands together behind his head. He puffed smoke and talked through it at the wall above Mardon's head. "He crossed everybody up, and then he crossed himself. He played too many parts and got his lines mixed. He was gun drunk. When he got a rod in his hand, he had to shoot somebody. Somebody shot back." Mardon went on rocking, said, "Maybe you could make it a little more definite." "Sure. I could tell you a story about a girl who wrote some letters once. She thought she was in love. They were reckless letters, the sort a girl would write who had more guts than was good for her. Time passed, and somehow the letters got on the blackmail market. Some workers started to shake the girl down. Not a high stake, nothing that would have bothered her, but it seems she liked to do things the hard way. Landry thought he would help her out. He had a plan, and the plan needed a man who could wear a tux, keep a spoon out of a coffee cup, and wasn't known in this town. He got me. I run a small agency in Chicago." Mardon swiveled towards the open windows and stared out at the tops of some trees. "Private Dick, huh?" he grunted impassively. "From Chicago." Mallory nodded, looked at him briefly, looked back at the same spot on the wall. "And supposed to be on the level, Mardon. You wouldn't think it from some of the company I've been keeping lately." Mardon made a quick, impatient gesture, said nothing. Mallory went on. "Well, I gave the job a tumble, which was my first and worst mistake. I was making a little headway when the shakedown turned into a kidnapping. Not so good. I got in touch with Landry and he decided to show with me. We found the girl without a lot of trouble. We took her home. We still had to get the letters. While I was trying to pry them loose from the guy I thought had them, one of the bad boys got in the back way and wanted to play with his gun. Landry made a swell entrance, struck a pose, and shot it out with the hood toe-to-toe. He stopped some lead. It was pretty, if you like that sort of thing, but it left me in a spot. So perhaps I'm prejudiced. I had to lamb out and collect my ideas." Mardon's dull brown eyes showed a passing flicker of emotion. "The girl's story might be interesting too," he said coolly. Mallory blew a pale cloud of smoke. "She was doped and doesn't know anything. She wouldn't talk if she did. And I don't know her name." "I do," Mardon said. "Landry's driver also talked to me, so I won't have to bother you about that." Mallory talked on placidly. "That's the tale from the outside without notes. The notes make it funnier and a hell of a lot dirtier. The girl didn't ask Landry for help, but he knew about the shakedown. He'd once had the letters because they were written to him. His scheme to get on their trail was for me to make a wrong pass at the girl myself, make her think I had the letters, talk her into a meeting at a nightclub where we could be watched by the people who were working on her. She'd come because she had that kind of guts. She'd be watched because there would be an inside maid, chauffeur, or something. The boys would want to know about me. They'd pick me up, and if I didn't get conked out of hand, I might learn who was who in the racket." "Sweet setup, don't you think so?" Mardon said coldly. "A bit loose in places. Go on talking." "When the decoy worked, I knew it was fixed. I stayed with it because for the time being I had to. After a while there was another sour play, unrehearsed this time. A big flatty who was taking graft money from the gang got cold feet and threw the boys for a loss. He didn't mind a little extortion, but a snatch was going off the deep end on a dark night. The break made things easier for me, and it didn't hurt Landry any because the flatty wasn't in on the clever stuff. The hood who got Landry wasn't either, I guess. That one was just sore, thought he was being chiseled out of his cut." Mardon flipped his brown hands up and down on the chair arms, like a purchasing agent getting restless under a sales talk. "Were you supposed to figure things out this way?" he asked with a sneer. I used my head, Mardon. Not soon enough, but I used it. Maybe I wasn't hired to think, but that wasn't explained to me either. If I got wise, it was Landry's hard luck. He'd have to figure an out to that one. If I didn't, I was the nearest thing to an honest stranger he could afford to have around. Mardon said smoothly, Landry had plenty of dough. He had some brains. Not a lot, but some. He wouldn't go for a cheap shake like that. Mallory laughed harshly. It wasn't so cheap to him, Mardon. He wanted the girl. She'd got away from him, out of his class. He couldn't pull himself up, but he could pull her down. The letters were not enough to bring her into line. Add a kidnapping and a fake rescue by an old flame-turned racketeer, and you have a story no rag could be made to soft pedal. If it was spilled, it would blast her right out of her job. You guess the price for not spilling it, Mardon. Mardon said, uh-huh, and kept on looking out of the window. Mallory said, but all that's on the cuff now. I was hired to get some letters, and I got them, out of Landry's pocket when he was bumped. I'd like to get paid for my time. Mardon turned in his chair and put his hands flat on the top of the desk. Pass them over, he said. I'll see what they're worth to me. Mallory's eyes got sharp and bitter. The trouble with you heels is that you can't figure anybody to be on the up and up. The letters are withdrawn from circulation. They passed around too much and they wore out. It's a sweet thought, Mardon sneered. For somebody else. Landry was my partner, and I thought a lot of him. So you give the letters away, and I pay you dough for letting Landry get gunned. I ought to write that one in my diary. My hunch is you've been paid plenty already by Miss Rhonda Farr. Mallory said sarcastically, I figured it would look like that to you. Maybe you'd like the story better this way. The girl got tired of having Landry trail her around. She faked some letters and put them where her smart lawyer could lift them. Passed them along to a man who was running a strong-arm squad the lawyer used in his business sometimes. The girl wrote to Landry for help, and he got me. The girl got to me with a better bid. She hired me to put Landry on the spot. I played along with him until I got him under the gun of a wiper that was pretending to make a pass at me. The wiper let him have it, and I shot the wiper with Landry's gun to make it look good. Then I had a drink and went home to get some sleep. Mardon leaned over and pressed a buzzer on the side of his desk. He said, I like that one a lot better. I'm wondering if I could make it stick. You could try, Mallory said lazily. I don't guess it would be the first lead quarter you've tried to pass. Chapter 9. The room door came open, and the blond boy strolled in. His lips were spread in a pleased grin, and his tongue came out between them. He had an automatic in his hand. Mardon said, I'm not busy anymore, Henry. The blond boy shut the door. Mallory stood up and backed slowly towards the wall. He said grimly, Now for the funny stuff, eh? Mardon put brown fingers up and pinched the fat part of his chin. He said curtly, There won't be any shooting here. Nice people come to this house. Maybe you didn't spot Landry, but I don't want you around. You're in my way. Mallory kept on backing until he had his shoulders against the wall. The blond boy frowned, took a step towards him. Mallory said, Stay right where you are, Henry. I need room to think. You might get a slug into me, but you wouldn't stop my gun from talking a little. The noise wouldn't bother me at all. Mardon bent over his desk, looking sideways. The blond boy slowed up. His tongue still peeped out between his lips. Mardon said, I've got some C notes in the desk here. I'm giving Henry 10 of them. He'll go to your hotel with you. He'll even help you pack. When you get on the train east, he'll pass you the dough. If you come back after that, it will be a new deal from a cold deck. He put his hand down slowly and opened the desk drawer. Mallory kept his eyes on the blond boy. Henry might make a change in the continuity, he said pleasantly. Henry looks kind of unstable to me. Mardon stood up, brought his hand from the drawer. He dropped a packet of notes on top of the desk. He said, "I don't think so. Henry usually does what he is told." Mallory grinned tightly. "Perhaps that's what I'm afraid of," he said. His grin got tighter still and crookeder. His teeth glittered between his pale lips. "You said you thought a lot of Landry, Mardon. That's hooey. You don't care a thin dime about Landry, now he's dead. You probably stepped right into his half of the joint, and nobody around to ask questions. It's like that in the rackets. You want me out because you think you can still peddle your dirt in the right place for more than this small-time joint would net in a year. But you can't peddle it, Mardon. The market's closed. Nobody's going to pay you a plugged nickel either to spill it or not to spill it." Mardon cleared his throat softly. He was standing in the same position, leaning forward a little over the desk, both hands on top of it, and the packet of notes between his hands. He licked his lips, said, "All right, mastermind, why not?" Mallory made a quick but expressive gesture with his right thumb. "I'm the sucker in this deal. You're the smart guy. I told you a straight story the first time, and my hunch says Landry wasn't in that sweet frame alone. You were in it up to your fat neck. But you aced yourself backwards when you let Landry pack those letters around with him. The girl can talk now. Not a whole lot, but enough to get backing from an outfit that isn't going to scrap a $1 million reputation because some cheap gambler wants to get smart. If your money says different, you're going to get a jolt that'll have you picking your eye teeth out of your socks. You're going to see the sweetest cover-up even Hollywood ever fixed." He paused, flashed a quick glance at the blond boy. "Something else, Mardon. When you figure on gunplay, get yourself a Lugan that knows what it's all about. The gay caballero here forgot to thumb back his safety." Mardon stood frozen. The blond boy's eyes flinched down to his gun for a split second of time. Mallory jumped fast along the wall, and his Luger snapped into his hand. The blond boy's face tensed, his gun crashed. Then the Luger cracked, and a slug went into the wall beside the blond boy's gay felt hat. Henry faded down gracefully, squeezed lead again. The shot knocked Mallory back against the wall. His left arm went dead. His lips writhed angrily. He steadied himself. The Luger talked twice, very rapidly. The blond boy's gun arm jerked up, and the gun sailed against the wall high up. His eyes widened. His mouth came open in a yell of pain. Then he whirled, wrenched the door open, and pitched straight out on the landing with a crash. Light from the room streamed after him. Somebody shouted somewhere. A door banged. Mallory looked at Mardon, saying evenly, "Got me in the arm. I could have killed the bastard 4 times." Mardon's hand came up from the desk with a blued revolver in it. A bullet splashed into the floor at Mallory's feet. Mardon lurched drunkenly, threw the gun away like something red hot. His hands groped high in the air. He looked scared stiff. Mallory said, "Get in front of me, big shot. I'm moving out of here." Mardon came out from behind the desk. He moved jerkily like a marionette. His eyes were as dead as stale oysters. Saliva drooled down his chin. Something loomed in the doorway. Mallory heaved sideways, firing blindly at the door. But the sound of the Luger was overborne by the terrific flat booming of a shotgun. Searing flames stabbed down Mallory's right side. Mardon got the rest of the load. He plunged to the floor on his face, dead before he landed. A sawed-off shotgun dumped itself in through the open door. A thick-bellied man in shirt sleeves eased himself down in the doorframe, clutching and rolling as he fell. A strangled sob came out of his mouth, and blood spread on the pleated front of a dress shirt. Sudden noise flared out down below. Shouting, running feet, a shrilling off-key laugh. A high sound that might have been a shriek. Cars started outside. Tires screeched on the driveway. The customers were getting away. A pane of glass went out somewhere. There was a loose clatter of running feet on a sidewalk across the lighted patch of landing. Nothing moved. The blond boy groaned softly, out there on the floor behind the dead man in the doorway. Mallory plowed across the room, sank into the chair at the end of the desk. He wiped sweat from his eyes with the heel of his gun hand. He leaned his ribs against the desk, panting, watching the door. His left arm was throbbing now, and his right leg felt like the plagues of Egypt. Blood ran down his sleeve inside, down on his hand off the tips of 2 fingers. After a while, he looked away from the door, at the packet of notes lying on the desk under the lamp. Reaching across, he pushed them into the open drawer with the muzzle of the Luger. Grinning with pain, he leaned far enough over to pull the drawer shut. Then he opened and closed his eyes quickly, several times, squeezing them tight together, then snapping them open wide. That cleared his head a little. He drew the telephone towards him. There was silence below stairs now. Mallory put the Luger down, lifted the phone off the prongs and put it down beside the Luger. He said out loud, "Too bad, baby. Maybe I played it wrong after all. Maybe the louse hadn't the guts to hurt you at that. Well, there's got to be talking done now." As he began to dial, the wail of a siren got louder. Chapter 10. The uniformed officer behind the typewriter desk talked into a dictaphone, then looked at Mallory and jerked his thumb towards a glass-paneled door that said, "Captain of Detectives. Private." Mallory got up stiffly from a hard chair and went across the room, leaned against the wall to open the glass-paneled door, went on in. The room he went into was paved with dirty brown linoleum, furnished with the peculiar sordid hideousness only municipalities can achieve. Cathcart, the captain of detectives, sat in the middle of it alone, between a littered roll-top desk that was not less than 20 years old and a flat oak table large enough to play ping-pong on. Cathcart was a big, shabby Irishman with a sweaty face and a loose-lipped grin. His white mustache was stained in the middle by nicotine. His hands had a lot of warts on them. Mallory went towards him slowly, leaning on a heavy cane with a rubber tip. His right leg felt large and hot. His left arm was in a sling made from a black silk scarf. He was freshly shaved. His face was pale and his eyes were as dark as slate. He sat down across the table from the captain of detectives, put his cane on the table, tapped a cigarette and lit it. Then he said casually, "What's the verdict, Chief?" Cathcart grinned. "How you feel, kid? You look kind of pulled down." "Not bad. A bit stiff." Cathcart nodded, cleared his throat, fumbled unnecessarily with some papers that were in front of him. He said, "You're clear. It's a Lulu, but you're clear. Chicago gives you a clean sheet, damn clean. Your Luger got Mike Corliss, a 2-time loser. I'm keeping the Luger for a souvenir, okay?" Mallory nodded. "Okay. I'm getting me A25 with copper slugs. A sharpshooter's gun. No shock effect, but it goes better with evening clothes." Cathcart looked at him closely for a minute, then went on, "Mike's prints are on the shotgun. The shotgun got Mardon. Nobody's crying about that much. The blonde kid ain't hurt bad. That automatic we found on the floor had his prints, and that will take care of him for a while." Mallory rubbed his chin wearily. "How about the others?" The captain raised tangled eyebrows, and his eyes looked absent. He said, "I don't know of nothing to connect you there. Do you?" "Not a thing," Mallory said apologetically. "I was just wondering." The captain said firmly, "Don't wonder, and don't get to guessing if anybody should ask you. Take that Baldwin Hills thing. The way we figure it, McDonald got killed in the line of duty, taking with him a dope peddler named Slippy Morgan. We have a tag out for Slippy's wife, but I don't guess we'll make her. Mac wasn't on the narcotic detail, but it was his night off, and he was a great guy to gumshoe around on his night off. Mac loved his work." Mallory smiled faintly, said politely, "Is that so?" "Yeah, the captain said. In the other one it seems this Landry, a known gambler. He was Mardon's partner, too. That's kind of a funny coincidence. Went down to Westwood to collect dough from a guy called Costello that ran a book on the Eastern Tracks. Jim Ralston, one of our boys, went with him. Hadn't ought to, but he knew Landry pretty well. There was a little trouble about the money. Jim got beaned with a blackjack, and Landry and some little hood fogged each other. There was another guy there we don't trace. We got Costello, but he won't talk, and we don't like to beat up an old guy. He's got a rap coming on account of the blackjack, or he'll plead, I guess. Mallory slumped down in his chair until the back of his neck rested on top of it. He blew smoke straight up towards the stained ceiling. He said, "How about night before last? Or was that the time the roulette wheel backfired and the trick cigar blew a hole in the garage floor?" The captain of detectives rubbed both his moist cheeks briskly, then hauled out a very large handkerchief and snorted into it. "Oh, that," he said negligently. "That wasn't nothin'. The blonde kid, Henry Anson or something like that, says it was all his fault. He was Mardon's bodyguard, but that didn't mean he could go shootin' anyone he might want to. That takes care of him, but we let him down easy for tellin' a straight story." The captain stopped short and stared at Mallory hard-eyed. Mallory was grinning. "Of course, if you don't like his story," the captain went on coldly. Mallory said, "I haven't heard it yet. I'm sure I'll like it fine." "Okay," Cathcart rumbled, mollified. "Well, this Anson says Mardon buzzed him in where you and the boss were talking. You was making a kick about something, maybe a crooked wheel downstairs. There was some money on the desk, and Anson got the idea it was a shake. You looked pretty fast to him, and not knowing you as a dick, he gets kinda nervous. His gun went off. You didn't shoot right away, but the poor sap lets off another round and plugs you. Then, you drilled him in the shoulder, as who wouldn't? Only if it had been me, I'd have pumped his guts. Then the shotgun boy comes barging in. Lets go without asking any questions, fogs Mardon and stops one from you. We kinda thought at first the guy might have gotten Mardon on purpose, but the kid says no. He tripped in the door coming in. Hell, we don't like for you to do all that shooting, you being a stranger and all that. But a man ought to have a right to protect himself against illegal weapons." Mallory said gently, "There's the DA and the coroner. How about them? I'd kind of like to go back as clean as I came away." Cathcart frowned down at the dirty linoleum and bit his thumb as if he liked hurting himself. "The coroner don't give a damn about that trash. If the DA wants to get funny, I can tell him about a few cases his office didn't clean up so good." Mallory lifted his cane off the table, pushed his chair back, put weight on the cane, and stood up. "You have a swell police department here," he said. "I shouldn't think you'd have any crime at all." He moved across towards the outer door. The captain said to his back, "Going on to Chicago?" Mallory shrugged carefully with his right shoulder, the good one. "I might stick around," he said. "One of the studios made me a proposition. Private extortion detail, blackmail and so on." The captain grinned heartily. "Swell," he said. "Eclipse Films is a swell outfit. They always been swell to me. Nice easy work, blackmail. Oughtn't to run into any rough stuff." Mallory nodded solemnly. "Just light work, Chief. Almost effeminate, if you know what I mean." He went on out, down the hall to the elevator, down to the street. He got into a taxi. It was hot in the taxi. He felt faint and dizzy going back to his hotel. End of Blackmailers Don't Shoot by Raymond Chandler. Smart-Aleck Kill by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. The doorman of the Kilmarnock was 6'2". He wore a pale blue uniform, and white gloves made his hands look enormous. He opened the door of the yellow taxi as gently as an old maid stroking a cat. Johnny Dalmas got out and turned to the red-haired driver. He said, "Better wait for me around the corner, Joey. The driver nodded, tucked a toothpick a little farther back in the corner of his mouth, and swung his cab expertly away from the white-marked loading zone. Dalmas crossed the sunny sidewalk and went into the enormous, cool lobby of the Kilmarnock. The carpets were thick, soundless. Bellboys stood with folded arms, and the two clerks behind the marble desk looked austere. Dalmas went across to the elevator lobby. He got into a paneled car and said, "End of the line, please." The penthouse floor had a small, quiet lobby with 3 doors opening off it, one to each wall. Dalmas crossed to one of them and rang the bell. Derek Walden opened the door. He was about 45, possibly a little more, and had a lot of powdery gray hair and a handsome, dissipated face that was beginning to go pouchy. He had on a monogrammed lounging robe and a glass full of whiskey in his hand. He was a little drunk. He said thickly, morosely, "Oh, it's you. Come on in, Dalmas." He went back into the apartment, leaving the door open. Dalmas shut it and followed him into a long, high-ceilinged room with a balcony at one end and a line of French windows along the left side. There was a terrace outside. Derek Walden sat down in a brown and gold chair against the wall and stretched his legs across a footstool. He swirled the whiskey around in his glass, looking down at it. "What's on your mind?" he asked. Dalmas stared at him a little grimly. After a moment he said, "I dropped in to tell you I'm giving you back your job." Walden drank the whiskey out of his glass and put it down on the corner of a table. He fumbled around for a cigarette, stuck it in his mouth, and forgot to light it. "That's so?" His voice was blurred but indifferent. Dalmas turned away from him and walked over to one of the windows. It was open, and an awning flapped outside. The traffic noise from the boulevard was faint. He spoke over his shoulder. "The investigation isn't getting anywhere because you don't want it to get anywhere. You know why you're being blackmailed. I don't. Eclipse Films is interested because they have a lot of sugar tied up in a film you have made." "To hell with Eclipse Films," Walden said, almost quietly. Dalmas shook his head and turned around. "Not from my angle. They stand to lose if you get in a jam the publicity hounds can't handle. You took me on because you were asked to. It was a waste of time. You haven't cooperated worth a cent." Walden said in an unpleasant tone, "I'm handling this my own way, and I'm not getting into any jam. I'll make my own deal, when I can buy something that'll stay bought, and all you have to do is make the Eclipse people think the situation's being taken care of. That clear?" Dalmas came part way back across the room. He stood with one hand on top of a table beside an ashtray littered with cigarette stubs that had very dark lip rouge on them. He looked down at these absently. "That wasn't explained to me, Walden," he said coldly. "I thought you were smart enough to figure it out," Walden sneered. He leaned sidewise and slopped some more whiskey into his glass. "Have a drink?" Dalmas said. "No, thanks." Walden found the cigarette in his mouth and threw it on the floor. He drank. "What the hell?" he snorted. "You're a private detective, and you're being paid to make a few motions that don't mean anything. It's a clean job as your racket goes." Dalmas said, "That's another crack I could do without hearing." Walden made an abrupt, angry motion. His eyes glittered. The corners of his mouth drew down and his face got sulky. He avoided Dalmas's stare. Dalmas said, "I'm not against you, but I never was for you. You're not the kind of guy I could go for ever. If you had played with me, I'd have done what I could. I still will, but not for your sake. I don't want your money, and you can pull your shadows off my tail any time you like." Walden put his feet on the floor. He laid his glass down very carefully on the table at his elbow. The whole expression of his face changed. "Shadows? I don't get you." He swallowed. "I'm not having you shadowed." Dalmas stared at him. After a moment he nodded. "Okay then. I'll backtrack on the next one and see if I can make him tell who he's working for. I'll find out." Walden said very quietly, "I wouldn't do that if I were you. You're monkeying with people that might get nasty." I know what I'm talking about." "That's something I'm not going to let worry me," Dalmas said evenly. "If it's the people that want your money, they were nasty a long time ago." He held his hat out in front of him and looked at it. Walden's face glistened with sweat. His eyes looked sick. He opened his mouth to say something. The door buzzer sounded. Walden scowled quickly, swore. He stared down the room but did not move. "Too damn many people come here without being announced," he growled. "My Jap boy is off for the day." The buzzer sounded again, and Walden started to get up. Dalmas said, "I'll see what it is. I'm on my way anyhow." He nodded to Walden, went down the room and opened the door. Two men came in with guns in their hands. One of the guns dug sharply into Dalmas's ribs, and the man who was holding it said urgently, "Back up and make it snappy. This is one of those stick-ups you read about." He was dark and good-looking and cheerful. His face was as clear as a cameo, almost without hardness. He smiled. The one behind him was short and sandy-haired. He scowled. The dark one said, "This is Walden's dick, Noddy. Take him over and go through him for a gun." The sandy-haired man, Noddy, put a short-barreled revolver against Dalmas's stomach, and his partner kicked the door shut, then strolled carelessly down the room toward Walden. Noddy took a .38 Colt from under Dalmas's arm, walked around him and tapped his pockets. He put his own gun away and transferred Dalmas's Colt to his business hand. "Okay, Riccio, this one's clean," he said in a grumbling voice. Dalmas let his arms fall, turned and went back into the room. He looked thoughtfully at Walden. Walden was leaning forward with his mouth open and an expression of intense concentration on his face. Dalmas looked at the dark stick-up and said softly, "Riccio?" The dark boy glanced at him. "Over there by the table, sweetheart. I'll do all the talking." Walden made a hoarse sound in his throat. Riccio stood in front of him, looking down at him pleasantly, his gun dangling from one finger by the trigger guard. "You're too slow on the payoff, Walden." "Too damn slow. So we came to tell you about it. Tailed your dick here too. Wasn't that cute?" Dalmas said gravely, quietly, "This punk used to be your bodyguard, Walden, if his name is Riccio." Walden nodded silently and licked his lips. Riccio snarled at Dalmas, "Don't crack wise, Dick. I'm telling you again." He stared with hot eyes, then looked back at Walden, looked at a watch on his wrist. "It's 8 minutes past 3, Walden. I figure a guy with your drag can still get dough out of the bank. We're giving you an hour to raise 10 grand. Just an hour. And we're taking your Seamus along to arrange about delivery." Walden nodded again, still silent. He put his hands down on his knees and clutched them until his knuckles whitened. Riccio went on, "We'll play clean. Our racket wouldn't be worth a squashed bug if we didn't. You'll play clean too. If you don't, your Seamus will wake up on a pile of dirt. Only he won't wake up. Get it?" Dalmas said contemptuously. "And if he pays up, I suppose you turn me loose to put the finger on you." Smoothly, without looking at him, Riccio said, "There's an answer to that one too. 10 grand today, Walden. The other 10, the first of the week. Unless we have trouble. If we do, we'll get paid for our trouble." Walden made an aimless, defeated gesture with both hands outspread. "I guess I can arrange it," he said hurriedly. "Swell. We'll be on our way then." Riccio nodded shortly and put his gun away. He took a brown kid glove out of his pocket, put it on his right hand, moved across, then took Dalmas's Colt away from the sandy-haired man. He looked it over, slipped it into his side pocket, and held it there with the gloved hand. "Let's drift," he said with a jerk of his head. They went out. Derek Walden stared after them bleakly. The elevator car was empty except for the operator. They got off at the mezzanine and went across a silent writing room past a stained glass window with lights behind it to give the effect of sunshine. Riccio walked half a step behind on Dalmas's left. The sandy-haired man was on his right, crowding him. They went down carpeted steps to an arcade of luxury shops. Along that, out of the hotel through the side entrance, a small brown sedan was parked across the street. The sandy-haired man slid behind the wheel, stuck his gun under his leg and stepped on the starter. Riccio and Dalmas got in the back. Riccio drawled, "East on the boulevard, Noddy. I've got a figure." Noddy grunted. "That's a kick," he growled over his shoulder. "Riding a guy down Wilshire in daylight. Drive the heat, bozo." The sandy-haired man grunted again and drove the small sedan away from the curb, slowed a moment later for the boulevard stop. An empty yellow pulled away from the west curb, swung around in the middle of the block, and fell in behind. Noddy made his stop, turned right, and went on. The taxi did the same. Riccio glanced back at it without interest. There was a lot of traffic on Wilshire. Dalmas leaned back against the upholstery and said thoughtfully, "Why wouldn't Walden use his telephone while we were coming down?" Riccio smiled at him. He took his hat off and dropped it in his lap, then took his right hand out of his pocket and held it under the hat with the gun in it. "He wouldn't want us to get mad at him, Dick. So he lets a couple of punks take me for the ride." Riccio said coldly, "It's not that kind of a ride. We need you in our business. And we ain't punks, see?" Dalmas rubbed his jaw with a couple of fingers. He smiled quickly and snapped, "Straight ahead at Robertson?" "Yeah, I'm still figuring," Riccio said. "What a brain," the sandy-haired man sneered. Riccio grinned tightly and showed even white teeth. The light changed to red half a block ahead. Noddy slid the sedan forward and was first in the line at the intersection. The empty yellow drifted up on his left, not quite level. The driver of it had red hair. His cap was balanced on one side of his head, and he whistled cheerfully past a toothpick. Dalmas drew his feet back against the seat and put his weight on them. He pressed his back hard against the upholstery. The tall traffic light went green and the sedan started forward, then hung a moment for a car that crowded into a fast left turn. The yellow slipped forward on the left, and the red-haired driver leaned over his wheel, yanked it suddenly to the right. There was a grinding, tearing noise. The riveted fender of the taxi plowed over the low-swung fender of the brown sedan, locked over its left front wheel. The two cars jolted to a stop. Horn blasts behind the two cars sounded angrily, impatiently. Dalmas's right fist crashed against Riccio's jaw. His left hand closed over the gun in Riccio's lap. He jerked it loose as Riccio sagged in the corner. Riccio's head wobbled. His eyes opened and shut flickeringly. Dalmas slid away from him along the seat and slipped the Colt under his arm. Noddy was sitting quite still in the front seat. His right hand moved slowly towards the gun under his thigh. Dalmas opened the door of the sedan and got out, shut the door, took 2 steps and opened the door of the taxi. He stood beside the taxi and watched the sandy-haired man. Horns of the stalled cars blared furiously. The driver of the yellow was out in front, tugging at the 2 cars with a great show of energy, and with no result at all. His toothpick waggled up and down in his mouth. A motorcycle officer in amber glasses threaded the traffic, looked the situation over wearily, jerked his head at the driver. "Get in and back up," he advised. "Argue it out somewhere else. We use this intersection." The driver grinned and scuttled around the front end of his yellow. He climbed into it, threw it in gear, and worried it backwards with a lot of tooting and arm-waving. It came clear. The sandy-haired man peered woodenly from the sedan. Dalmas got into the taxi and pulled the door shut. The motorcycle officer drew a whistle out and blew 2 sharp blasts on it, spread his arms from east to west. The brown sedan went through the intersection like a cat chased by a police dog. The yellow went after it. Half a block on, Dalmas leaned forward and tapped on the glass. "Let 'em go, Joey. You can't catch them, and I don't want them." That was a swell routine back there. The redhead leaned his chin towards the opening in the panel. "Cinch, Chief," he said, grinning. "Try me on a hard one sometime." Chapter 2. The telephone rang at 20 minutes to 5. Dalmas was lying on his back on the bed. He was in his room at the Maryvale. He reached for the phone without looking at it, said, "Hello?" The girl's voice was pleasant and a little strained. "This is Mianne Crail, remember?" Dalmas took a cigarette from between his lips. "Yes, Miss Crail. Listen, you must please go over and see Derek Walden. He's worried stiff about something and he's drinking himself blind. Something's got to be done." Dalmas stared past the phone at the ceiling. The hand holding his cigarette beat a tattoo on the side of the bed. He said slowly, "He doesn't answer his phone, Miss Crail. I've tried to call him a time or two." There was a short silence at the other end of the line. Then the voice said, "I left my key under the door. You'd better just go on in." Dalmas's eyes narrowed. The fingers of his right hand became still. He said slowly, "I'll get over there right away, Miss Crail. Where can I reach you?" "I'm not sure. At John Sutro's, perhaps." "We were supposed to go there." Dalmas said, "That's fine." He waited for the click, then hung up and put the phone away on the night table. He sat up on the side of the bed and stared at a patch of sunlight on the wall for a minute or two. Then he shrugged, stood up. He finished a drink that stood beside the telephone, put on his hat, went down in the elevator and got into the second taxi in the line outside the hotel. "Kilmarnock again, Joey." "Step on it." It took 15 minutes to get to Kilmarnock. The tea dance had let out and the streets around the big hotel were a mess of cars bucking their way out from the 3 entrances. Dalmas got out of the taxi half a block away and walked past groups of flushed debutantes and their escorts to the arcade entrance. He went in, walked up the stairs to the mezzanine, crossed the writing room, and got into an elevator full of people. They all got out before the penthouse floor. Dalmas rang Walden's bell twice. Then he bent over and looked under the door. There was a fine thread of light broken by an obstruction. He looked back at the elevator indicators, then stooped and teased something out from under the door with the blade of a penknife. It was a flat key. He went in with it, stopped, stared. There was death in the big room. Dalmas went towards it slowly, walking softly, listening. There was a hard light in his gray eyes, and the bone of his jaw made a sharp line that was pale against the tan of his cheek. Derek Walden was slumped almost casually in the brown and gold chair. His mouth was slightly open. There was a blackened hole in his right temple, and a lacy pattern of blood spread down the side of his face and across the hollow of his neck as far as the soft collar of his shirt. His right hand trailed in the thick nap of the rug. The fingers held a small black automatic. The daylight was beginning to fade in the room. Dalmas stood perfectly still and stared at Derek Walden for a long time. There was no sound anywhere. The breeze had gone down and the awnings outside the French windows were still. Dalmas took a pair of thin suede gloves from his left hip pocket and drew them on. He kneeled on the rug beside Walden and gently eased the gun from the clasp of his stiffening fingers. It was a .32 with a walnut grip, a black finish. He turned it over and looked at the stock. His mouth tightened. The number had been filed off, and the patch of file marks glistened faintly against the dull black of the finish. He put the gun down on the rug and stood up, walked slowly towards the telephone that was on the end of a library table, beside a flat bowl of cut flowers. He put his hand towards the phone but didn't touch it. He let the hand fall to his side. He stood there a moment, then turned and went quickly back and picked up the gun again. He slipped the magazine out and ejected the shell that was in the breech, picked that up and pressed it into the magazine. He forked 2 fingers of his left hand over the barrel, held the cocking piece back, twisted the breech block and broke the gun apart. He took the butt piece over to the window. The number that was duplicated on the inside of the stock had not been filed off. He reassembled the gun quickly, put the empty shell into the chamber, pushed the magazine home, cocked the gun, and fitted it back into Derek Walden's dead hand. He pulled the suede gloves off his hands and wrote the number down in a small notebook. He left the apartment, went down in the elevator, left the hotel. It was 5:30, and some of the cars on the boulevard had switched on their lights. Chapter 3. The blond man who opened the door at Sutro's did it very thoroughly. The door crashed back against the wall, and the blond man sat down on the floor, still holding on to the knob. He said indignantly, "Earthquake, by gad!" Dalmas looked down at him without amusement. "Is Miss Mian Crail here, or wouldn't you know?" he asked. The blond man got off the floor and hurled the door away from him. It went shut with another crash. He said in a loud voice, "Everybody's here but the Pope's tomcat, and he's expected." Dalmas nodded. "You ought to have a swell party." He went past the blond man down the hall and turned under an arch into a big old-fashioned room with built-in china closets and a lot of shabby furniture. There were 7 or 8 people in the room, and they were all flushed with liquor. A girl in shorts and a green polo shirt was shooting craps on the floor with a man in dinner clothes. A fat man with nose glasses was talking sternly into a toy telephone. He was saying, "Long distance Sioux City, and put some snap into it, sister." The radio blared Sweet Madness. 2 couples were dancing around, carelessly bumping into each other and the furniture. A man who looked like Al Smith was dancing all alone, with a drink in his hand and an absent expression on his face. A tall, white-faced blonde weaved towards Dalmas, slopping liquor out of her glass. She shrieked, "Darling! Fancy meeting you here." Dalmas went around her, went towards a saffron-colored woman who had just come into the room with a bottle of gin in each hand. She put the bottles on the piano and leaned against it, looking bored. Dalmas went up to her and asked for Miss Crail. The saffron-colored woman reached a cigarette out of an open box on the piano. "Outside, in the yard," she said tonelessly. Dalmas said, "Thank you, Mrs. Sutro." She stared at him blankly. He went under another arch, into a darkened room with wicker furniture in it. A door led to a glassed-in porch, and a door out of that led down steps to a path that wound off through dim trees. Dalmas followed the path to the edge of a bluff that looked out over the lighted part of Hollywood. There was a stone seat at the edge of the bluff. A girl sat on it with her back to the house. A cigarette tip glowed in the darkness. She turned her head slowly and stood up. She was small and dark and delicately made. Her mouth showed dark with rouge, but there was not enough light to see her face clearly. Her eyes were shadowed. Dalmas said, "I have a cab outside, Miss Crail. Or did you bring a car?" "No car." "Let's go. It's rotten here and I don't drink gin." They went back along the path and passed around the side of the house. A trellis-topped gate let them out on the sidewalk, and they went along by the fence to where the taxi was waiting. The driver was leaning against it with one heel hooked on the edge of the running board. He opened the cab door. They got in. Dalmas said, "Stop at a drugstore for some butts, Joey." "Okay." Joey slid behind his wheel and started up. The cab went down a steep, winding hill. There was a little moisture on the surface of the asphalt pavement, and the storefronts echoed back the swishing sound of the tires. After a while, Dalmas said, "What time did you leave Walden?" The girl spoke without turning her head towards him. "About 3 o'clock. "Put it a little later, Miss Crail. He was alive at 3 o'clock, and there was somebody else with him." The girl made a small, miserable sound like a strangled sob. Then she said very softly, "I know, he's dead." She lifted her gloved hands and pressed them against her temples. Dalmas said, "Sure. Let's not get any more tricky than we have to. Maybe we'll have to. Enough." She said very slowly in a low voice, I was there after he was dead." Dalmas nodded. He did not look at her. The cab went on, and after a while it stopped in front of a corner drugstore. The driver turned in his seat and looked back. Dalmas stared at him, but spoke to the girl. "You ought to have told me more over the phone. I might have got in a hell of a jam. Or I may be in a hell of a jam now." The girl swayed forward and started to fall. Dalmas put his arm out quickly and caught her, pushed her back against the cushions. Her head wobbled on her shoulders, and her mouth was a dark gash in her stone-white face. Dalmas held her shoulder and felt her pulse with his free hand. He said sharply, grimly, "Let's go on to Carly's, Joey. Never mind the buts. This party has to have a drink, in a hurry." Joey slammed the cab in gear and stepped on the accelerator. Chapter 4. Carl's was a small club at the end of a passage between a sporting goods store and a circulating library. There was a grilled door and a man behind it who had given up trying to look as if it mattered who came in. Dalmas and the girl sat in a small booth with hard seats and looped-back green curtains. There were high partitions between the booths. There was a long bar down the other side of the room and a big jukebox at the end of it. Now and then, when there wasn't enough noise, the bartender put a nickel in the jukebox. The waiter put 2 small glasses of brandy on the table, and Mianne Crail downed hers at a gulp. A little light came into her shadowed eyes. She peeled a black-and-white gauntlet off her right hand and sat playing with the empty fingers of it, staring down at the table. After a little while, the waiter came back with a couple of brandy highballs. When he had gone away again, Mianne Crail began to speak in a low, clear voice. Without raising her head, "I wasn't the first of his women by several dozen. I wouldn't have been the last by that many more. But he had his decent side. And believe it or not, he didn't pay my room rent." Dalmas nodded, didn't say anything. The girl went on without looking at him. He was a heel in a lot of ways. When he was sober, he had the dark blue sulks. When he was lit up, he was vile. When he was nicely edged, he was a pretty good sort of guy. Besides being the best smut director in Hollywood, he could get more smooth, sexy tripe past the Hayes office than any other 3 men. Dalmas said without expression, "He was on his way out. Smut is on its way out, and that was all he knew." The girl looked at him briefly, lowered her eyes again, and drank a little of her highball. She took a tiny handkerchief out of the pocket of her sports jacket and patted her lips. The people on the other side of the partition were making a great deal of noise. Mianne Crail said, "We had lunch on the balcony. Derek was drunk and on the way to get drunker. He had something on his mind, something that worried him a lot." Dalmas smiled faintly. "Maybe it was the 20 grand somebody was trying to pry loose from him, or didn't you know about that?" "It might have been that. Derek was a bit tight about money." "His liquor cost him a lot," Dalmas said dryly. "And that motor cruiser he liked to play about in, down below the border." The girl lifted her head with a quick jerk. There were sharp lights of pain in her dark eyes. She said very slowly, "He bought all his liquor at Ensenada. Brought it in himself. He had to be careful with the quantity he put away." Dalmas nodded. A cold smile played about the corners of his mouth. He finished his drink and put a cigarette in his mouth, felt in his pocket for a match. The holder on the table was empty. "Finish your story, Miss Crail," he said. "We went up to the apartment. He got 2 fresh bottles out and said he was going to get good and drunk. Then we quarreled. I couldn't stand any more of it. I went away. When I got home, I began to worry about him. I called up, but he wouldn't answer the phone. I went back finally and let myself in with the key I had, and he was dead in the chair." After a moment, Dalmas said, "Why didn't you tell me some of that over the phone?" She pressed the heels of her hands together, said very softly, "I was terribly afraid, and there was something wrong." Dalmas put his head back against the partition, stared at her with his eyes half closed. "It's an old gag," she said. "I'm almost ashamed to spring it. But Derek Walden was left-handed. I'd know about that, wouldn't I?" Dalma said very softly, "A lot of people must have known that, but one of them might have got careless." Dalma stared at Mian Crail's empty glove. She was twisting it between her fingers. "Walden was left-handed," he said slowly. "That means he didn't suicide." The gun was in his other hand. There was no sign of a struggle, and the hole in his temple was powder-burned, looked as if the shot came from about the right angle. That means whoever shot him was someone who could get in there and get close to him, or else he was paralyzed drunk, and in that case whoever did it had to have a key. Mian Crail pushed the glove away from her. She clenched her hands. "Don't make it any plainer," she said sharply. "I know the police will think I did it. Well, I didn't. I loved the poor damn fool. What do you think of that?" Dalma said without emotion, "You could have done it, Miss Crail. They'll think of that, won't they? And you might be smart enough to act the way you have afterwards. They'll think of that, too." "That wouldn't be smart," she said bitterly. "Just Smart-Aleck." "Smart-Aleck Kill," Dalmas laughed grimly. "Not bad." He ran his fingers through his crisp hair. "No, I don't think we can pin it on you, and maybe the cops won't know he was left-handed until somebody else gets a chance to find things out." He leaned over the table a little, put his hands on the edge as if to get up. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully on her face. "There's one man downtown that might give me a break. He's all cop, but he's an old guy and don't give a damn about his publicity. Maybe if you went down with me, let him size you up and hear the story, he'd stall the case a few hours and hold out on the papers." He looked at her questioningly. She drew her glove on and said quietly, "Let's go." Chapter 5. When the elevator doors at the Merivale closed, the big man put his newspaper down from in front of his face and yawned. He got up slowly from the settee in the corner and loafed across the small but sedate lobby. He squeezed himself into a booth at the end of a row of house phones. He dropped a coin in the slot and dialed with a thick forefinger, forming the number with his lips. After a pause, he leaned close to the mouthpiece and said, "This is Denny. I'm at the Merivale. Our man just came in. I lost him outside and came here to wait for him to get back." He had a heavy voice with a burr in it. He listened to the voice at the other end, nodded and hung up without saying anything more. He went out of the booth, crossed to the elevators. On the way he dropped a cigar butt into a glazed jar full of white sand. In the elevator he said 10 and took his hat off. He had straight black hair that was damp with perspiration, a wide, flat face and small eyes. His clothes were unpressed, but not shabby. He was a studio dick and he worked for Eclipse Films. He got out at the 10th floor and went along a dim corridor, turned a corner and knocked at a door. There was a sound of steps inside. The door opened. Dalmas opened it. The big man went in, dropped his hat casually on the bed, sat down in an easy chair by the window without being asked. He said, "Hi, boy. I hear you need some help." Dalmas looked at him for a moment without answering. Then he said slowly, frowningly, "Maybe for a tale. I asked for Collins. I thought you'd be too easy to spot." He turned away and went into the bathroom, came out with 2 glasses. He mixed the drinks on the bureau, handed one. The big man drank, smacked his lips and put his glass down on the sill of the open window. He took a short, chubby cigar out of his vest pocket. "Collins wasn't around," he said, "and I was just counting my thumbs. So the big cheese give me the job. Is it footwork?" "I don't know." "Probably not," Dalmas said indifferently. "If it's a tail in a car, I'm okay. I brought my little coupe." Dalmas took his glass and sat down on the side of the bed. He stared at the big man with a faint smile. The big man bit the end off his cigar and spit it out. Then he bent over and picked up the piece, looked at it, tossed it out of the window. "It's a swell night. A bit warm for so late in the year," he said. Dalmas said slowly, "How well do you know Derek Walden, Denny?" Denny looked out of the window. There was a sort of haze in the sky, and the reflection of a red neon sign behind a nearby building looked like a fire. He said, "I don't what you call know him. I've seen him around. I know he's one of the big money guys on the lot." "Then you won't fall over if I tell you he's dead," Dalma said evenly. Denny turned around slowly. The cigar, still unlighted, moved up and down in his wide mouth. He looked mildly interested. Dalmas went on, "It's a funny one. A blackmail gang has been working on him, Denny. Looks like it got his goat. He's dead, with a hole in his head and a gun in his hand. It happened this afternoon." Denny opened his small eyes a little wider. Dalmas sipped his drink and rested the glass on his thigh. His girlfriend found him. She had a key to the apartment in the Kilmarnock. The Jap boy was away, and that's all the help he kept. The gal didn't tell anyone. She beat it and called me up. I went over. I didn't tell anybody either. The big man said very slowly, "For Pete's sake, the cops'll stick it into you and break it off, brother. You can't get away with that stuff." Dalmas stared at him, then turned his head away and stared at a picture on the wall. He said coldly, "I'm doing it, and you're helping me. We've got a job and a damn powerful organization behind us. There's a lot of sugar at stake." "How do you figure?" Denny asked grimly. He didn't look pleased. "The girlfriend doesn't think Walden suicided, Denny. I don't either. And I've got a sort of lead. But it has to be worked fast because it's as good a lead for the law as us. I didn't expect to be able to check it right away, but I got a break." Denny said, "Don't make it too clever. I'm a slow thinker." He struck a match and lit his cigar. His hand shook just a little. Dalmas said, "It's not clever. It's kind of dumb. The gun that killed Walden is a filed gun. But I broke it, and the inside number wasn't filed. And headquarters has the number in the special permits. And you just went in and asked for it, and they gave it to you." Denny said grimly. "And when they pick Walden up and trace the gun themselves, they'll just think it was swell of you to beat them to it." He made a harsh noise in his throat. Dalmas said, "Take it easy, boy. The guy that did the checking rates. I don't have to worry about that." "Like hell you don't. And what would a guy like Walden be doing with a filed gun? That's a felony rap." Dalmas finished his drink and carried his empty glass over to the bureau. He held the whiskey bottle out. Denny shook his head. He looked very disgusted. "If he had the gun, he might not have known about that, Denny. And it could be that it wasn't his gun at all. If it was a killer's gun, then the killer was an amateur. A professional wouldn't have that kind of artillery." The big man said slowly, "Okay, what you get on the rod?" Dalmas sat down on the bed again. He dug a package of cigarettes out of his pocket, lit one, and leaned forward to toss the match through the open window. He said, "The permit was issued about a year ago to a new shock on the Press Chronicle. Name of Dart Burwand. This Burwand was bumped off last April on the ramp of the Arcade Depot. He was all set to leave town, but he didn't make it. They never cracked the case, but the hunch is that this Burwand was tied to some racket, like the Lingle killing in Chi, and that he tried to shake one of the big boys. The big boy backfired on the idea. Exit Burwand." The big man was breathing deeply. He had let his cigar go out. Dalmas watched him gravely while he talked. "I got that from West Falls, on the Press Chronicle," Dalmas said. "He's a friend of mine. There's more of it. This gun was given back to Burwand's wife, probably. She still lives here out on North Kenmore. She might tell me what she did with the gun. And she might be tied to some racket herself, Denny. In that case, she wouldn't tell me, but after I talk to her, she might make some contacts we ought to know about. Get the idea?" Denny struck another match and held it on the end of his cigar. His voice said thickly, "What do I do, tail the broad after you put the idea to her about the gun? Right. The big man stood up, pretended to yawn. "Can do," he grunted. "But why all the hush-hush about Walden? Why not let the cops work it out? We're just going to get ourselves a lot of bad marks at headquarters." Dalmas said slowly, "It's got to be risked. We don't know what the blackmail crowd had on Walden, and the studio stands to lose too much money if it comes out in the investigation and gets a front-page spread all over the country." Denny said, "You talk like Walden was spelled Valentino. Hell, the guy's only a director. All they got to do is take his name off a couple of unreleased pictures." "They figure different," Dalmas said, "but maybe that's because they haven't talked to you." Denny said roughly, "Okay, but me, I'd let the girlfriend take the damn rap. All the law ever wants is a fall guy." He went around the bed to get his hat, crammed it on his head. "Swell," he said sourly. "We gotta find out all about it before the cops even know Walden is dead." He gestured with one hand and laughed mirthlessly, like they do in the movies. Dalmas put the whiskey bottle away in the bureau drawer and put his hat on. He opened the door and stood aside for Denny to go out. He switched off the lights. It was 10 minutes to 9. Chapter 6. The tall blonde looked at Dalmas out of greenish eyes with very small pupils. He went in past her quickly without seeming to move quickly. He pushed the door shut with his elbow. He said, "I'm a dick, Private Mrs. Burwand, trying to dig up a little dope you might know about." The blonde said, "The name is Dalton, Helen Dalton. Forget the Burwand stuff." Dalmas smiled and said, "I'm sorry. I should have known." The blonde shrugged her shoulders and drifted away from the door. She sat down on the edge of a chair that had a cigarette burn on the arm. The room was a furnished apartment living room with a lot of department store brick. A brack spread around. 2 floor lamps burned. There were flounced pillows on the floor. A French doll sprawled against the base of one lamp, and a row of gaudy novels went across the mantel above the gas fire. Dalmas said politely, swinging his hat, "It's about a gun Dart Burwand used to own. It showed up on a case I'm working. I'm trying to trace it from the time you had it." Helen Dalton scratched the upper part of her arm. She had 1/2-inch long fingernails. She said curtly, "I don't have an idea what you're talking about." Dalmas stared at her and leaned against the wall. His voice got on edge. "Maybe you remember that you used to be married to Dart Burwand and that he got bumped off last April, or is that too far back?" The blonde bit one of her knuckles and said, "Smart guy, huh?" "Not unless I have to be, but don't fall asleep from that last shot in the arm." Helen Dalton sat up very straight suddenly. All the vagueness went out of her expression. She spoke between tight lips. "What's the howl about the gun?" "It killed a guy, that's all," Dalmas said carelessly. She stared at him. After a moment she said, "I was broke. I hocked it. I never got it out. I had a husband that made $60 a week but didn't spend any of it on me. I never had a dime." Dalmas nodded. "Remember the pawn shop where you left it?" he asked. "Or maybe you still have the ticket." "No. It was on Main. The street's lined with them, and I don't have the ticket." Dalmas said, "I was afraid of that." He walked slowly across the room, looked at the titles of some of the books on the mantel. He went on and stood in front of a small folding desk. There was a photo in a silver frame on the desk. Dalmas stared at it for some time. He turned slowly. "It's too bad about the gun, Helen. A pretty important name was rubbed out with it this afternoon. The number was filed off the outside. If you hocked it, I'd figure some hood bought it from the hock shop guy, except that a hood wouldn't file a gun that way. He'd know there was another number inside. So it wasn't a hood, and the man it was found with wouldn't be likely to get a gun in a hock shop." The blonde stood up slowly. Red spots burned in her cheeks. Her arms were rigid at her sides and her breath whispered. She said slowly, strainedly, "You can't maul me around, Dick. I don't want any part of any police business, and I've got some good friends to take care of me. Better scram." Dalmas looked back towards the frame on the desk. He said, "Johnny Sutro oughtn't to leave his mug around in a Broad's apartment that way. Somebody might think he was cheating." The blonde walked stiff-legged across the room and slammed the photo into the drawer of the desk. She slammed the drawer shut and leaned her hips against the desk. "You're all wet, Seamus. That's not anybody called Sutro. Get on out, will you, for God's sake?" Dalmas laughed unpleasantly. "I saw you at Sutro's house this afternoon. You were so drunk you don't remember." The blonde made a movement as though she were going to jump at him. Then she stopped, rigid. A key turned in the room door. It opened, and a man came in. He stood just inside the door and pushed it shut very slowly. His right hand was in the pocket of a light tweed overcoat. He was dark-skinned, high-shouldered, angular, with a sharp nose and chin. Dalmas looked at him quietly and said, "Good evening, Councilman Sutro." The man looked past Dalmas at the girl. He took no notice of Dalmas. The girl said shakily, "This guy says he's a dick. He's giving me a third about some gun he says I had. Throw him out, will you?" Sutro said, "A dick, eh?" He walked past Dalmas without looking at him. The blonde backed away from him and fell into a chair. Her face got a pasty look and her eyes were scared. Sutro looked down at her for a moment, then turned around and took a small automatic out of his pocket. He held it loosely, pointed down at the floor. He said, "I haven't a lot of time." Dalmas said, "I was just going." He moved near the door. Sutro said sharply, "Let's have the story first." Dalmas said, "Sure." He moved lithely, without haste, and threw the door wide open. The gun jerked up in Sutro's hand. Dalmas said, "Don't be a sap. You're not starting anything here, and you know it." The two men stared at each other. After a moment or two, Sutro put the gun back into his pocket and licked his thin lips. Dalmas said, "Miss Dalton had a gun once that killed a man recently, but she hasn't had it for a long time. That's all I wanted to know." Sutro nodded slowly. There was a peculiar expression in his eyes. "Miss Dalton is a friend of my wife's. I wouldn't want her to be bothered," he said coldly. "That's right, you wouldn't," Dalmas said. "But a legitimate dick has a right to ask legitimate questions. I didn't break in here." Sutro eyed him slowly. "Okay, but take it easy on my friends. I draw water in this town and I could hang a sign on you." Dalmas nodded. He went quietly out of the door and shut it. He listened a moment. There was no sound inside that he could hear. He shrugged and went on down the hall, down 3 steps, and across a small lobby that had no switchboard. Outside the apartment house, he looked along the street. It was an apartment house district, and there were cars parked up and down the street. He went towards the lights of the taxi that was waiting for him. Joey, the red-haired driver, was standing on the edge of the curb in front of his hack. He was smoking a cigarette, staring across the street, apparently at a big dark coupe that was parked with its left side to the curb. As Dalmas came up to him, he threw his cigarette away and came to meet him. He spoke quickly. "Listen, boss, I got a look at the guy in that cad." Pale flame broke in bitter streaks from above the door of the coupe. A gun racketed between the buildings that faced each other across the street. Joey fell against Dalmas. The coupe jerked into sudden motion. Dalmas went down sidewise onto one knee with the driver clinging to him. He tried to reach his gun, couldn't make it. The coupe went around the corner with a squeal of rubber, and Joey fell down Dalmas's side and rolled over on his back on the sidewalk. He beat his hands up and down on the cement, and a hoarse, anguished sound came from deep inside him. Tires screeched again, and Dalmas flung up to his feet, swept his hand to his left armpit. He relaxed as a small car skidded to a stop, and Denny fell out of it, charged across the intervening space towards him. Dalmas bent over the driver. Light from the lanterns beside the entrance to the apartment house showed blood on the front of Joey's whipcord jacket, blood that was seeping out through the material. Joey's eyes opened and shut like the eyes of a dying bird. Denny said, "No use to follow that bus too fast. Get on a phone and call an ambulance," Dalmas said quickly. "The kid's got a bellyful. Then take a plant on the blonde." The big man hurried back to his car, jumped into it, and tore off around the corner. A window went open somewhere, and a man yelled down. Some cars stopped. Dalmas bent down over Joey and muttered, "Take it easy, old-timer. Easy, boy. Easy." Chapter 7. The homicide lieutenant's name was Castle. He had thin, blonde hair, icy blue eyes, and a lot of pockmarks. He sat in a swivel chair with his feet on the edge of a pulled-out drawer and a telephone scooped close to his elbow. The room smelled of dust and cigar butts. A man named Lonergan, a bulky dick with gray hair and a gray mustache, stood near an open window, looking out of it morosely. Castle chewed on a match, stared at Dalmas, who was across the desk from him. He said, "Better talk a bit. The hack driver can't. You've had luck in this town, and you wouldn't want to run it into the ground." Lonergan said, "He's hard. He won't talk." He didn't turn around when he said it. "A little less of your crap would go farther, Lonnie," Castle said in a dead voice. Dalmas smiled faintly and rubbed the palm of his hand against the side of the desk. It made a squeaking sound. "What would I talk about?" he asked. It was dark, and I didn't get a flash of the man behind the gun. The car was a Cadillac coupe without lights. "I've told you this already, Lieutenant." "It don't listen," Castle grumbled. "There's something screwy about it. You gotta have some kind of a hunch who it could be. It's a cinch the gun was for you." Dalmas said, "Why? The hack driver was hit and I wasn't. Those lads get around a lot. One of them might be in wrong with some tough boys, like you," Lonergan said. He went on staring out of the window. Castle frowned at Lonergan's back and said patiently, "The car was outside while you was still inside. The hack driver was outside. If the guy with the gun had wanted him, he didn't have to wait for you to come out." Dalmas spread his hands and shrugged. "You boys think I know who it was?" "Not exactly. We think you could give us some names to check on, though." "Who'd you go to see in them apartments?" Dalmas didn't say anything for a moment. Lonergan turned away from the window, sat on the end of the desk and swung his legs. There was a cynical grin on his flat face. "Come through, baby," he said cheerfully. Dalmas tilted his chair back and put his hands into his pockets. He stared at Castle speculatively, ignored the gray-haired dick as though he didn't exist. He said slowly, "I was there on business for a client. You can't make me talk about that." Castle shrugged and stared at him coldly. Then he took the chewed match out of his mouth, looked at the flattened end of it, tossed it away. "I might have a hunch your business had something to do with the shootin'," he said grimly. "That way the hush-hush would be out, wouldn't it?" "Maybe," Dalmas said, "if that's the way it's going to work out. But I ought to have a chance to talk to my client." Castle said, "Okay. You can have till the morning. Then you put your papers on the desk, see?" Dalmas nodded and stood up. "Fair enough, Lieutenant. Hush-hush is all a Seamus knows," Lonergan said roughly. Dalmas nodded to Castle and went out of the office. He walked down a bleak corridor and up steps to the lobby floor. Outside the city hall, he went down a long flight of concrete steps and across Spring Street to where a blue Packard Roadster, not very new, was parked. He got into it and drove around the corner. Then, though the 2nd Street tunnel, dropped over a block and drove out west. He watched in the mirror as he drove. At Alvarado, he went into a drugstore and called his hotel. The clerk gave him a number to call. He called it and heard Denny's heavy voice at the other end of the line. Denny said urgently, "Where you been?" I've got that broad out here at my place. She's drunk. Come on out, and we'll get her to tell us what you want to know." Dalmas stared out through the glass of the phone booth without seeing anything. After a pause, he said slowly, "The blonde? How come?" "It's a story, boy. Come on out and I'll give it to you. 1454 South Livesey. Know where that is?" "I've got a map. I'll find it," Dalmas said in the same tone. Denny told him just how to find it at some length. At the end of the explanation, he said, "Make it fast. She's asleep now, but she might wake up and start yelling murder." Dalmas said, "Where you live, it probably wouldn't matter much. I'll be right out, Denny." He hung up and went out to his car. He got a pint bottle of bourbon out of the car pocket and took a long drink. Then he started up and drove towards Fox Hills. Twice on the way he stopped and sat still in the car, thinking, but each time he went on again. Chapter 8. The road turned off Pico into a scattered subdivision that spread itself out over rolling hills between two golf courses. It followed the edge of one of the golf courses, separated from it by a high wire fence. There were bungalows here and there dotted about the slopes. After a while, the road dipped into a hollow, and there was a single bungalow in the hollow, right across the street from the golf course. Dalmas drove past it and parked under a giant eucalyptus that etched deep shadow on the moonlit surface of the road. He got out and walked back, turned up a cement path to the bungalow. It was wide and low and had cottage windows across the front. Bushes grew halfway up the screens. There was faint light inside, and the sound of a radio, turned low, came through the open windows. A shadow moved across the screens, and the front door came open. Dalmas went into a living room built across the front of the house. One small bulb burned in a lamp, and the luminous dial of the radio glowed. A little moonlight came into the room. Denny had his coat off, and his sleeves rolled up on his big arms. He said, "The broad's still asleep. I'll wake her up when I've told you how I got her here." Dalmas said, "Sure you weren't tailed? Not a chance." Denny spread a big hand. Dalmas sat down in a wicker chair in the corner between the radio and the end of the line of windows. He put his hat on the floor, pulled out the bottle of bourbon, and regarded it with a dissatisfied air. "Buy us a real drink, Denny. I'm tired as hell. Didn't get any dinner." Denny said, "I've got some 3-star Martell. Be right up." He went out of the room and light went on in the back part of the house. Dalmas put the bottle on the floor beside his hat and rubbed 2 fingers across his forehead. His head ached. After a little while, the light went out in the back and Denny came back with 2 tall glasses. The brandy tasted clean and hard. Denny sat down in another wicker chair. He looked very big and dark in the half-lit room. He began to talk slowly in his gruff voice. "It sounds goofy, but it worked. After the cops stopped milling around, I parked in the alley and went in the back way. I knew which apartment the broad had, but I hadn't seen her. I thought I'd make some kind of a stall and see how she was making out. I knocked on her door, but she wouldn't answer. I could hear her moving around inside, and in a minute I could hear a telephone being dialed. I went back along the hall and tried the service door. It opened and I went in. It fastened with one of them screw bolts that get out of line and don't fasten when you think they do. Dalmas nodded, said, "I get the idea, Denny." The big man drank out of his glass and rubbed the edge of it up and down on his lower lip. He went on. "She was phoning a guy named Gain Donner. Know him?" "I've heard of him," Dalmas said. "So she has that kind of connections." "She was calling him by name and she sounded mad," Denny said. "That's how I knew. Donner has that place on Mariposa Canyon Drive, the Mariposa Club. You hear his band over the air, Hank Munn and his boys." Dalmas said, "I've heard it, Denny." "Okay." "When she hung up, I went in on her. She looked snowed, weaved around funny. didn't seem to know much what was going on. I looked around, and there was a photo of John Sutro, the councilman, in a desk there. I used that for a stall. I said that Sutro wanted her to duck out for a while and that I was one of his boys and she was to come along. She fell for it. Screwy. She wanted some liquor. I said I had some in the car. She got her little hat and coat. Dalmas said softly, "It was that easy, huh?" "Yeah," Denny said. He finished his drink and put the glass somewhere. I bottle-fed her in the car to keep her quiet, and we came out here. She went to sleep, and that's that. What do you figure? Tough downtown? Tough enough, Dalmas said. I didn't fool the boys much. Anything on the Walden kill? Dalmas shook his head slowly. I guess the Jap didn't get home yet, Denny. Want to talk to the broad? The radio was playing a waltz. Dalmas listened to it for a moment before he answered. Then he said in a tired voice, I guess that's what I came out here for. Denny got up and went out of the room. There was the sound of a door opening and muffled voices. Dalmas took his gun out from under his arm and put it down in the chair beside his leg. The blonde staggered a little too much as she came in. She stared around, giggled, made vague motions with her long hands. She blinked at Dalmas, stood swaying a moment, then slid down into the chair Denny had been sitting in. The big man kept near her and leaned against a library table that stood by the inside wall. She said drunkenly, My old pal the Dick? Hey, stranger, how about buying a lady a drink? Dalmas stared at her without expression. He said slowly, Got any new ideas about that gun? You know, the one we were talking about when Johnny Sutro crashed in. The filed gun. The gun that killed Derek Walden. Denny stiffened, then made a sudden motion towards his hip. Dalmas brought his Colt up and came to his feet with it. Denny looked at it and became still, relaxed. The girl had not moved at all, but the drunkenness dropped away from her like a dead leaf. Her face was suddenly tense and bitter. Dalmas said evenly, Keep the hands in sight, Denny, and everything'll be Jake. Now suppose you two cheap crossers tell me what I'm here for. The big man said thickly, For God's sake, what's eating you? You scared me when you said Walden to the girl. Dalmas grinned. That's all right, Denny. Maybe she never heard of him. Let's get this ironed out in a hurry. I have an idea. I'm here for trouble. You're crazy as hell, the big man snarled. Dalmas moved the gun slightly. He put his back against the end wall of the room, leaned over and turned the radio off with his left hand. Then he spoke bitterly. You sold out, Denny, that's easy. You're too big for a tail, and I've spotted you following me around 6 times lately. When you horned in on the deal tonight, I was pretty sure. And when you told me that funny story about how you got baby out here, I was damn sure. Hell's sake, do you think a guy that's stayed alive as long as I have would believe that one? Come on, Denny. Be a sport and tell me who you're working for. I might let you take a powder. Who you working for? Donner, Sutro, or somebody I don't know? And why the plant out here in the woods? The girl shot to her feet suddenly and sprang at him. He threw her off with his free hand and she sprawled on the floor. She yelled, Get him, you big punk! Get him! Denny didn't move. Shut up, Snowbird, Dalmas snapped. Nobody's getting anybody. This is just a talk between friends. Get up on your feet and stop throwing curves. The blonde stood up slowly. Denny's face had a stony, immovable look in the dimness. His voice came with a dull rasp. He said, I sold out. It was lousy. Okay, that's that. I got fed up with watching a bunch of extra girls trying to pinch each other's lipstick. You can take a plug at me if you feel like it. He still didn't move. Dalmas nodded slowly and said again, Who is it, Denny? Who you working for? Denny said, I don't know. I call a number, get orders, and report that way. I get dough in the mail. I tried to break the twist here, but no luck. I don't think you're on the spot, and I don't know a damn thing about that shooting in the street. Dalmas stared at him. He said slowly, You wouldn't be stalling to keep me here, would you, Denny?" The big man raised his head slowly. The room suddenly seemed to get very still. A car had stopped outside. The faint throbbing of its motor died. A red spotlight hit the top of the screens. It was blinding. Dalmas slid down on one knee, shifted his position sidewise very quickly, silently. Denny's harsh voice in the silence said, "Cops, for God's sake." The red light dissolved the wire mesh of the screens into a rosy glow, threw a great splash of vivid color on the oiled finish of the inside wall. The girl made a choked sound, and her face was a red mask for an instant before she sank down out of the fan of light. Dalmas looked into the light, his head low behind the sill of the end window. The leaves of the bushes were black spear points in the red glare. Steps sounded on the walk. A harsh voice rasped, "Everybody out! Mitts in the air!" There was a sound of movement inside the house. Dalmas swung his gun uselessly. A switch clicked and a porch light went on. For a moment, before they dodged back, two men in blue police uniforms showed up in the cone of the porch light. One of them held a submachine gun, and the other had a long Luger with a special magazine fitted to it. There was a grating sound. Denny was at the door, opening the peep panel. A gun came up in his hand and crashed. Something heavy clattered on the cement, and a man swayed forward into the light, swayed back again. His hands were against his middle. A stiff, visored cap fell down and rolled on the walk. Dalmas hit the floor low down against the baseboard as the machine gun cut loose. He ground his face into the wood of the floor. The girl screamed behind him. The chopper raked the room swiftly from end to end, and the air filled with plaster and splinters. A wall mirror crashed down. A sharp stench of powder fought with the sour smell of the plaster dust. This seemed to go on for a very long time. Something fell across Dalmas's legs. He kept his eyes shut and his face pressed against the floor. The stuttering and crashing stopped. The rain of plaster inside the walls kept on. A voice yelled, "How'd you like it, pals?" Another voice far back snapped angrily, "Come on, let's go." Steps sounded again, and a dragging sound. More steps. The motor of the car roared into life. A door slammed heavily. Tires screeched on the gravel of the road, and the song of the motor swelled and died swiftly. Dalmas got up on his feet. His ears boomed and his nostrils were dry. He got his gun off the floor, unclipped a thin flash from an inside pocket, snapped it on. It probed weakly through the dusty air. The blonde lay on her back with her eyes wide open and her mouth twisted into a sort of grin. She was sobbing. Dalmas bent over her. There didn't seem to be a mark on her. He went on down the room. He found his hat untouched beside the chair that had half the top shot off. The bottle of bourbon lay beside the hat. He picked them both up. The man with the chopper had raked the room waist high back and forth without lowering it far enough. Dalmas went on farther, came to the door. Denny was on his knees in front of the door. He was swaying backwards and forwards and holding one of his hands in the other. Blood dribbled between his thick fingers. Dalmas got the door open and went out. There was a smear of blood and a litter of shells on the walk. There was nobody in sight. He stood there with the blood beating in his face like little hammers. The skin around his nose prickled. He drank some whiskey out of the bottle and turned and went back into the house. Denny was up on his feet now. He had a handkerchief out and was tying it around his bloody hand. He looked dazed, drunk. He swayed on his feet. Dalmas put the beam of the flash on his face. He said, "Hurt much?" "No, clipped on the hand," the big man said thickly. His fingers were clumsy on the handkerchief. "The blonde scared blind," Dalmas said. "It's your party, boy. Nice pals you have. They meant to get all three of us. You rattled them when you took a pot out of the peephole. I guess I owe you something for that, Denny. The gunner wasn't so good." Denny said, "Where you going? Where do you think?" Denny looked at him. "Sutro's your man," he said slowly. I'm through, washed up. They can all go to hell. Dalmas went through the door again down the path to the street. He got into his car and drove away without lights. When he had turned corners and gone some distance, he switched the lights on and got out and dusted himself off. Chapter 9. Black and silver curtains opened in an inverted V against a haze of cigarette and cigar smoke. The brasses of the dance band shot brief flashes of color through the haze. There was a smell of food and liquor and perfume and face powder. The dance floor was an empty splash of amber light and looked slightly larger than a screen star's bath mat. Then the band started up and the lights went down, and a headwaiter came up the carpeted steps tapping a gold pencil against the satin stripe of his trousers. He had narrow, lifeless eyes and blonde white hair sleeked back off a bony forehead. Dalmas said, "I'd like to see Mr. Donner." The headwaiter tapped his teeth with his gold pencil. "I'm afraid he's busy. What name?" "Dalmas. Tell him I'm a special friend of Johnny Sutro's." The headwaiter said, "I'll try." He went across to a panel that had a row of buttons on it and a small one-piece phone. He took it off the hook and put it to his ear, staring at Dalmas across the cup with the impersonal stare of a stuffed animal. Dalmas said, "I'll be in the lobby." He went back through the curtains and prowled over to the men's room. Inside, he got out the bottle of bourbon and drank what was left of it, tilting his head back and standing splay-legged in the middle of the tiled floor. A wizened black man in a white jacket fluttered at him, said anxiously, "No drinking in here, boss?" Dalmas threw the empty bottle into a receptacle for towels. He took a clean towel off the glass shelf, wiped his lips with it, put a dime down on the edge of the basin, and went out. There was a space between an inner and outer door. He leaned against the outer door and took a small automatic about 4 inches long out of his vest pocket. He held it with 3 fingers against the inside of his hat and went on out, swinging the hat gently beside his body. After a while, a tall Filipino with silky black hair came into the lobby and looked around. Dalmas went towards him. The headwaiter looked out through the curtains and nodded at the Filipino. The Filipino spoke to Dalmas. "This way, boss." They went down a long, quiet corridor. The sound of the dance band died away behind them. Some deserted green top tables showed through an open door. The corridor turned into another that was at right angles, and at the end of this one some light came out through a doorway. The Filipino paused in mid-stride and made a graceful, complicated movement, at the end of which he had a big black automatic in his hand. He prodded it politely into Dalmas's ribs. "Got to frisk you, boss. House rules." Dalmas stood still and held his arms out from his sides. The Filipino took Dalmas's Colt away from him and dropped it into his pocket. He patted the rest of Dalmas's pockets, stepped back and holstered his own cannon. Dalmas lowered his arms and let his hat fall on the floor, and the little automatic that had been inside the hat peered neatly at the Filipino's belly. The Filipino looked down at it with a shocked grin. Dalmas said, "That was fun, Spig. Let me do it." He put his Colt back where it belonged, took the big automatic from under the Filipino's arm, slipped the magazine out of it, and ejected the shell that was in the chamber. He gave the empty gun back to the Filipino. "You can still use it for a sap. If you stay in front of me, your boss don't have to know that's all it's good for." The Filipino licked his lips. Dalmas felt him for another gun, and they went on along the corridor, went in at the door that was partly open. The Filipino went first. It was a big room with walls paneled in diagonal strips of wood. A yellow Chinese rug on the floor, plenty of good furniture, countersunk doors that told of soundproofing, and no windows. There were several gilt gratings high up, and a built-in ventilator fan made a faint, soothing murmur. 4 men were in the room. Nobody said anything. Dalmas sat down on a leather divan and stared at Riccio, the smooth boy who had walked him out of Walden's apartment. Riccio was tied to a high-backed chair. His arms were pulled around behind it and fastened together at the wrists. His eyes were mad and his face was a welter of blood and bruises. He had been pistol-whipped. The sandy-haired man, Noddy, who had been with him at the Kilmarnock, sat on a sort of stool in the corner. Smoking, John Sutro was rocking slowly in a red leather rocker, staring down at the floor. He did not look up when Dalmas came into the room. The fourth man sat behind a desk that looked as if it had cost a lot of money. He had soft brown hair parted in the middle and brushed back and down, thin lips and reddish-brown eyes that had hot lights in them. He watched Mallory while he sat down and looked around. Then he spoke, glancing at Riccio. "The punk got a little out of hand. We've been telling him about it. I guess you're not sorry." Dalmas laughed shortly, without mirth. "All right as far as it goes, Donner. How about the other one? I don't see any marks on him." "Noddy's all right. He worked under orders," Donner said evenly. He picked up a long-handled file and began to file one of his nails. "You and I have things to talk about. That's why you got in here. You look all right to me, if you don't try to cover too much ground with your private dick racket." Dalmas's eyes widened a little. He said, "I'm listening, Donner." Sutro lifted his eyes and stared at the back of Donner's head. Donner went on talking in a smooth, indifferent voice. "I know all about the play at Derek Walden's place, and I know about the shooting on Kenmore. If I'd thought Riccio would go that crazy, I'd have stopped him before. As it is, I figure it's up to me to straighten things out. And when we get through here, Mr. Riccio will go downtown and speak his piece. Here's how it happened. Riccio used to work for Walden when the Hollywood crowd went in for bodyguards. Walden bought his liquor in Ensenada, still does, for all I know, and brought it in himself. Nobody bothered him. Riccio saw a chance to bring in some white goods under good cover. Walden caught him at it. He didn't want a scandal, so he just showed Riccio the gate. Riccio took advantage of that by trying to shake Walden down, on the theory that he wasn't clean enough to stand the working over the feds would give him. Walden didn't shake fast enough to suit Riccio, so he went hog wild and decided on a strong arm play. You and your driver messed it up and Riccio went gunning for you." Donner put down his file and smiled. Dalmas shrugged and glanced at the Filipino, who was standing by the wall at the end of the divan. Dalmas said, "I don't have your organization, Donner, but I get around. I think that's a smooth story and it would have got by, with a little cooperation downtown. But it won't fit the facts as they are now." Donner raised his eyebrows. Sutro began to swing the tip of his polished shoe up and down in front of his knee. Dalmas said, "How does Mr. Sutro fit into all this?" Sutro stared at him and stopped rocking. He made a swift, impatient movement. Donner smiled. "He's a friend of Walden's. Walden talked to him a little, and Sutro knows Riccio worked for me. But being a councilman, he didn't want to tell Walden everything he knew." Dalmas said grimly, "I'll tell you what's wrong with your story, Donner. There's not enough fear in it. Walden was too scared to help me even when I was working for him. And this afternoon somebody was so scared of him that he got shot." Donner leaned forward, and his eyes got small and tight. His hands balled into fists on the desk before him. "Walden is dead?" he almost whispered. Dalmas nodded. "Shot in the right temple, with a .32. It looks like suicide. It isn't." Sutro put his hand up quickly and covered his face. The sandy-haired man got rigid on his stool in the corner. Dalmas said, "Want to hear a good honest guess, Donner? We'll call it a guess. Walden was in the dope smuggling racket himself, and not all by his lonesome. But after repeal, he wanted to quit. The Coast Guards wouldn't have to spend so much time watching liquor ships, and dope smuggling up the coast wasn't going to be gravy anymore. And Walden got sweet on a gal that had good eyes and could add up to 10, so he wanted to walk out on the dope racket." Donner moistened his lips and said, "What dope racket?" Dalmas eyed him. You wouldn't know about anything like that, would you, Donner? Hell no, that's something for the bad boys to play with. And the bad boys didn't like the idea of Walden quitting that way. He was drinking too much, and he might start to broadcast to his girlfriend. They wanted him to quit the way he did, on the receiving end of a gun. Donner turned his head slowly and stared at the bound man on the high-backed chair. He said very softly, "Riccio." Then he got up and walked around his desk. Sutro took his hand down from his face and watched with his lips shaking. Donner stood in front of Riccio. He put his hand out against Riccio's head and jarred it back against the chair. Riccio moaned. Donner smiled down at him. "I must be slowing up. You killed Walden, you bastard. You went back and croaked him. You forgot to tell us about that part, baby." Riccio opened his mouth and spit a stream of blood against Donner's hand and wrist. Donner's face twitched and he stepped back and away, holding the hand straight out in front of him. He took out a handkerchief and wiped it off carefully, dropped the handkerchief on the floor. "Lend me your gun, Noddy," he said quietly, going towards the sandy-haired man. Sutro jerked and his mouth fell open. His eyes looked sick. The tall Filipino flicked his empty automatic into his hand as if he had forgotten it was empty. Noddy took a blunt revolver from under his right arm, held it out to Donner. Donner took it from him and went back to Riccio. He raised the gun. Dalmas said, "Riccio didn't kill Walden." The Filipino took a quick step forward and slashed at him with his big automatic. The gun hit Dalmas on the point of the shoulder, and a wave of pain billowed down his arm. He rolled away and snapped his Colt into his hand. The Filipino swung at him again, missed. Dalmas slid to his feet, sidestepped, and laid the barrel of the Colt along the side of the Filipino's head with all his strength. The Filipino grunted, sat down on the floor, and the whites showed all around his eyes. He fell over slowly, clawing at the divan. There was no expression on Donner's face, and he held his blunt revolver perfectly still. His long upper lip was beaded with sweat. Dalmas said, "Riccio didn't kill Walden. Walden was killed with a filed gun, and the gun was planted in his hand. Riccio wouldn't go within a block of a filed gun." Sutro's face was ghastly. The sandy-haired man had got down off his stool and stood with his right hand swinging at his side. "Tell me more," Donner said evenly. "The filed gun traces to a broad named Helen Dalton or Burwand," Dalmas said. "It was her gun. She told me that she hocked it long ago. I didn't believe her. She's a good friend of Sutro's, and Sutro was so bothered by my going to see her that he pulled a gat on me himself." "Why do you suppose Sutro was bothered, Donner? And how do you suppose he knew I was likely to go see the broad?" Donner said, "Go ahead and tell me." He looked at Sutro very quietly. Dalmas took a step closer to Donner and held his Colt down at his side, not threateningly. "I'll tell you how and why. I've been tailed ever since I started to work for Walden. Tailed by a clumsy ox of a studio dick I could spot a mile off. He was bought, Donner. The guy that killed Walden bought him. He figured the studio dick had a chance to get next to me, and I let him do just that, to give him rope and spot his game. His boss was Sutro. Sutro killed Walden with his own hand. It was that kind of a job, an amateur job, a Smart-Aleck Kill. The thing that made it smart was the thing that gave it away, the suicide plant, with a filed gun that the killer thought couldn't be traced because he didn't know most guns have numbers inside. Donner swung the blunt revolver until it pointed midway between the sandy-haired man and Sutro. He didn't say anything. His eyes were thoughtful and interested. Dalmas shifted his weight a little onto the balls of his feet. The Filipino on the floor put a hand along the divan and his nails scratched on the leather. "There's more of it, Donner, but what the hell?" Sutro was Walden's pal, and he could get close to him, close enough to stick a gun to his head and let go. A shot wouldn't be heard on the penthouse floor of the Kilmarnock. One little shot from a .32. So Sutro put the gun in Walden's hand and went on his way. But he forgot that Walden was left-handed and he didn't know the gun could be traced. When it was, and his bought man wised him up, and I tapped the girl, he hired himself a chopper squad and angled all three of us out to a house in Palms to button our mouths for good. Only the chopper squad, like everything else in this play, didn't do its stuff so good. Donner nodded slowly. He looked at a spot in the middle of Sutro's stomach and lined his gun on it. "Tell us about it, Johnny," he said softly. "Tell us how you got clever in your old age." The sandy-haired man moved suddenly. He dodged down behind the desk, and as he went down, his right hand swept for his other gun. It roared from behind the desk. The bullet came through the knee hole and pinged into the wall with a sound of striking metal behind the paneling. Dalmas jerked his Colt and fired twice into the desk. A few splinters flew. The sandy-haired man yelled behind the desk and came up fast with his gun flaming in his hand. Donner staggered. His gun spoke twice, very quickly. The sandy-haired man yelled again, and blood jumped straight out from one of his cheeks. He went down behind the desk and stayed quiet. Donner backed until he touched the wall. Sutro stood up and put his hands in front of his stomach and tried to scream. Donner said, "Okay, Johnny, your turn." Then Donner coughed suddenly and slid down the wall with a dry rustle of cloth. He bent forward and dropped his gun and put his hands on the floor and went on coughing. His face got gray. Sutro stood rigid, his hands in front of his stomach, and bent back at the wrists. The fingers curved claw-like. There was no light behind his eyes. They were dead eyes. After a moment his knees buckled and he fell down on the floor on his back. Donner went on coughing quietly. Dalmas crossed swiftly to the door of the room, listened at it, opened it, and looked out. He shut it again quickly. "Soundproof, and how?" he muttered. He went back to the desk and lifted the telephone off its prongs. He put his Colt down and dialed, waited, said into the phone, "Captain Cathcart, got to talk to him." "Sure, it's important, very important." He waited, drumming on the desk, staring hard-eyed around the room. He jerked a little as a sleepy voice came over the wire. "Dalmas, Chief, I'm at the Casa Mariposa in Gain Donner's private office. There's been a little trouble, but nobody hurt bad. I've got Derek Walden's killer for you. Johnny Sutro did it." "Yeah, the councilman." "Make it fast, Chief. I wouldn't want to get in a fight with the help, you know." He hung up and picked his Colt off the top of the desk, held it on the flat of his hand, and stared across at Sutro. "Get off the floor, Johnny," he said wearily. "Get up and tell a poor dumb dick how to cover this one up, smart guy." Chapter 10. The light above the big oak table at headquarters was too bright. Dalmas ran a finger along the wood, looked at it, wiped it off on his sleeve. He cupped his chin in his lean hands and stared at the wall above the roll-top desk that was beyond the table. He was alone in the room. The loudspeaker on the wall droned, "Calling car 71W in 72 District, at 3rd and Berendo, at the drugstore. Meet a man." The door opened, and Captain Cathcart came in, shut the door carefully behind him. He was a big, battered man with a wide, moist face, a strained mustache, gnarled hands. He sat down between the oak table and the roll-top desk, and fingered a cold pipe that lay in the ashtray. Dalmas raised his head from between his hands. Cathcart said, "Sutro's dead." Dalmas stared, said nothing. His wife did it. He wanted to stop by his house a minute. The boys watched him good, but they didn't watch her. She slipped him the dose before they could move. Cathcart opened and shut his mouth twice. He had strong, dirty teeth. She never said a damn word. Brought a little gun around from behind her and fed him 3 slugs. 1, 2, 3. Win, place, show. Just like that. Then she turned the gun around in her hand as nice as you could think of and handed it to the boys. What in hell she do that for? Dalmas said. Get a confession. Cathcart stared at him and put the cold pipe in his mouth. He sucked on it noisily. From him? Yeah, not on paper, though. What you suppose she done that for? She knew about the blonde, Dalmas said. She thought it was her last chance. Maybe she knew about his rackets. The captain nodded slowly. Sure, he said. That's it. She figured it was her last chance. And why shouldn't she bop the bastard? If the DA's smart, he'll let her take a manslaughter plea. That'd be about 15 months at Tehachapi, arrest cure. Dalmas moved in his chair. He frowned. Cathcart went on, It's a break for all of us. No dirt your way, no dirt on the administration. If she hadn't done it, it would have been a kick in the pants all around. She ought to get a pension. She ought to get a contract from Eclipse Films, Dalmas said. When I got to Sutro, I figured I was licked on the publicity angle. I might have gunned Sutro myself, if he hadn't been so yellow, and if he hadn't been a councilman. Nix on that, baby. Leave that stuff to the law, Cathcart growled. Here's how it looks. I don't figure we can get Walden on the book as a suicide. The filed gun is against it, and we got to wait for the autopsy and the gun shark's report. And a paraffin test of the hand ought to show he didn't fire the gun at all. On the other hand, a case is closed on Sutro, and what has to come out ought not to hurt too bad. Am I right? Dalmas took out a cigarette and rolled it between his fingers. He lit it slowly and waved the match until it went out. Walden was no Lily, he said. It's the dope angle that would raise hell, but that's cold. I guess we're Jake, except for a few loose ends. Hell with the loose ends. Cathcart grinned. Nobody's getting away with any fix that I can see. That sidekick of yours, Denny, will fade in a hurry, and if I ever get my paws on the Dalton frail, I'll send her to Mendocino for the cure. We might get something on Donner after the hospital gets through with him. We've got to put the rap on those hoods for the stick-up and the taxi driver, whichever of them did that. But they won't talk. They still got a future to think about, and the taxi driver ain't so bad hurt. That leaves the chopper squad. Cathcart yawned. Those boys must be from Frisco. We don't run to choppers around here much. Dalmas sagged in his chair. You wouldn't have a drink, would you, Chief? He said dully. Cathcart stared at him. There's just one thing, he said grimly. I want you to stay told about that. It was okay for you to break that gun if you didn't spoil the prints. And I guess it was okay for you not to tell me, seeing the jam you were in. But I'll be damned if it's okay for you to beat our time by chiseling on our own records. Dalmas smiled thoughtfully at him. You're right all the way, Chief, he said humbly. It was the job, and that's all a guy can say. Cathcart rubbed his cheeks vigorously. His frown went away, and he grinned. Then he bent over and pulled out a drawer and brought up a quart bottle of rye. He put it on the desk and pressed a buzzer. A very large, uniformed torso came part way into the room. Hey, Tiny, Cathcart boomed, loan me that corkscrew you swiped out of my desk. The torso disappeared and came back. What'll we drink to? The captain asked a couple of minutes later. Dalmas said, Let's just drink. End of Smart-Aleck Kill by Raymond Chandler. Fingerman by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. I got away from the grand jury a little after 4, and then sneaked up the back stairs to Fenweather's office. Fenweather, the DA, was a man with severe chiseled features and the gray temples women love. He played with a pen on his desk and said, I think they believed you. They might even indict Manny Tinnan for the Shannon kill this afternoon. If they do, then is the time you begin to watch your step. I rolled a cigarette around in my fingers and finally put it in my mouth. Don't put any men on me, Mr. Fenweather. I know the alleys in this town pretty well, and your men couldn't stay close enough to do me any good. He looked towards one of the windows. "How well do you know Frank Dorr?" he asked, with his eyes away from me. "I know he's a big politico, a fixer you have to see if you want to open a gambling hell or a bawdy house, or if you want to sell honest merchandise to the city, right?" Fenweather spoke sharply and brought his head around towards me. Then he lowered his voice. "Having the goods on Tinnin was a surprise to a lot of people. If Frank Dorr had an interest in getting rid of Shannon, who was the head of the board where Dorr's supposed to get his contracts, it's close enough to make him take chances. And I'm told he and Manny Tinnin had dealings. I'd sort of keep an eye on him if I were you." I grinned. "I'm just one guy," I said. "Frank Dorr covers a lot of territory, but I'll do what I can." Fenweather stood up and held his hand across the desk. He said, "I'll be out of town for a couple of days. I'm leaving tonight, if this indictment comes through. Be careful, and if anything should happen to go wrong, see Bernie Oles, my chief investigator." I said sure. We shook hands and I went out past a tired-looking girl, who gave me a tired smile and wound one of her lax curls up on the back of her neck as she looked at me. I got back to my office soon after 4:30. I stopped outside the door of the little reception room for a moment, looking at it. Then I opened it and went in, and of course there wasn't anybody there. There was nothing there but an old red Davenport, 2 odd chairs, a bit of carpet, and a library table with a few old magazines on it. The reception room was left open for visitors to come in and sit down and wait if I had any visitors and they felt like waiting. I went across and unlocked the door into my private office, lettered Philip Marlowe, Investigations. Lou Harger was sitting on a wooden chair on the side of the desk away from the window. He had bright yellow gloves clamped on the crook of a cane, a green snap-brim hat set too far back on his head. Very smooth black hair showed under the hat and grew too low on the nape of his neck. "Hello, I've been waiting," he said, and smiled languidly. "Lo, Lou, how did you get in here?" "The door must have been unlocked, or maybe I had a key that fitted. Do you mind?" I went around the desk and sat down in the swivel chair. I put my hat down on the desk, picked up a bulldog pipe out of an ashtray and began to fill it up. "It's all right as long as it's you," I said. "I just thought I had a better lock." He smiled with his full red lips. He was a very good-looking boy. He said, "Are you still doing business? Or will you spend the next month in a hotel room drinking liquor with a couple of headquarters boys?" "I'm still doing business if there's any business for me to do." I lit a pipe, leaned back and stared at his clear olive skin, straight, dark eyebrows. He put his cane on top of the desk and clasped his yellow gloves on the glass. He moved his lips in and out. "I have a little something for you. Not a hell of a lot. But there's car fare in it." I waited. "I'm making a little play at Las Olindas tonight," he said, "at Canales' place." "The White Smoke? Uh-huh. I think I'm going to be lucky, and I'd like to have a guy with a rod." I took a fresh pack of cigarettes out of a top drawer and slid them across the desk. Lou picked them up and began to break the pack open. I said, "What kind of a play?" He got a cigarette halfway out and stared down at it. There was a little something in his manner I didn't like. "I've been closed up for a month now. I wasn't making the kind of money it takes to stay open in this town. The headquarters boys have been putting the pressure on since repeal. They have bad dreams when they see themselves trying to live on their pay." I said, "It doesn't cost any more to operate here than anywhere else. And here you pay it all to one organization. That's something." Lou Harger jabbed the cigarette in his mouth. "Yeah, Frank Dorr," he snarled. "That fat, blood-sucking son of a bitch." I didn't say anything. I was way past the age when it's fun to swear at people you can't hurt. I watched Lou light his cigarette with my desk lighter. He went on, through a puff of smoke. "It's a laugh, in a way. Canales bought a new wheel from some grafters in the sheriff's office. I know Pina, Canales' head croupier, pretty well. The wheel is one they took away from me. It's got bugs, and I know the bugs. And Canales don't. That sounds just like Canales, I said. Lou didn't look at me. He gets a nice crowd down there, he said. He has a small dance floor and a 5-piece Mexican band to help the customers relax. They dance a bit and then go back for another trimming instead of going away disgusted. I said, what do you do? I guess you might call it a system, he said softly, and looked at me under his long lashes. I looked away from him, looked around the room. It had a rust-red carpet, 5 green filing cases in a row under an advertising calendar, an old costumer in the corner, a few walnut chairs, net curtains over the windows. The fringe of the curtains was dirty from blowing about in the draft. There was a bar of late sunlight across my desk, and it showed up the dust. I get it like this, I said. You think you have that roulette wheel tamed, and you expect to win enough money so that Canales will be mad at you. You'd like to have some protection along me. I think it's screwy. It's not screwy at all, Lou said. Any roulette wheel has a tendency to work in a certain rhythm. If you know the wheel very well indeed. I smiled and shrugged. Okay, I wouldn't know about that. I don't know enough roulette. It sounds to me like you're being a sucker for your own racket, but I could be wrong, and that's not the point anyway. What is? Lou asked thinly. I'm not much stuck on bodyguarding, but maybe that's not the point either. I take it I'm supposed to think this play is on the level. Suppose I don't, and walk out on you, and you get in a box? Or suppose I think everything is aces, but Canales don't agree with me and gets nasty. That's why I need a guy with a rod, Lou said, without moving a muscle except to speak. I said evenly, if I'm tough enough for the job, and I didn't know I was, that still isn't what worries me. Forget it, Lou said. It breaks me up enough to know you're worried. I smiled a little more and watched his yellow gloves moving around on top of the desk, moving too much. I said slowly, you're the last guy in the world to be getting expense money that way just now. I'm the last guy to be standing behind you while you do it. That's all. Lou said, yeah. He knocked some ash off his cigarette down on the glass top, bent his head to blow it off. He went on, as if it was a new subject. Miss Glenn is going with me. She's a tall redhead, a swell looker. She used to model. She's nice people in any kind of a spot, and she'll keep Canales from breathing on my neck. So we'll make out. I just thought I'd tell you. I was silent for a minute, then I said, you know damn well I just got through telling the grand jury it was Manny Tinnan I saw lean out of that car and cut the ropes on Art Shannon's wrists after they pushed him on the roadway filled with lead. Lou smiled faintly at me. That'll make it easier for the grafters on the big time, the fellows who take the contracts and don't appear in the business. They say Shannon was square and kept the board in line. It was a nasty bump off. I shook my head. I didn't want to talk about that. I said, Canales has a nose full of junk a lot of the time, and maybe he doesn't go for redheads. Lou stood up slowly and lifted his cane off the desk. He stared at the tip of one yellow finger. He had an almost sleepy expression. Then he moved towards the door, swinging his cane. Well, I'll be seeing you some time, he drawled. I let him get his hand on the knob before I said, don't go away sore, Lou. I'll drop down to Las Olindas if you have to have me. But I don't want any money for it. And for Pete's sake, don't pay any more attention to me than you have to. He licked his lips softly and didn't quite look at me. Thanks, Keed. I'll be careful as hell. He went out then, and his yellow glove disappeared around the edge of the door. I sat still for about 5 minutes, and then my pipe got too hot. I put it down, looked at my strap watch, and got up to switch on a small radio in the corner beyond the end of the desk. When the AC hum died down, the last tinkle of a chime came out of the horn. Then a voice was saying, KLI now brings you its regular early evening broadcast of local news releases. An event of importance this afternoon was the indictment returned late today against Maynard J. Tinnan by the grand jury. Tinnan is a well-known City Hall lobbyist and man about town. The indictment, a shock to his many friends, was based almost entirely on the testimony. My telephone rang sharply, and a girl's cool voice said in my ear, "One moment, please. Mr. Fenweather is calling you." He came on at once. "Indictment returned. Take care of the boy." I said I was just getting it over the radio. We talked a short moment, and then he hung up, after saying he had to leave at once to catch a plane. I leaned back in my chair again and listened to the radio without exactly hearing it. I was thinking what a damn fool Lou Harger was, and that there wasn't anything I could do to change that. Chapter 2. It was a good crowd for a Tuesday, but nobody was dancing. Around 10 o'clock, the little 5-piece band got tired of messing around with a rumba that nobody was paying any attention to. The marimba player dropped his sticks and reached under his chair for a glass. The rest of the boys lit cigarettes and just sat there looking bored. I leaned sidewise against the bar, which was on the same side of the room as the orchestra stand. I was turning a small glass of tequila around on the top of the bar. All the business was at the center one of the 3 roulette tables. The bartender leaned beside me on his side of the bar. "The flame-top gal must be picking them," he said. I nodded without looking at him. "She's playing with fistfuls now," I said, "not even counting it." The red-haired girl was tall. I could see the burnished copper of her hair between the heads of the people behind her. I could see Lou Harger's sleek head beside hers. Everybody seemed to be playing standing up. "You don't play?" the bartender asked me. "Not on Tuesdays. I had some trouble on a Tuesday once." "Yeah? Do you like that stuff straight, or could I smooth it out for you?" "Smooth it out with what?" I said. "You got a wood rasp handy?" He grinned. I drank a little more of the tequila and made a face. "Did anybody invent this stuff on purpose?" "I wouldn't know, mister. What's the limit over there?" "I wouldn't know that either. How the boss feels, I guess." The roulette tables were in a row near the far wall. A low railing of gilt metal joined their ends, and the players were outside the railing. Some kind of a confused wrangle started at the center table. 6 people at the 2 end tables grabbed their chips up and moved across. Then a clear, very polite voice with a slightly foreign accent spoke out, "If you will just be patient, madame, Mr. Canales will be here in a minute." I went across, squeezed near the railing. 2 croupiers stood near me with their heads together and their eyes looking sidewise. One moved a rake slowly back and forth beside the idle wheel. They were staring at the red-haired girl. She wore a high-cut black evening gown. She had fine white shoulders, was something less than beautiful and more than pretty. She was leaning on the edge of the table, in front of the wheel. Her long eyelashes were twitching. There was a big pile of money and chips in front of her. She spoke monotonously, as if she had said the same thing several times already. "Get busy and spin that wheel. You take it away fast enough, but you don't like to dish it out." The croupier in charge smiled a cold, even smile. He was tall, dark, disinterested. "The table can't cover your bet," he said with calm precision. "Mr. Canales, perhaps." He shrugged neat shoulders. The girl said, "It's your money, High Pockets. Don't you want it back?" Lou Harger licked his lips beside her, put a hand on her arm, stared at the pile of money with hot eyes. He said gently, "Wait for Canales." "To hell with Canales. I'm hot and I want to stay that way." A door opened at the end of the tables and a very slight, very pale man came into the room. He had straight, lusterless black hair, a high bony forehead, flat, impenetrable eyes. He had a thin mustache that was trimmed in 2 sharp lines, almost at right angles to each other. They came down below the corners of his mouth a full inch. The effect was oriental. His skin had a thick, glistening pallor. He slid behind the croupiers, stopped at a corner of the center table, glanced at the red-haired girl and touched the ends of his mustache with 2 fingers, the nails of which had a purplish tint. He smiled suddenly, and the instant after it was as though he had never smiled in his life. He spoke in a dull, ironic voice. "Good evening, Miss Glenn. You must let me send somebody with you when you go home. I'd hate to see any of that money get in the wrong pockets." The red-haired girl looked at him not very pleasantly. "I'm not leaving unless you're throwing me out." Canales said, "No? What would you like to do?" "Bet the wad dark meat." The crowd noise became a deathly silence. There wasn't a whisper of any kind of sound. Harger's face slowly got ivory white. Canales's face was without expression. He lifted a hand, delicately, gravely, slipped a large wallet from his dinner jacket, and tossed it in front of the tall croupier. "10 grand, he said in a voice that was a dull rustle of sound. "That's my limit, always." The tall croupier picked the wallet up, spread it, drew out 2 flat packets of crisp bills, riffled them, refolded the wallet, and passed it along the edge of the table to Canales. Canales did not move to take it. Nobody moved except the croupier. The girl said, "Put it on the red." The croupier leaned across the table and very carefully stacked her money and chips. He placed her bet for her on the red diamond. He placed his hand along the curve of the wheel. "If no one objects," Canales said without looking at anyone, "this is just the 2 of us." Heads moved. Nobody spoke. The croupier spun the wheel and sent the ball skimming in the groove with a light flirt of his left wrist. Then he drew his hands back and placed them in full view on the edge of the table, on top of it. The red-haired girl's eyes shone and her lips slowly parted. The ball drifted along the groove, dipped past one of the bright metal diamonds, slid down the flank of the wheel and chattered along the tines beside the numbers. Movement went out of it suddenly, with a dry click. It fell next the 00 in red 27. The wheel was motionless. The croupier took up his rake and slowly pushed the 2 packets of bills across, added them to the stake, pushed the whole thing off the field of play. Canales put his wallet back in his breast pocket, turned and walked slowly back to the door, went through it. I took my cramped fingers off the top of the railing, and a lot of people broke for the bar. Chapter 3. When Lou came up, I was sitting at a little tile-top table in a corner, fooling with some more of the tequila. The little orchestra was playing a thin, brittle tango, and one couple was maneuvering self-consciously on the dance floor. Lou had a cream-colored overcoat on, with the collar turned up around a lot of white silk scarf. He had a fine-drawn, glistening expression. He had white pigskin gloves this time, and he put one of them down on the table and leaned at me. "Over 22,000, he said softly. "Boy, what a take." I said, "Very nice money, Lou. What kind of car are you driving? See anything wrong with it? The play?" I shrugged, fiddled with my glass. "I'm not wised up on roulette, Lou. I saw plenty wrong with your broad's manners." "She's not a broad," Lou said. His voice got a little worried. "Okay. She made Canales look like $1 million. What kind of car?" "Buick sedan. Nile green with 2 spotlights and those little fender lights on rods." His voice was still worried. I said, "Take it kind of slow through town. Give me a chance to get in the parade." He moved his glove and went away. The red-haired girl was not in sight anywhere. I looked down at the watch on my wrist. When I looked up again, Canales was standing across the table. His eyes looked at me lifelessly above his trick mustache. "You don't like my place," he said. "On the contrary. You don't come here to play," he was telling me, not asking me. "Is it compulsory?" I asked dryly. A very faint smile drifted across his face. He leaned a little down and said, "I think you are a dick, a smart dick." "Just a Seamus," I said. "And not so smart. Don't let my long upper lip fool you. It runs in the family." Canales wrapped his fingers around the top of a chair, squeezed on it. "Don't come here again for anything." He spoke very softly, almost dreamily. "I don't like pigeons." I took the cigarette out of my mouth and looked it over before I looked at him. I said, "I heard you insulted a while back. You took it nicely, so we won't count this one." He had a queer expression for a moment. Then he turned and slid away with a little sway of the shoulders. He put his feet down flat and turned them out a good deal as he walked. His walk, like his face, was a little black. I got up and went out through the big white double doors into a dim lobby, got my hat and coat and put them on. I went out through another pair of double doors onto a wide veranda with scrollwork along the edge of its roof. There was sea fog in the air, and the wind-blown Monterey cypresses in front of the house dripped with it. The grounds sloped gently into the dark for a long distance. Fog hid the ocean. I had parked the car out on the street, on the other side of the house. I drew my hat down and walked soundlessly on the damp moss that covered the driveway, rounded a corner of the porch, and stopped rigidly. A man just in front of me was holding a gun, but he didn't see me. He was holding the gun down at his side, pressed against the material of his overcoat, and his big hand made it look quite small. The dim light that reflected from the barrel seemed to come out of the fog, to be part of the fog. He was a big man, and he stood very still, poised on the balls of his feet. I lifted my right hand very slowly and opened the top 2 buttons of my coat, reached inside and drew out a long .38 with a 6-inch barrel. I eased it into my overcoat pocket. The man in front of me moved, reached his left hand up to his face. He drew on a cigarette cupped inside his hand, and the glow put brief light on a heavy chin, wide, dark nostrils, and a square, aggressive nose, the nose of a fighting man. Then he dropped the cigarette and stepped on it, and a quick, light step made faint noise behind me. I was far too late turning. Something swished, and I went out like a light. Chapter 4. When I came to, I was cold and wet and had a headache a yard wide. There was a soft bruise behind my right ear that wasn't bleeding. I had been put down with a sap. I got up off my back and saw that I was a few yards from the driveway, between 2 trees that were wet with fog. There was some mud on the backs of my shoes. I had been dragged off the path, but not very far. I went through my pockets. My gun was gone, of course, but that was all. That and the idea that this excursion was all fun. I nosed around through the fog, didn't find anything or see anyone, gave up bothering about that, and went along the blank side of the house to a curving line of palm trees and an old-type arc light that hissed and flickered, over the entrance to a sort of lane where I had stuck the 1925 Marmon touring car I still used for transportation. I got into it after wiping the seat off with a towel, teased the motor alive, and choked it along to a big empty street with disused car tracks in the middle. I went from there to Decazens Boulevard, which was the main drag of Las Olindas, and was called after the man who built Canales' place long ago. After a while there was town, buildings, dead-looking stores, a service station with a night bell, and at last a drugstore which was still open. A dolled-up sedan was parked in front of the drugstore, and I parked behind that, got out, and saw that a hatless man was sitting at the counter, talking to a clerk in a blue smock. They seemed to have the world to themselves. I started to go in. Then I stopped and took another look at the dolled-up sedan. It was a Buick, and of a color that could have been Nile green in daylight. It had 2 spotlights and 2 little egg-shaped amber lights stuck up on thin nickel rods clamped to the front fenders. The window by the driver's seat was down. I went back to the Marmon and got a flash, reached in and twisted the license holder of the Buick around, put the light on it quickly, then off again. It was registered to Louis N. Harger. I got rid of the flash and went into the drugstore. There was a liquor display at one side, and the clerk in the blue smock sold me a pint of Canadian Club, which I took over to the counter and opened. There were 10 seats at the counter, but I sat down on the one next to the hatless man. He began to look me over, in the mirror, very carefully. I got a cup of black coffee 2/3 full and added plenty of the rye. I drank it down and waited for a minute to let it warm me up. Then I looked the hatless man over. He was about 28, a little thin on top, had a healthy red face, fairly honest eyes, dirty hands, and looked as if he wasn't making much money. He wore a gray whipcord jacket with metal buttons on it, pants that didn't match. I said carelessly in a low voice, "Your bus outside?" He sat very still. His mouth got small and tight, and he had trouble pulling his eyes away from mine in the mirror. "My brother's," he said after a moment. I said, "Care for a drink? Your brother is an old friend of mine." He nodded slowly, gulped, moved his hand slowly, but finally got the bottle and curdled his coffee with it. He drank the whole thing down. Then I watched him dig up a crumpled pack of cigarettes, spear his mouth with one, strike a match on the counter after missing twice on his thumbnail, and inhale with a lot of very poor nonchalance that he knew wasn't going over. I leaned close to him and said evenly, "This doesn't have to be trouble." He said, "Yeah, what's the beef?" The clerk sidled towards us. I asked for more coffee. When I got it, I stared at the clerk until he went and stood in front of the display window with his back to me. I laced my second cup of coffee and drank some of it. I looked at the clerk's back and said, "The guy the car belongs to doesn't have a brother." He held himself tightly but turned towards me. "You think it's a hot car?" "No." "You don't think it's a hot car?" I said, "No, I just want the story." "You a dick?" "Uh-huh, but it isn't a shakedown if that's what worries you." He drew hard on his cigarette and moved his spoon around in his empty cup. "I can lose my job over this," he said slowly. "But I needed $100. I'm a hack driver." "I guess that," I said. He looked surprised, turned his head and stared at me. "Have another drink and let's get on with it," I said. "Car thieves don't park them on the main drag and then sit around in drugstores." The clerk came back from the window and hovered near us, busying himself with rubbing a rag on the coffee urn. A heavy silence fell. The clerk put the rag down, went along to the back of the store, behind the partition, and began to whistle aggressively. The man beside me took some more of the whiskey and drank it, nodding his head wisely at me. "Listen, I brought a fare out and was supposed to wait for him. A guy and a Jane come up alongside me in the Buick, and the guy offers me $100 to let him wear my cap and drive my hack into town. I'm to hang around here an hour, then take his heap to the Hotel Carillon on Town Boulevard. My cab will be there for me. He gives me the $100. "What was his story?" I asked. He said they'd been to a gambling joint and had some luck for a change. They're afraid of holdups on the way in. They figure there's always spotters watching the play. I took one of his cigarettes and straightened it out in my fingers. "It's a story I can't hurt much," I said. "Could I see your cards?" He gave them to me. His name was Tom Snade, and he was a driver for the Green Top Cab Company. I corked my pint, slipped it into my side pocket, and danced a $50 on the counter. The clerk came along and made change. He was almost shaking with curiosity. "Come on, Tom," I said in front of him. "Let's go get that cab. I don't think you should wait around here any longer." We went out, and I let the Buick lead me away from the straggling lights of Las Olindas, through a series of small beach towns with little houses built on sand lots close to the ocean, and bigger ones built on the slopes of the hills behind. A window was lit here and there. The tires sang on the moist concrete, and the little amber lights on the Buick's fenders peeped back at me from the curves. At West Cimarron, we turned inland, chugged on through Canal City, and met the San Angelo Cut. It took us almost an hour to get to 5640 Town Boulevard, which is the number of the Hotel Carillon. It is a big, rambling, slate-roofed building with a basement garage and a forecourt fountain on which they play a pale green light in the evening. Green Top Cab number 469 was parked across the street on the dark side. I couldn't see where anybody had been shooting into it. Tom Snade found his cap in the driver's compartment, climbed eagerly under the wheel. "Does that fix me up? Can I go now?" His voice was strident with relief. I told him it was all right with me and gave him my card. It was 12 minutes past 1 as he took the corner. I climbed into the Buick and tooled it down the ramp to the garage and left it with a colored boy who was dusting cars in slow motion. I went around to the lobby. The clerk was an ascetic-looking young man who was reading a volume of California appellate decisions under the switchboard light. He said Lou was not in and had not been in since 11 when he came on duty. After a short argument about the lateness of the hour and the importance of my visit, he rang Lou's apartment, but there wasn't any answer. I went out and sat in my Marmon for a few minutes, smoked a cigarette, imbibed a little from my pint of Canadian Club. Then I went back into the Carillon and shut myself in a pay booth. I dialed the telegram, asked for the city desk, got a man named Von Ballen. He yelped at me when I told him who I was. "You still walking around?" That ought to be a story. I thought Manny Tinnan's friends would have had you laid away in old lavender by this time. I said, "Can that and listen to this. Do you know a man named Lou Harger? He's a gambler. Had a place that was raided and closed up a month ago." Von Ballen said he didn't know Lou personally, but he knew who he was. Who around your rag would know him real well? He thought a moment. "There's a lad named Jerry Cross here," he said. "That's supposed to be an expert on nightlife. What did you want to know?" "Where would he go to celebrate?" I said. Then I told him some of the story, not too much. I left out the part where I got sapped and the part about the taxi. "He hasn't shown at his hotel," I ended. "I ought to get a line on him." "Well, if you're a friend of his, not of his crowd," I said sharply. Von Ballen stopped to yell at somebody to take a call, then said to me softly close to the phone, "Come through, boy. Come through." "All right, but I'm talking to you, not to your sheet. I got sapped and lost my gun outside Canales joint." Lou and his girl switched his car for a taxi they picked up. Then they dropped out of sight. I don't like it too well. Lou wasn't drunk enough to chase around town with that much dough in his pockets. And if he was, the girl wouldn't let him. She had the practical eye. "I'll see what I can do," Von Ballen said. "But it don't sound promising. I'll give you a buzz." I told him I lived at the Merritt Plaza, in case he had forgotten, went out and got into the Marmon again. I drove home and put hot towels on my head for 15 minutes, then sat around in my pajamas and drank hot whiskey and lemon and called the Carillon every once in a while. At 2:30, Von Ballen called me and said no luck. Lou hadn't been pinched, he wasn't in any of the receiving hospitals, and he hadn't shown at any of the clubs Jerry Cross could think of. At 3 I called the Carillon for the last time. Then I put my light out and went to sleep. In the morning it was the same way. I tried to trace the red-haired girl a little. There were 28 people named Glenn in the phone book, and 3 women among them. 1 didn't answer. The other 2 assured me they didn't have red hair. 1 offered to show me. I shaved, showered, had breakfast, walked 3 blocks down the hill to the Condor building. Miss Glenn was sitting in my little reception room. Chapter 5. I unlocked the other door, and she went in and sat in the chair where Lou had sat the afternoon before. I opened some windows, locked the outer door of the reception room, and struck a match for the unlighted cigarette she held in her ungloved and ringless left hand. She was dressed in a blouse and plaid skirt with a loose coat over them, and a close-fitting hat that was far enough out of style to suggest a run of bad luck. But it hid almost all of her hair. Her skin was without makeup, and she looked about 30 and had the set face of exhaustion. She held her cigarette with a hand that was almost too steady, a hand on guard. I sat down and waited for her to talk. She stared at the wall over my head and didn't say anything. After a little while, I packed my pipe and smoked for a minute. Then I got up and went across to the door that opened into the hallway and picked up a couple of letters that had been pushed through the slot. I sat down at the desk again, looked them over, read one of them twice, as if I had been alone. While I was doing this, I didn't look at her directly or speak to her, but I kept an eye on her all the same. She looked like a lady who was getting nerved for something. Finally, she moved. She opened up a big black patent leather bag and took out a fat manila envelope, pulled a rubber band off it, and sat holding the envelope between the palms of her hands, with her head tilted way back and the cigarette dribbling gray smoke from the corners of her mouth. She said slowly, "Lou said if I ever got caught in the rain, you were the boy to see. It's raining hard where I am." I stared at the manila envelope. "Lou is a pretty good friend of mine," I said. "I'd do anything in reason for him. Some things not in reason, like last night. That doesn't mean Lou and I always play the same games." She dropped her cigarette into the glass bowl of the ashtray and left it to smoke. A dark flame burned suddenly in her eyes, then went out. "Lou is dead." Her voice was quite toneless. I reached over with a pencil and stabbed at the hot end of the cigarette until it stopped smoking. She went on. "A couple of Canales' boys got him in my apartment with one shot from a small gun that looked like my gun. Mine was gone when I looked for it afterwards. I spent the night there with him dead. I had to." She broke quite suddenly. Her eyes turned up in her head, and her head came down and hit the desk. She lay still, with the manila envelope in front of her lax hands. I jerked a drawer open and brought up a bottle and a glass, poured a stiff one and stepped around with it, heaved her up in her chair. I pushed the edge of the glass hard against her mouth, hard enough to hurt. She struggled and swallowed. Some of it ran down her chin, but life came back into her eyes. I left the whiskey in front of her and sat down again. The flap of the envelope had come open enough for me to see currency inside, bales of currency. She began to talk to me in a dreamy sort of voice. "We got all big bills from the cashier, but it makes quite a package at that. There's 22,000 even in the envelope. I kept out a few odd hundreds." Lou was worried. He figured it would be pretty easy for Canales to catch up with us. You might be right behind and not be able to do very much about it. I said, "Canales lost the money in full view of everybody there. It was good advertising, even if it hurt." She went on exactly as though I had not spoken. "Going through the town, we spotted a cab driver sitting in his parked cab, and Lou had a brainwave. He offered the boy a C-note to let him drive the cab into San Angelo and bring the Buick to the hotel after a while. The boy took us up, and we went over on another street and made the switch. We were sorry about ditching you, but Lou said you wouldn't mind, and we might get a chance to flag you." Lou didn't go into his hotel. We took another cab over to my place. I live at the Hobart Arms, 800 block on South Minter. It's a place where you don't have to answer questions at the desk. We went up to my apartment and put the lights on, and two guys with masks came around the half wall between the living room and the dinette. One was small and thin, and the other one was a big slob with a chin that stuck out under his mask like a shelf. Lou made a wrong motion, and the big one shot him just the once. The gun just made a flat crack, not very loud, and Lou fell down on the floor and never moved. I said, "It might be the ones that made a sucker out of me. I haven't told you about that yet." She didn't seem to hear that either. Her face was white and composed, but as expressionless as plaster. "Maybe I'd better have another finger of the hooch," she said. I poured us a couple of drinks, and we drank them. She went on, "They went through us, but we didn't have the money. We had stopped at an all-night drugstore and had it weighed and mailed it at a branch post office. They went through the apartment, but of course we had just come in and hadn't had time to hide anything. The big one slammed me down with his fist, and when I woke up again they were gone and I was alone with Lou dead on the floor." She pointed to a mark on the angle of her jaw. There was something there, but it didn't show much. I moved around in my chair a little and said, "They passed you on the way in. Smart boys would have looked a taxi over on that road. How did they know where to go? I thought that out during the night, Miss Glenn said. Canales knows where I live. He followed me home once and tried to get me to ask him up.
Yeah, I said, but why did they go to your place and how did they get in?
That's not hard. There's a ledge just below the windows and a man could edge along it to the fire escape. They probably had other boys covering Lou's hotel. We thought of that chance, but we didn't think about my place being known to them. Tell me the rest of it, I said. The money was mailed to me, Miss Glenn explained. Lou was a swell boy, but a girl has to protect herself. That's why I had to stay there last night with Lou dead on the floor, until the mail came. Then I came over here. I got up and looked out of the window. A fat girl was pounding a typewriter across the court. I could hear the clack of it. I sat down again, stared at my thumb. Did they plant the gun? I asked. Not unless it's under him. I didn't look there. They let you off too easy. Maybe it wasn't Canales at all. Did Lou open his heart to you much? She shook her head quietly. Her eyes were slate blue now and thoughtful without the blank stare. All right, I said. Just what did you think of having me do about it all? She narrowed her eyes a little, then put a hand out and pushed the bulging envelope slowly across the desk. I'm no baby and I'm in a jam. But I'm not going to the cleaners just the same. Half of this money is mine, and I want it with a clean getaway, 1/2 net. If I'd called the law last night, there'd have been a way to chisel me out of it. I think Lou would like you to have his half, if you want to play with me. I said, it's big money to flash at a private dick, Miss Glenn, and smiled wearily. You're a little worse off for not calling cops last night, but there's an answer to anything they might say. I think I'd better go over there and see what's broken, if anything. She leaned forward quickly and said, Will you take care of the money? Dare you? Sure, I'll pop downstairs and put it in a safe deposit box. You can hold one of the keys and we'll talk split later on. I think it would be a swell idea if Canales knew he had to see me. And still sweller if you hid out in a little hotel where I have a friend, at least until I nose around a bit. She nodded. I put my hat on and put the envelope inside my belt. I went out telling her there was a gun in the top left-hand drawer if she felt nervous. When I got back, she didn't seem to have moved, but she said she had phoned Canales' place and left a message for him she thought he would understand. We went by rather devious ways to the Lorraine. At Brant and Avenue C, nobody shot at us going over, and as far as I could see, we were not trailed. I shook hands with Jim Dolan, the day clerk at the Lorraine, with a 20 folded in my hand. He put his hand in his pocket and said he would be glad to see that Miss Thompson was not bothered. I left. There was nothing in the noon paper about Lou Harger of the Hobart Arms. Chapter 6. The Hobart Arms was just another apartment house, in a block lined with them. It was 6 stories high and had a buff front. A lot of cars were parked at both curbs all along the block. I drove through slowly and looked things over. The neighborhood didn't have the look of having been excited about anything in the immediate past. It was peaceful and sunny, and the parked cars had a settled look, as if they were right at home. I circled into an alley with a high board fence on each side and a lot of flimsy garages cutting it. I parked beside one that had a for rent sign and went between 2 garbage cans into the concrete yard of the Hobart Arms, along the side to the street. A man was putting golf clubs into the back of a coupe. In the lobby, a Filipino was dragging a vacuum cleaner over the rug and a dark Jewess was writing at the switchboard. I used the automatic elevator and prowled along an upper corridor to the last door on the left. I knocked, waited, knocked again, went in with Miss Glenn's key. Nobody was dead on the floor. I looked at myself in the mirror that was the back of a pull-down bed, went across and looked out of a window. There was a ledge below that had once been a coping. It ran along to the fire escape. A blind man could have walked in. I didn't notice anything like footmarks in the dust on it. There was nothing in the dinette or kitchen except what belonged there. The bedroom had a cheerful carpet and painted gray walls. There was a lot of junk in the corner, around a wastebasket, and a broken comb on the dresser held a few strands of red hair. The closets were empty except for some gin bottles. I went back to the living room, looked behind the wall bed, stood around for a minute, left the apartment. The Filipino in the lobby had made about 3 yards with the vacuum cleaner. I leaned on the counter beside the switchboard. "Miss Glenn?" The dark Jewess said 524 and made a check mark on the laundry list. "She's not in. Has she been in lately?" She glanced up at me. "I haven't noticed. What is it, a bill?" I said I was just a friend, thanked her, and went away. That established the fact that there had been no excitement in Miss Glenn's apartment. I went back to the alley and the Marmon. I hadn't believed it quite the way Miss Glenn told it anyhow. I crossed Cordova, drove a block, and stopped beside a forgotten drugstore that slept behind 2 giant pepper trees and a dusty, cluttered window. It had a single pay booth in the corner. An old man shuffled towards me wistfully, then went away when he saw what I wanted, lowered a pair of steel spectacles onto the end of his nose, and sat down again with his newspaper. I dropped my nickel, dialed, and a girl's voice said, "Telegram," with a tinny drawl. I asked for Von Ballen. When I got him and he knew who it was, I could hear him clearing his throat. Then his voice came close to the phone and said very distinctly, "I've got something for you, but it's bad. I'm sorry as all hell. Your friend Harger is in the morgue. We got a flash about 10 minutes ago." I leaned against the wall of the booth and felt my eyes getting haggard. I said, "What else did you get?" "Couple of radio cops picked him up in somebody's front yard or something in West Cimarron. He was shot through the heart. It happened last night, but for some reason they only just put out the identification." I said, "West Cimarron, huh? Well, that takes care of that. I'll be in to see you." I thanked him and hung up, stood for a moment looking out through the glass at a middle-aged, gray-haired man who had come into the store and was pawing over the magazine rack. Then I dropped another nickel and dialed the Lorraine, asked for the clerk. I said, "Get your girl to put me onto the redhead, will you, Jim?" I got a cigarette out and lit it, puffed smoke at the glass of the door. The smoke flattened out against the glass and swirled about in the close air. Then the line clicked and the operator's voice said, "Sorry, your party does not answer." "Give me Jim again," I said. Then when he answered, "Can you take time to run up and find out why she doesn't answer the phone? Maybe she's just being cagey." Jim said, "You bet, I'll shoot right up with a key." Sweat was coming out all over me. I put the receiver down on a little shelf and jerked the booth door open. The gray-haired man looked up quickly from the magazines, then scowled and looked at his watch. Smoke poured out of the booth. After a moment, I kicked the door shut and picked up the receiver again. Jim's voice seemed to come to me from a long way off. "She's not here. Maybe she went for a walk." I said, "Yeah, or maybe it was a ride." I pronged the receiver and pushed on out of the booth. The gray-haired stranger slammed a magazine down so hard that it fell to the floor. He stooped to pick it up as I went past him. Then he straightened up just behind me and said quietly but very firmly, "Keep the hands down and quiet. Walk on out to your heap. This is business." Out of the corner of my eye I could see the old man peeking short-sightedly at us, but there wasn't anything for him to see, even if he could see that far. Something prodded my back. It might have been a finger, but I didn't think it was. We went out of the store very peacefully. A long gray car had stopped close behind the Marmon. Its rear door was open, and a man with a square face and a crooked mouth was standing with one foot out on the running board. His right hand was behind him inside the car. My man's voice said, "Get in your car and drive west. Take this first corner and go about 25, not more." The narrow street was sunny and quiet, and the pepper trees whispered. Traffic threshed by on Cordova, a short block away. I shrugged, opened the door of my car, and got under the wheel. The gray-haired man got in very quickly beside me, watching my hands. He swung his right hand around with a snub-nosed gun in it. "Careful getting your keys out, buddy." I was careful. As I stepped on the starter, a car door slammed behind. There were rapid steps, and someone got into the back seat of the Marmon. I let in the clutch and drove around the corner. In the mirror, I could see the gray car making the turn behind. Then it dropped back a little. I drove west on a street that paralleled Cordova, and when we had gone a block and a half, a hand came down over my shoulder from behind and took my gun away from me. The gray-haired man rested his short revolver on his leg and felt me over carefully with his free hand. He leaned back satisfied. "Okay, drop over to the main drag and snap it up," he said. "But that don't mean trying to sideswipe a prowl car if you lamp one. Or if you think it does, try it and see." I made the 2 turns, speeded up to 35, and held it there. We went through some nice residential districts, and then the landscape began to thin out. When it was quite thin, the gray car behind dropped back, turned towards town, and disappeared. "What's the snatch for?" I asked. The gray-haired man laughed and rubbed his broad red chin. "Just business. The big boy wants to talk to you." "Canales?" "Canales, hell," I said, "the big boy." I watched traffic, what there was of it that far out, and didn't speak for a few minutes. Then I said, "Why didn't you pull it in the apartment or in the alley?" "Wanted to make sure you wasn't covered." "Who's this big boy?" "Skip that till we get you there. Anything else?" "Yes. Can I smoke?" He held the wheel while I lit up. The man in the back seat hadn't said a word at any time. After a while, the gray-haired man made me pull up and move over, and he drove. "I used to own one of these 6 years ago when I was poor," he said jovially. I couldn't think of a really good answer to that, so I just let smoke seep down into my lungs and wondered why, if Lou had been killed in West Cimarron, the killers didn't get the money. And if he really had been killed at Miss Glenn's apartment, why somebody had taken the trouble to carry him back to West Cimarron. Chapter 7. In 20 minutes we were in the foothills. We went over a hogback, drifted down a long white concrete ribbon, crossed a bridge, went halfway up the next slope, and turned off on a gravel road that disappeared around a shoulder of scrub oak and manzanita. Plumes of pampas grass flared on the side of the hill like jets of water. The wheels crunched on the gravel and skidded on the curves. We came to a mountain cabin with a wide porch and cemented boulder foundations. The windmill of a generator turned slowly on the crest of a spur 100 feet behind the cabin. A mountain blue jay flashed across the road, zoomed, banked sharply, and fell out of sight like a stone. The gray-haired man tooled the car up to the porch beside a tan-colored Lincoln coupe, switched off the ignition, and set the Marmon's long parking brake. He took the keys out, folded them carefully in their leather case, put the case away in his pocket. The man in the back seat got out and held the door beside me open. He had a gun in his hand. I got out. The gray-haired man got out. We all went into the house. There was a big room with walls of knotted pine, beautifully polished. We went across it walking on Indian rugs, and the gray-haired man knocked carefully on a door. A voice shouted, "What is it?" The gray-haired man put his face against the door and said, "Beasley and the guy you wanted to talk to." The voice inside said to come on in. Beasley opened the door, pushed me through it, and shut it behind me. It was another big room with knotted pine walls and Indian rugs on the floor. A driftwood fire hissed and puffed on a stone hearth. The man who sat behind a flat desk was Frank Dorr, the Politico. He was the kind of man who liked to have a desk in front of him and shove his fat stomach against it and fiddle with things on it and look very wise. He had a fat, muddy face, a thin fringe of white hair that stuck up a little, small sharp eyes, small and very delicate hands. What I could see of him was dressed in a slovenly gray suit, and there was a large black Persian cat on the desk in front of him. He was scratching the cat's head with one of his little neat hands, and the cat was leaning against his hand. Its busy tail flowed over the edge of the desk and fell straight down. He said, "Sit down," without looking away from the cat. I sat down in a leather chair with a very low seat. Dor said, "How do you like it up here? Kind of nice, ain't it? This is Toby, my girlfriend. Only girlfriend I got. Ain't you, Toby?" I said, "I like it up here, but I don't like the way I got here." Dor raised his head a few inches and looked at me with his mouth slightly open. He had beautiful teeth, but they hadn't grown in his mouth. He said, "I'm a busy man, brother." It was simpler than arguing. "Have a drink?" "Sure, I'll have a drink," I said. He squeezed the cat's head gently between his two palms, then pushed it away from him and put both hands down on the arms of his chair. He shoved hard and his face got a little red, and he finally got up on his feet. He waddled across to a built-in cabinet and took out a squat decanter of whiskey and 2 gold-veined glasses. "No ice today," he said, waddling back to the desk. "Have to drink it straight." He poured 2 drinks, gestured, and I went over and got mine. He sat down again. I sat down with my drink. Dor lit a long brown cigar, pushed the box 2 inches in my direction, leaned back and stared at me with complete relaxation. "You're the guy that fingered Manny Tinnan," he said. "It won't do." I sipped my whiskey. It was good enough to sip. "Life gets complicated at times," Dor went on, in the same even, relaxed voice. "Politics, even when it's a lot of fun, is tough on the nerves. You know me. I'm tough and I get what I want. There ain't a hell of a lot I want anymore, but what I want bad. And ain't so damn particular how I get it." "You have that reputation," I said politely. Dor's eyes twinkled. He looked around for the cat, dragged it towards him by the tail, pushed it down on its side, and began to rub its stomach. The cat seemed to like it. Dor looked at me and said very softly, "You bumped Lou Harger." "What makes you think so?" I asked, without any particular emphasis. "You bumped Lou Harger. Maybe he needed the bump, but you gave it to him. He was shot once through the heart with a .38. You wear a .38, and you're known to be a fancy shot with it. You were with Harger at Las Olindas last night and saw him win a lot of money. You were supposed to be acting as bodyguard for him, but you got a better idea. You caught up with him and that girl in West Cimarron, slipped Harger the dose, and got the money." I finished my whiskey, got up and poured myself some more of it. "You made a deal with the girl," Dor said, "but the deal didn't stick. She got a cute idea. But that don't matter, because the police got your gun along with Harger, and you got the dough." I said, "Is there a tag out for me?" "Not till I give the word, and the gun hasn't been turned in. I got a lot of friends, you know." I said slowly, "I got sapped outside Canales' place. It served me right. My gun was taken from me. I never caught up with Harger, never saw him again. The girl came to me this morning with the money in an envelope and a story that Harger had been killed in her apartment. That's how I have the money, for safekeeping." I wasn't sure about the girl's story, but her bringing the money carried a lot of weight. And Harger was a friend of mine. I started out to investigate. "You should have let the cops do that," Dor said with a grin. "There was a chance the girl was being framed. Besides, there was a possibility I might make a few dollars legitimately. It has been done, even in San Angelo." Dor stuck a finger towards the cat's face, and the cat bit it with an absent expression. Then it pulled away from him, sat down on a corner of the desk, and began to lick one toe. $22 grand. "And the Jane passed it over to you to keep," Dor said. "Ain't that just like a Jane?" "You got the dough," Dor said. "Harger was killed with your gun. The girl's gone, but I could bring her back. I think she'd make a good witness if we needed one." Was the play at Las Olindas crooked? I asked. Dorr finished his drink and curled his lips around his cigar again. Sure, he said carelessly. The croupier, a guy named Pina, was in on it. The wheel was wired for the 00. The old crap. Copper button on the floor, copper button on Pina's shoe sole, wires up his leg, batteries in his hip pockets. The old crap. I said, Canales didn't act as if he knew about it. Dorr chuckled. He knew the wheel was wired. He didn't know his head croupier was playing on the other team. I'd hate to be Pina, I said. Dorr made a negligent motion with his cigar. He's taken care of. The play was careful and quiet. They didn't make any fancy long shots, just even money bets, and they didn't win all the time. They couldn't. No wired wheel is that good. I shrugged, moved around in my chair. You know a hell of a lot about it, I said. Was all this just to get me set for a squeeze? He grinned softly. Hell no. Some of it just happened, the way the best plans do. He waved his cigar again, and a pale gray tendril of smoke curled past his cunning little eyes. There was a muffled sound of talk in the outside room. I got connections I got to please, even if I don't like all their capers, he added simply. Like Manny Tinnan, I said. He was around City Hall a lot, knew too much. Okay, Mr. Dorr. Just what do you figure on having me do for you? Commit suicide? He laughed. His fat shoulders shook cheerfully. He put one of his small hands out with the palm towards me. I wouldn't think of that, he said dryly, and the other way's better business. The way public opinion is about the Shannon kill, I ain't sure that louse of a DA wouldn't convict Tinnan without you, if he could sell the folks the idea you'd been knocked off to button your mouth. I got up out of my chair, went over and leaned on the desk, leaned across it towards Dorr. He said, No funny business, a little sharply and breathlessly. His hand went to a drawer and got it half open. His movements with his hands were very quick in contrast with the movements of his body. I smiled down at the hand and he took it away from the drawer. I saw a gun just inside the drawer. I said, I've already talked to the grand jury. Dorr leaned back and smiled at me. Guys make mistakes, he said. Even smart private dicks. You could have a change of heart and put it in writing. I said very softly, No, I'd be under a perjury rap, which I couldn't beat. I'd rather be under a murder rap, which I can beat, especially as Fenweather will want to beat it. He won't want to spoil me as a witness. The Tinnan case is too important to him. Dorr said evenly, Then you'll have to try and beat it, brother. And after you get through beating it, there'll still be enough mud on your neck so no jury'll convict Manny on your say-so alone. I put my hand out slowly and scratched the cat's ear. What about the 22 grand? It could be all yours if you want to play. After all, it ain't my money. If Manny gets clear, I might add a little something that is me money. I tickled the cat under its chin. It began to purr. I picked it up and held it gently in my arms. Who did kill Lou Harger, Dorr? I asked, not looking at him. He shook his head. I looked at him, smiling. Swell cat you have, I said. Dorr licked his lips. I think the little bastard likes you, he grinned. He looked pleased at the idea. I nodded, and threw the cat in his face. He yelped, but his hands came up to catch the cat. The cat twisted neatly in the air and landed with both front paws working. One of them split Dorr's cheek like a banana peel. He yelled very loudly. I had the gun out of the drawer and the muzzle of it into the back of Dorr's neck when Beasley and the square-faced man dodged in. For an instant there was a sort of tableau. Then the cat tore itself loose from Dorr's arms, shot to the floor and went under the desk. Beasley raised his snub-nosed gun, but he didn't look as if he was certain what he meant to do with it. I shoved the muzzle of mine hard into Dorr's neck and said, Frankie gets it first, boys. And that's not a gag. Dorr grunted in front of me. Take it easy, he growled to his hoods. He took a handkerchief from his breast pocket and began to dab at his split and bleeding cheek with it. The man with the crooked mouth began to sidle along the wall. I said, "Don't get the idea I'm enjoying this, but I'm not fooling either. You heels stay put." The man with the crooked mouth stopped sidling and gave me a nasty leer. He kept his hands low. Dor half turned his head and tried to talk over his shoulder to me. I couldn't see enough of his face to get any expression, but he didn't seem scared. He said, "This won't get you anything. I could have you knocked off easy enough, if that was what I wanted. Now where are you? You can't shoot anybody without getting in a worse jam than if you did what I asked you to. It looks like a stalemate to me." I thought that over for a moment while Beasley looked at me quite pleasantly, as though it was all just routine to him. There was nothing pleasant about the other man. I listened hard, but the rest of the house seemed to be quite silent. Dor edged forward from the gun and said, "Well," I said, "I'm going out. I have a gun, and it looks like a gun that I could hit somebody with if I have to. I don't want to very much. And if you'll have Beasley throw my keys over and the other one turn back the gun he took from me, I'll forget about the snatch." Dor moved his arms in the lazy beginning of a shrug. "Then what?" "Figure out your deal a little closer," I said. "If you get enough protection behind me, I might throw in with you. And if you're as tough as you think you are, a few hours won't cut any ice one way or the other." "It's an idea," Dor said and chuckled. Then to Beasley, "Keep your rod to yourself and give him his keys. Also his gun, the one you got today." Beasley sighed and very carefully inserted a hand into his pants. He tossed my leather key case across the room near the end of the desk. The man with the twisted mouth put his hand up, edged it inside his side pocket, and I eased down behind Dor's back while he did it. He came out with my gun, let it fall to the floor, and kicked it away from him. I came out from behind Dor's back, got my keys and the gun up from the floor, moved sidewise towards the door of the room. Dor watched with an empty stare that meant nothing. Beasley followed me around with his body and stepped away from the door as I neared it. The other man had trouble holding himself quiet. I got to the door and reversed a key that was in it. Dor said dreamily, "You're just like one of those rubber balls on the end of an elastic. The farther you get away, the suddener you'll bounce back." I said, "The elastic might be a little rotten," and went through the door, turned the key in it, and braced myself for shots that didn't come. As a bluff, mine was thinner than the gold on a weekend wedding ring. It worked because Dor let it, and that was all. I got out of the house, got the Marmon started, and wrangled it around, and sent it skidding past the shoulder of the hill and so on down to the highway. There was no sound of anything coming after me. When I reached the concrete highway bridge, it was a little past 2 o'clock, and I drove with one hand for a while and wiped the sweat off the back of my neck. Chapter 8. The morgue was at the end of a long and bright and silent corridor that branched off from behind the main lobby of the county building. The corridor ended in 2 doors and a blank wall faced with marble. One door had "Inquest Room" lettered on a glass panel behind which there was no light. The other opened into a small, cheerful office. A man with gander blue eyes and rust-colored hair parted in the exact center of his head was pawing over some printed forms at a table. He looked up, looked me over, and then suddenly smiled. I said, "Hello, Landon, remember the Shelby case?" The bright blue eyes twinkled. He got up and came around the table with his hand out. "Sure, what can we do?" He broke off suddenly and snapped his fingers. "Hell, you're the guy that put the bee on that hot rod." I tossed a butt through the open door into the corridor. "That's not why I'm here," I said. "Anyhow, not this time. There's a fellow named Louis Harger, picked up shot last night or this morning in West Cimarron as I get it. Could I take a look-see?" "They can't stop you," Landon said. He led the way through a door on the far side of his office, into a place that was all white paint and white enamel and glass and bright light. Against one wall was a double tier of large bins with glass windows in them. Through the peepholes showed bundles in white sheeting, and further back, frosted pipes. A body covered with a sheet lay on a table that was high at the head and sloped down to the foot. Landon pulled the sheet down casually from a man's dead, placid, yellowish face. Long black hair lay loosely on a small pillow, with the dankness of water still in it. The eyes were half open and stared incuriously at the ceiling. I stepped close, looked at the face. Landon pulled the sheet on down and rapped his knuckles on a chest that rang hollowly, like a board. There was a bullet hole over the heart. "Nice clean shot," he said. I turned away quickly, got a cigarette out and rolled it around in my fingers. I stared at the floor. Who identified him? "Stuff in his pockets," Landon said. "We're checking his prints, of course. You know him?" I said yes. Landon scratched the base of his chin softly with his thumbnail. We walked back into the office and Landon went behind his table and sat down. He thumbed over some papers, separated one from the pile, and studied it for a moment. He said, "A sheriff's radio car found him at 12:35 a.m. on the side of the old road out of West Cimarron, a quarter of a mile from where the cutoff starts. That isn't traveled much, but the prowl car takes a slant down it now and then looking for petting parties." I said, "Can you say how long he had been dead?" "Not very long. He was still warm and the nights are cool along there." I put my unlighted cigarette in my mouth and moved it up and down with my lips. "And I bet you took a long 38 out of him," I said. "How did you know that?" Landon asked quickly. "I just guess. It's that sort of hole." He stared at me with bright, interested eyes. I thanked him, said I'd be seeing him, went through the door and lit my cigarette in the corridor. I walked back to the elevators and got into one, rode to the 7th floor. Then went along another corridor exactly like the one below, except that it didn't lead to the morgue. It led to some small, bare offices that were used by the district attorney's investigators. Halfway along, I opened a door and went into one of them. Bernie Olds was sitting humped loosely at a desk placed against the wall. He was the chief investigator Fenwether had told me to see, if I got into any kind of a jam. He was a medium-sized, bland man with white eyebrows and an out-thrust, very deeply cleft chin. There was another desk against the other wall, a couple of hard chairs, a brass spittoon on a rubber mat, and very little else. Olds nodded casually at me, got out of his chair and fixed the door latch. Then he got a flat tin of little cigars out of his desk, lit one of them, pushed the tin along the desk and stared at me along his nose. I sat down in one of the straight chairs and tilted it back. Olds said, "Well?" "It's Lou Harger," I said. I thought maybe it wasn't. "The hell you did. I could have told you it was Harger." Somebody tried the handle of the door, then knocked. Olds paid no attention. Whoever it was went away. I said slowly, "He was killed between 11:30 and 12:35. There was just time for the job to be done where he was found. There wasn't time for it to be done the way the girl said. There wasn't time for me to do it." Olds said, "Yeah, maybe you could prove that. And then maybe you could prove a friend of yours didn't do it with your gun." I said, "A friend of mine wouldn't be likely to do it with my gun, if he was a friend of mine." Olds grunted, smiled sourly at me sidewise. He said, "Most anyone would think that. That's why he might have done it." I let the legs of my chair settle to the floor. I stared at him. "Would I come and tell you about the money and the gun, everything that ties me to it?" Olds said expressionlessly, "You would if you knew damn well somebody else had already told it for you." I said, "Dor wouldn't lose much time." I pinched my cigarette out and flipped it towards the brass cuspidor. Then I stood up. "Okay. There's no tag out for me yet, so I'll go over and tell my story." Olds said, "Sit down a minute." I sat down. He took his little cigar out of his mouth and flung it away from him with a savage gesture. It rolled along the brown linoleum and smoked in the corner. He put his arms down on the desk, and drummed with the fingers of both hands. His lower lip came forward and pressed his upper lip back against his teeth. "Door probably knows you're here now," he said. "The only reason you ain't in the tank upstairs is they're not sure, but it would be better to knock you off and take a chance. If Fenweather loses the election, I'll be all washed up if I mess around with you." I said, "If he convicts Manny Tinnan, he won't lose the election." Oles took another of the little cigars out of the box and lit it. He picked his hat off the desk, fingered it a moment, put it on. "Why'd the redhead give you that song and dance about the bump in her apartment, the stiff on the floor, all that hot comedy?" "They wanted me to go over there. They figured I'd go to see if a gun was planted, maybe just to check up on her. That got me away from the busy part of town. They could tell better if the DA had any boys watching my blind side." "That's just a guess," Oles said sourly. I said, "Sure." Oles swung his thick legs around, planted his feet hard, and leaned his hands on his knees. The little cigar twitched in the corner of his mouth. "I'd like to get to know some of these guys that let loose of 22 grand just to color up a fairy tale," he said nastily. I stood up again and went past him towards the door. Oles said, "What's the hurry?" I turned around and shrugged, looked at him blankly. "You don't act very interested," I said. He climbed to his feet, said wearily, "The hack driver's most likely a dirty little crook, but it might just be Doors lads don't know he rates in this. Let's go get him while his memory's fresh." Chapter 9. The Green Top garage was on De Viveras, 3 blocks east of Maine. I pulled the marmot up in front of a fire plug and got out. Oles slumped in the seat and growled, "I'll stay here. Maybe I can spot a tail." I went into a huge echoing garage, in the inner gloom of which a few brand-new paint jobs were splashes of sudden color. There was a small, dirty, glass-walled office in the corner, and a short man sat there with a derby hat on the back of his head and a red tie under his stubbled chin. He was whittling tobacco into the palm of his hand. I said, "You the dispatcher?" "Yeah. I'm looking for one of your drivers," I said. "Name of Tom Snade." He put down the knife and the plug and began to grind the cut tobacco between his 2 palms. "What's the beef?" he asked cautiously. "No beef. I'm a friend of his." "More friends, huh? He works nights, mister, so he's gone, I guess." 1723 Renfrew. That's over by Gray Lake. I said, "Thanks. Phone?" No phone. I pulled a folded city map from an inside pocket and unfolded part of it on the table in front of his nose. He looked annoyed. "There's a big one on the wall," he growled, and began to pack a short pipe with his tobacco. "I'm used to this one," I said. I bent over the spread map, looking for Renfrew Street. Then I stopped and looked suddenly at the face of the man in the derby. "You remembered that address damn quick," I said. He put his pipe in his mouth, bit hard on it, and pushed 2 quick fingers into the pocket of his open vest. Couple other mugs was asking for it a while back. I folded the map very quickly and shoved it back into my pocket as I went through the door. I jumped across the sidewalk, slid under the wheel, and plunged at the starter. "We're headed," I told Bernie Oles. "2 guys got the kid's address there a while back. It might be." Oles grabbed the side of the car and swore as we took the corner on squealing tires. I bent forward over the wheel and drove hard. There was a red light at Central. I swerved into a corner service station, went through the pumps, popped out on Central, and jostled through some traffic to make a right turn east again. A colored traffic cop blew a whistle at me, and then stared hard as if trying to read the license number. I kept on going. Warehouses, a produce market, a big gas tank, more warehouses, railroad tracks, and 2 bridges dropped behind us. I beat 3 traffic signals by a hair and went right through a 4th. 6 blocks on, I got the siren from a motorcycle cop. Oles passed me a bronze star, and I flashed it out of the car, twisting it so the sun caught it. The siren stopped. The motorcycle kept right behind us for another dozen blocks, then sheared off. Gray Lake is an artificial reservoir in a cut between two groups of hills on the east fringe of San Angelo. Narrow but expensively paved streets wind around in the hills, describing elaborate curves along their flanks for the benefit of a few cheap and scattered bungalows. We plunged up into the hills, reading street signs on the run. The gray silk of the lake dropped away from us, and the exhaust of the old Marmon roared between crumbling banks that shed dirt down on the unused sidewalks. Mongrel dogs quartered in the wild grass among the gopher holes. Renfrew was almost at the top. Where it began, there was a small, neat bungalow in front of which a child in a diaper and nothing else fumbled around in a wire pen on a patch of lawn. Then there was a stretch without houses. Then there were two houses. Then the road dropped, slipped in and out of sharp turns, went between banks high enough to put the whole street in shadow. Then a gun roared around a bend ahead of us. Ole sat up sharply, said, "Oh, that's no rabbit gun," slipped his service pistol out and unlatched the door on his side. We came out of the turn and saw two more houses on the downside of the hill, with a couple of steep lots between them. A long gray car was slewed across the street in the space between the two houses. Its left front tire was flat, and both its front doors were wide open, like the spread ears of an elephant. A small, dark-faced man was kneeling on both knees in the street beside the open right-hand door. His right arm hung loose from his shoulder, and there was blood on the hand that belonged to it. With his other hand, he was trying to pick up an automatic from the concrete in front of him. I skidded the Marmon to a fast stop, and Oles tumbled out. "Drop that, you!" he yelled. The man with the limp arm snarled, relaxed, fell back against the running board, and a shot came from behind the car and snapped in the air not very far from my ear. I was out on the road by that time. The gray car was angled enough towards the houses so that I couldn't see any part of its left side except the open door. The shot seemed to come from about there. Oles put two slugs into the door. I dropped, looked under the car, and saw a pair of feet. I shot at them and missed. About that time there was a thin but very sharp crack from the corner of the nearest house. Glass broke in the gray car. The gun behind it roared, and plaster jumped out of the corner of the house wall, above the bushes. Then I saw the upper part of a man's body in the bushes. He was lying downhill on his stomach, and he had a light rifle to his shoulder. He was Tom Snade, the taxi driver. Oles grunted and charged the gray car. He fired twice more into the door, then dodged down behind the hood. More explosions occurred behind the car. I kicked the wounded man's gun out of his way, slid past him, and sneaked a look over the gas tank. But the man behind it had too many angles to figure. He was a big man in a brown suit, and he made a clatter running hard for the lip of the hill between the two bungalows. Oles's gun roared. The man whirled and snapped a shot without stopping. Oles was in the open now. I saw his hat jerk off his head. I saw him stand squarely on well-spread feet, steady his pistol as if he was on the police range. But the big man was already sagging. My bullet had drilled through his neck. Oles fired at him very carefully, and he fell, and the sixth and last slug from his gun caught the man in the chest and twisted him around. The side of his head slapped the curb with a sickening crunch. We walked towards him from opposite ends of the car. Oles leaned down, heaved the man over on his back. His face in death had a loose, amiable expression, in spite of the blood all over his neck. Oles began to go through his pockets. I looked back to see what the other one was doing. He wasn't doing anything but sitting on the running board, holding his right arm against his side and grimacing with pain. Tom Snade scrambled up the bank and came towards us. Oles said, "It's a guy named Poke Andrews. I've seen him around the pool rooms." He stood up and brushed off his knee. He had some odds and ends in his left hand. "Yeah, Poke Andrews. Gun work by the day, hour or week. I guess there was a livin' in it for a while." "It's not the guy that sapped me," I said. but it's the guy I was looking at when I got sapped. And if the redhead was giving out any truth at all this morning, it's likely the guy that shot Lou Harger." Oles nodded, went over and got his hat. There was a hole in the brim. "I wouldn't be surprised at all," he said, putting his hat on calmly. Tom Snade stood in front of us with his little rifle held rigidly across his chest. He was hatless and coatless and had sneakers on his feet. His eyes were bright and mad, and he was beginning to shake. "I knew I'd get them babies," he crowed. "I knew I'd fix them lousy bastards." Then he stopped talking and his face began to change color. It got green. He leaned down slowly, dropped his rifle, put both his hands on his bent knees. Oles said, "You better go lay down somewhere, buddy. If I'm any judge of color, you're going to shoot your cookies." Chapter 10. Tom Snade was lying on his back on a day bed in the front room of his little bungalow. There was a wet towel across his forehead. A little girl with honey-colored hair was sitting beside him, holding his hand. A young woman with hair a couple of shades darker than the little girl's sat in the corner and looked at Tom Snade with tired ecstasy. It was very hot when we came in. All the windows were shut and all the blinds down. Oles opened a couple of front windows and sat down beside them, looked out towards the gray car. The dark Mexican was anchored to its steering wheel by his good wrist. "It was what they said about my little girl," Tom Snade said from under the towel. "That's what sent me screwy. They said they'd come back and get her if I didn't play with them." Oles said, "Okay, Tom, let's have it from the start." He put one of his little cigars in his mouth, looked at Tom Snade doubtfully, and didn't light it. I sat in a very hard Windsor chair and looked down at the cheap new carpet. I was reading a mag, waiting for time to eat and go to work. Tom Snade said carefully. The little girl opened the door. "They come in with guns on us, got us all in here and shut the windows. They pulled down all the blinds but one, and the Mex sat by that and kept looking out. He never said a word. The big guy sat on the bed here and made me tell him all about last night, twice. Then he said I was to forget I'd met anybody or come into town with anybody. The rest was okay." Oles nodded and said, "What time did you first see this man here?" "I didn't notice," Tom Snade said. "Say 11:30, 11:45. I checked into the office at 1:15 right after I got my hack at the Carillon. It took us a good hour to make town from the beach. We was in the drugstore, talkin' say 15 minutes, maybe longer. That figures back to around midnight when you met him," Oles said. Tom Snade shook his head, and the towel fell down over his face. He pushed it back up again. "Well, no," Tom Snade said. "The guy in the drugstore told me he closed up at 12. He wasn't closing up when we left." Oles turned his head and looked at me without expression. He looked back at Tom Snade. "Tell us the rest about the two gunnies," he said. "The big guy said most likely I wouldn't have to talk to anybody about it. If I did and talked right, they'd be back with some dough. If I talked wrong, they'd be back for my little girl." "Go on," Oles said. "They're full of crap. They went away. When I saw them go on up the street, I got screwy. Renfrew is just a pocket. One of them graft jobs. It goes on around the hill half a mile, then stops. There's no way to get off it. So they had to come back this way. I got my .22, which is all the gun I have, and hid in the bushes. I got the tire with the second shot. I guess they thought it was a blowout. I missed with the next, and that put 'em wise. They got guns loose. I got the Mex then, and the big guy ducked behind the car. That's all there was to it. Then you come along." Oles flexed his thick, hard fingers and smiled grimly at the girl in the corner. "Who lives in the next house, Tom?" "A man named Grandy, a motorman on the Interurban. He lives all alone. He's at work now." "I didn't guess he was home." Oles grinned. He got up and went over and patted the little girl on the head. "You'll have to come down and make a statement, Tom." "Sure." Tom Snade's voice was tired, listless. "I guess I lose my job too for renting out the hack last night." "I ain't so sure about that," Oles said softly. "Not if your boss likes guys with a few guts to run his hacks." He patted the little girl on the head again, went towards the door and opened it. I nodded at Tom Snade and followed Oles out of the house. Oles said quietly, "He don't know about the kill yet. No need to spring it in front of the kid." We went over to the gray car. We had got some sacks out of the basement and spread them over the late Andrews, weighted them down with stones. Oles glanced that way and said absently, "I got to get to where there's a phone pretty quick." He leaned on the door of the car and looked in at the Mexican. The Mexican sat with his head back and his eyes half closed and a drawn expression on his brown face. His left wrist was shackled to the spider of the wheel. "What's your name?" Oles snapped at him. "Luis Cadena." The Mexican said it in a soft voice without opening his eyes any wider. "Which one of you heels scratched the guy at West Cimarron last night?" "No understand, senor," the Mexican said purringly. "Don't go dumb on me, Spig," Oles said dispassionately. "It gets me sore." He leaned on the window and rolled his little cigar around in his mouth. The Mexican looked faintly amused and at the same time very tired. The blood on his right hand had dried black. Oles said, "Andrews scratched the guy in a taxi at West Cimarron. There was a girl along. We got the girl. You have a lousy chance to prove you weren't in on it." Light flickered and died behind the Mexican's half-open eyes. He smiled with a glint of small white teeth. Oles said, "What did he do with the gun?" "No understand, senor." Oles said, "He's tough. When they get tough, it scares me." He walked away from the car and scuffed some loose dirt from the sidewalk beside the sacks that draped the dead man. His toe gradually uncovered the contractor's stencil in the cement. He read it out loud. "Door Paving and Construction Company, San Angelo." It's a wonder the fat louse wouldn't stay in his own racket. I stood beside Oles and looked down the hill between the two houses. Sudden flashes of light darted from the windshields of cars going along the boulevard that fringed Gray Lake far below. Oles said, "Well?" I said, "The killers knew about the taxi maybe, and the girlfriend reached town with the swag. So it wasn't Canales' job. Canales isn't the boy to let anybody play around with 22 grand of his money. The redhead was in on the kill and it was done for a reason." Oles grinned. "Sure. It was done so you could be framed for it." I said, "It's a shame how little account some folks take of human life, or 22 grand. Harger was knocked off so I could be framed, and the dough was passed to me to make the frame tighter. Maybe they thought you'd highball," Oles grunted. "That would sew you up right." I rolled a cigarette around in my fingers. That would have been a little too dumb, even for me. "What do we do now? Wait till the moon comes up so we can sing, or go down the hill and tell some more little white lies?" Oles spat on one of Poke Andrews' sacks. He said gruffly, "This is county land here. I could take all this mess over to the substation at Solano and keep it hush-hush for a while. The hack driver would be tickled to death to keep it under the hat. And I've gone far enough so I'd like to get the mechs in the goldfish room with me personal." "I'd like it that way too," I said. "I guess you can't hold it down there for long, but you might hold it down long enough for me to see a fat boy about a cat." Chapter 11. It was late afternoon when I got back to the hotel. The clerk handed me a slip which read, "Please phone FD as soon as possible." I went upstairs and drank some liquor that was in the bottom of a bottle. Then I phoned down for another pint, scraped my chin, changed clothes, and looked up Frank Doerr's number in the book. He lived in a beautiful old house on Greenview Park Crescent. I made myself a tall, smooth one with a tinkle, and sat down in an easy chair with the phone at my elbow. I got a maid first. Then I got a man who spoke Mr. Doerr's name as though he thought it might blow up in his mouth. After him I got a voice with a lot of silk in it. Then I got a long silence, and at the end of the silence I got Frank Dorr himself. He sounded glad to hear from me. He said, "I've been thinking about our talk this morning, and I have a better idea. Drop out and see me. And you might bring that money along. You just have time to get it out of the bank." I said, "Yeah, the safe deposit closes at 6, but it's not your money." I heard him chuckle. "Don't be foolish. It's all marked, and I wouldn't want to have to accuse you of stealing it." I thought that over and didn't believe it about the currency being marked. I took a drink out of my glass and said, "I might be willing to turn it over to the party I got it from in your presence." He said, "Well, I told you that party left town, but I'll see what I can do. No tricks, please." I said, "Of course, no tricks," and hung up. I finished my drink, called Von Ballen of the Telegram. Said the sheriff's people didn't seem to have any ideas about Lou Harger, or give a damn. He was a little sore that I still wouldn't let him use my story. I could tell from the way he talked that he hadn't got the doings over near Gray Lake. I called Oles, couldn't reach him. I mixed myself another drink, swallowed half of it, and began to feel it too much. I put my hat on, changed my mind about the other half of my drink, went down to my car. The early evening traffic was thick with householders riding home to dinner. I wasn't sure whether 2 cars tailed me or just one. At any rate, nobody tried to catch up and throw a pineapple in my lap. The house was a square 2-storied place of old red brick with beautiful grounds and a red brick wall with a white stone coping around them. A shiny black limousine was parked under the porte-cochere at the side. I followed a red-flagged walk-up over 2 terraces, and a pale wisp of a man in a cutaway coat let me into a wide, silent hall with dark old furniture and a glimpse of garden at the end. He led me along that and along another hall at right angles and ushered me softly into a paneled study that was dimly lit against the gathering dusk. He went away, leaving me alone. The end of the room was mostly open French windows, through which a brass-colored sky showed behind a line of quiet trees. In front of the trees, a sprinkler swung slowly on a patch of velvety lawn that was already dark. There were large dim oils on the walls, a huge black desk with books across one end, a lot of deep lounging chairs, a heavy soft rug that went from wall to wall. There was a faint smell of good cigars, and beyond that somewhere a smell of garden flowers and moist earth. The door opened, and a youngish man in nose glasses came in, gave me a slight formal nod, looked around vaguely, and said that Mr. Dorr would be there in a moment. He went out again, and I lit a cigarette. In a little while the door opened again and Beasley came in, walked past me with a grin and sat down just inside the windows. Then Dorr came in, and behind him Miss Glenn. Dorr had his black cat in his arms, and 2 lovely red scratches, shiny with collodion, down his right cheek. Miss Glenn had on the same clothes I had seen on her in the morning. She looked dark and drawn and spiritless, and she went past me as though she had never seen me before. Dorr squeezed himself into the high-backed chair behind the desk and put the cat down in front of him. The cat strolled over to one corner of the desk and began to lick its chest with a long, sweeping, businesslike motion. Dorr said, well, here we are," and chuckled pleasantly. The man in the cutaway came in with a tray of cocktails, passed them around, put the tray with the shaker down on a low table beside Miss Glenn. He went out again, closing the door as if he was afraid he might crack it. We all drank and looked very solemn. I said, "We're all here but 2. I guess we have a quorum." Dorr said, "What's that?" sharply, and put his head to one side. I said, "Lou Harger's in the morgue and Canales is dodging cops. Otherwise we're all here, all the interested parties." Miss Glenn made an abrupt movement, then relaxed suddenly and picked at the arm of her chair. Dorr took 2 swallows of his cocktail, put the glass aside, and folded his small, neat hands on the desk. His face looked a little sinister. "The money," he said coldly. "I'll take charge of it now." I said, Not now or any other time. I didn't bring it." Dor stared at me and his face got a little red. I looked at Beasley. Beasley had a cigarette in his mouth and his hands in his pockets and the back of his head against the back of his chair. He looked half asleep. Dor said softly, meditatively, "Holding out, huh?" "Yes," I said grimly. "While I have it, I'm fairly safe. You overplayed your hand when you let me get my paws on it. I'd be a fool not to hold what advantage it gives me." Dor said, "Safe?" with a gently sinister intonation. I laughed. "Not safe from a frame," I said. "But the last one didn't click so well. Not safe from being gun-walked again. But that's going to be harder next time, too. But fairly safe from being shot in the back and having you sue my estate for the dough." Dor stroked the cat and looked at me under his eyebrows. "Let's get a couple of more important things straightened out," I said. "Who takes the rap for Lou Harger?" "What makes you so sure you don't?" Dor asked nastily. "My alibi's been polished up. I didn't know how good it was until I knew how close Lou's death could be timed. I'm clear now. Regardless of who turns in what gun with what fairy tale. And the lads that were sent to scotch my alibi ran into some trouble." Dor said, "That's so?" without any apparent emotion. "A thug named Andrews and a Mexican calling himself Luis Cadena. I dare say you've heard of them." "I don't know such people," Dor said sharply. "Then it won't upset you to hear Andrews got very dead and the law has Cadena." "Certainly not," Dor said. "They were from Canales. Canales had Harger killed." I said, "So that's your new idea. I think it's lousy." I leaned over and slipped my empty glass under my chair. Miss Glenn turned her head towards me and spoke very gravely, as if it was very important to the future of the race for me to believe what she said. Of course Canales had Lou killed. At least the men he sent after us killed Lou." I nodded politely. "What for? A packet of money they didn't get? They wouldn't have killed him. They'd have brought him in, brought both of you in. You arranged for that kill, and the taxi stunt was to sidetrack me, not to fool Canales' boys." She put her hand out quickly. Her eyes were shimmering. I went ahead. I wasn't very bright, but I didn't figure on anything so flossy. Who the hell would? Canales had no motive to gun Lou, unless it got back the money he had been gypped out of. Supposing he could know that quick he had been gypped. Dor was licking his lips and quivering his chins, and looking from one of us to the other with his small, tight eyes. Miss Glenn said drearily, "Lou knew all about the play. He planned it with the croupier, Pina. Pina wanted some getaway money, wanted to move on to Havana. Of course Canales would have got wise, but not too soon, if I hadn't got noisy and tough. He got Lou killed, but not the way you mean." I dropped an inch of ash off a cigarette I had forgotten all about. "All right," I said grimly. "Canales takes the rap, and I suppose you two chiselers think that's all I care about. Where was Lou going to be when Canales was supposed to find out he'd been gypped?" "He was going to be gone," Miss Glenn said tonelessly, "a damn long way off. And I was going to be gone with him." I said, "Nertz, you seem to forget Eno why Lou was killed." Beasley sat up in his chair and moved his right hand rather delicately towards his left shoulder. "This wise guy bother you, Chief?" Dor said, "Not yet. Let him rant." I moved so that I faced a little more towards Beasley. The sky had gone dark outside and the sprinkler had been turned off. A damp feeling came slowly into the room. Dor opened a cedarwood box and put a long brown cigar in his mouth, bit the end off with a dry snap of his false teeth. There was the harsh noise of a match striking, then the slow, rather labored puffing of his breath in the cigar. He said slowly through a cloud of smoke, "Let's forget all this and make a deal about that money. Manny Tinnan hung himself in his cell this afternoon." Miss Glenn stood up suddenly, pushing her arms straight down at her sides. Then she sank slowly down into the chair again, sat motionless. I said, "Did he have any help?" Then I made a sudden sharp movement and stopped. Beasley jerked a swift glance at me, but I wasn't looking at Beasley. There was a shadow outside one of the windows, a lighter shadow than the dark lawn and darker trees. There was a hollow, bitter coughing plop, a thin spray of whitish smoke in the window. Beasley jerked, rose halfway to his feet, then fell on his face with one arm doubled under him. Canales stepped through the windows, past Beasley's body, came 3 steps further, and stood silent, with a long, black, small-calibered gun in his hand, the larger tube of a silencer flaring from the end of it. "Be very still," he said. "I am a fair shot even with this elephant gun." His face was so white that it was almost luminous. His dark eyes were all smoke-gray iris, without pupils. "Sound carries well at night out of open windows," he said tonelessly. Dorr put both his hands down on the desk and began to pat it. The black cat put its body very low, drifted down over the end of the desk and went under a chair. Miss Glenn turned her head towards Canales very slowly, as if some kind of mechanism moved it. Canales said, "Perhaps you have a buzzer on that desk. If the door of the room opens, I shoot. It will give me a lot of pleasure to see blood come out of your fat neck." I moved the fingers of my right hand 2 inches on the arm of my chair. The silenced gun swayed towards me and I stopped moving my fingers. Canales smiled very briefly under his angular mustache. "You are a smart dick," he said. "I thought I had you right, but there are things about you I like." I didn't say anything. Canales looked back at Dorr. He said very precisely, "I have been bled by your organization for a long time, but this is something else again. Last night I was cheated out of some money. But this is trivial too. I am wanted for the murder of this Harger. A man named Cadena has been made to confess that I hired him. That is just a little too much fix." Dorr swayed gently over his desk, put his elbows down hard on it, held his face in his small hands and began to shake. His cigar was smoking on the floor. Canales said, "I would like to get my money back, and I would like to get clear of this rap, but most of all I would like you to say something, so I can shoot you with your mouth open and see blood come out of it." Beasley's body stirred on the carpet. His hands groped a little. Dorr's eyes were agony, trying not to look at him. Canales was wrapped and blind in his act by this time. I moved my fingers a little more on the arm of my chair, but I had a long way to go. Canales said, "Pina has talked to me. I saw to that. You killed Harger because he was a secret witness against Manny Tinnan. The DA kept the secret, and the dick here kept it. But Harger could not keep it himself. He told his broad, and the broad told you. So the killing was arranged, in a way to throw suspicion with a motive on me. First on this dick, and if that wouldn't hold, on me." There was silence. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't get anything out. I didn't think anybody but Canales would ever again say anything. Canales said, "You fixed Pina to let Harger and his girl win my money. It was not hard because I don't play my wheels crooked." Dorr had stopped shaking. His face lifted, stone white, and turned towards Canales, slowly, like the face of a man about to have an epileptic fit. Beasley was up on one elbow. His eyes were almost shut, but a gun was laboring upwards in his hand. Canales leaned forward and began to smile. His trigger finger whitened at the exact moment Beasley's gun began to pulse and roar. Canales arched his back until his body was a rigid curve. He fell stiffly forward, hit the edge of the desk, and slid along it to the floor without lifting his hands. Beasley dropped his gun and fell down on his face again. His body got soft and his fingers moved fitfully, then were still. I got motion into my legs, stood up and went to kick Canales' gun under the desk, senselessly. Doing this, I saw that Canales had fired at least once because Frank Dorr had no right eye. He sat still and quiet with his chin on his chest and a nice touch of melancholy on the good side of his face. The door of the room came open, and the secretary with the nose glasses slid in pop-eyed. He staggered back against the door, closing it again. I could hear his rapid breathing across the room. He gasped, Is anything wrong? I thought that very funny even then. Then I realized that he might be short-sighted, and from where he stood, Frank Dorr looked natural enough. The rest of it could have been just routine to Dorr's help. I said, Yes, but we'll take care of it. Stay out of here. He said, Yes, sir, and went out again. That surprised me so much that my mouth fell open. I went down the room and bent over the gray-haired Beasley. He was unconscious, but had a fair pulse. He was bleeding from the side, slowly. Miss Glenn was standing up and looked almost as dopey as Canales had looked. She was talking to me quickly, in a brittle, very distinct voice. I didn't know Lou was to be killed, but I couldn't have done anything about it anyway. They burned me with a branding iron, just for a sample of what I'd get. Look, I looked. She tore her dress down in front and there was a hideous burn on her chest, almost between her two breasts. I said, Okay, sister, that's nasty medicine, but we've got to have some law here now and an ambulance for Beasley. I pushed past her towards the telephone, shook her hand off my arm when she grabbed at me. She went on talking to my back in a thin, desperate voice. I thought they'd just hold Lou out of the way until after the trial, but they dragged him out of the cab and shot him without a word. Then the little one drove the taxi into town, and the big one brought me up into the hills to a shack. Dorr was there. He told me how you had to be framed. He promised me the money if I went through with it, and torture till I died if I let them down. It occurred to me that I was turning my back too much to people. I swung around, got the telephone in my hand, still on the hook, and put my gun down on the desk. Listen, give me a break, she said wildly. Dorr framed it all with Pina, the croupier. Pina was one of the gang that got Shannon where they could fix him. I didn't. I said, Sure, that's all right, take it easy. The room, the whole house, seemed very still, as if a lot of people were hunched outside the door listening. It wasn't a bad idea, I said, as if I had all the time in the world. Lou was just a white chip to Frank Dorr. The play he figured put us both out as witnesses. But it was too elaborate. Took in too many people. That sort always blows up in your face. Lou was getting out of the state, she said, clutching at her dress. He was scared. He thought the roulette trick was some kind of a payoff to him. I said, Yeah, lifted the phone and asked for police headquarters. The room door came open again then, and the secretary barged in with a gun. A uniformed chauffeur was behind him with another gun. I said very loudly into the phone, This is Frank Dorr's house. There's been a killing. The secretary and the chauffeur dodged out again. I heard running in the hall. I clicked the phone, called the telegram office, and got von Ballen. When I got through giving him the flash, Miss Glenn was gone out of the window into the dark garden. I didn't go after her. I didn't mind very much if she got away. I tried to get Oles, but they said he was still down at Solano, and by that time the night was full of sirens. I had a little trouble, but not too much. Fenweather pulled too much weight. Not all of the story came out, but enough so that the city hall boys in the $200 suits had their left elbows in front of their faces for some time. Pina was picked up in Salt Lake City. He broke and implicated 4 others of Manny Tinnen's gang. 2 of them were killed resisting arrest, the other 2 got life without parole. Miss Glenn made a clean getaway and was never heard of again. I think that's about all, except that I had to turn the $22,000 over to the public administrator. He allowed me $200 fee and $9.20 mileage. Sometimes I wonder what he did with the rest of it. End of Fingerman by Raymond Chandler.